The Gifts of EYKIS. Wayne Dyer. He was an American psychologist and writer of spiritual growth books. The Gifts of EYKIS. To the Promise of EYKIS. A Miracle for Our Time. And in memory of John Lennon. That proposed us to imagine that the world, it could be like a miracle. Reality is not a concept, reality is my everyday life. J. Krishnamurthy. Introduction. Throughout history, narrative has been an important means of communication. From the fables of Aesop and the parables of the Bible to Juan Salvador Gavotta, passing through many other ancient and modern works, we have pleasant opportunities to learn by putting ourselves in the position of the observer. When the consequences of actions fall on a fox, a bird, or a prodigal, the critical stab is less painful. But we easily see how the truth and the universal essence of the narrative pertain to all of us. These imaginary examples propel us toward new perceptions and emotions, toward new behavior. Science and technology have led us to a splendid new world, which offers us greater possibilities than ever. However, in many respects our attitudes and feelings have not evolved accordingly. We are ill-equipped to take advantage of the opportunities that are presented to us today, because we carry wrong beliefs and perceptions about the realities of our world. What would be the reactions of a visitor from another planet to our complex organizations on Earth? How would we view the culture of that visitor? Can we compare ourselves favorably with other civilizations? Are we willing to accept an objective look? EYKIS Gifts is an example of a dialogue between an Earthling and a Uranid, that is, an inhabitant of Earth and an inhabitant of Uranus. They are both peaceful, open, and life-loving people, and they want to increase the collective well-being. Through them I have been able to observe in what state our societies are and imagine where we could go if we opted in favor of certain realities. The incentive to be a parable may bring up more people who are willing to observe, but ultimately we all have to look inward and observe ourselves. As you will discover, EYKIS lives. Long live EYKIS. Wayne Dyer. Forward. The library had been designated as the place to return the rented caps and gowns. I was among the shelves full of paper and leather, traditional symbols of wisdom, with the hood of my doctoral gown twisted around my shoulders like a loose noose, under my arm the rolled parchment certifying my professional qualifications, with an essay from the philosopher Bertrand Russell in the hands. The book was about happiness, something that I had looked for, without ever finding, in the countless texts that I had read so far. Someone approached me from behind. I recognized him by his slight shuffling. At the university there were those who called him eccentric, others, less kind, called him a crazy old man. But in the international community of scientists, especially among physicists, he was recognized as a genius. I turned and smiled at him, greeting him with unfeigned respect. "Good afternoon, teacher." "Ah yes. My friend, I have a gift for you." He talks about the teacher was peppered with more capital letters than the rest of us used. He handed me a bundle of mathematical equations that I saw for the first time. A long time ago, in my early days of experimentation, I had an assistant. He declined to make himself known, claiming that, being a visitor, his presence could constitute a disorder. In reality, the merit was his, but he affirmed that the responsibility was mine and that all the results should also be mine. He has never told me about him that I remember. Nerd. Nor will I ever talk to her about him again. Still he left me the Uranid formulas. I have tried to decipher them, but I have managed to get a glimpse of their meaning. He told me that a well-willing student would arrive who would continue the journey. That was 40 years ago. I've waited a long time. He sighed. The student is you. A slight smile began to float over his wrinkled face, which finally twinkled in his eyes. Me? What formulas did you say? I asked, incredulous. The Uranid formulas. They refer to molecular transport. My journey is almost over, but yours begins here, he said, pointing to the typewritten pages. Bon voyage, Student. Maybe one day he will be a professor. He gave me his pleasant smile again, turned and walked away, shuffling his feet slightly. Thanks for the gift, I exclaimed, still embarrassed. Without pausing, he waved me a quiet goodbye and disappeared behind a bookcase. First part. 1. The arrival. Who would have believed it? That place called Uranus looked like an exact reproduction of Earth. After spending several years deciphering the Uranite formulas, I had made my first transport to another planet, and as luck would have it, I would arrive at one that looked identical to mine. According to appearances, everything on Uranus was the same as on Earth. I had assumed that, even without leaving my solar system, I would have the opportunity to see something new, something different, if I reached a very distant planet. I thought that Uranus was far enough away from Earth to offer me a completely new reality, shape-shifting gaseous beings, or at least something worthy of the vivid imagination of the Star Trek authors whose work he so admired. I had imagined myself in time tunnels, jumping millions of years into the future or into the past for some magical possibility of transcending my body. Years of waiting and hard work hadn't prepared me for that surprise, that there was no surprise at all. Writers and researchers who believed the existence of a planet similar to ours imagined reflections of Earth, societies in which good and evil were reversed, and the like. I had never thought, not even in the moments when I let my imagination run wild, that I could find a planet exactly like mine. It was almost as if the inhabitants of Uranus had set out to reproduce our world in all its details. Its great oceans, mountain ranges, and deserts were a carbon copy of the terrestrial ones. They even had identical names. Not only does a Sahara desert speak, but even a Sahara hotel. I suspected that they had spied on us from a very powerful observatory and that they had reconstructed the Earth on Uranus. They have certainly reproduced down to the last detail. In all the big cities there were traffic jams at 5 in the afternoon, in the Third World hunger reigned, and there were large shopping malls and small fuel-efficient cars imported from Japan. They had forgotten nothing. I began to think that I was the victim of a hoax. Perhaps I had been led to believe that I was the first Earthman to visit another planet, without actually leaving my own. Had my secret analysis of the formulas been discovered and used as propaganda bait to mislead the Soviets into believing that we had achieved a technological breakthrough that did not really exist? He vaguely remembered seeing a movie on that subject. But, deep down, I was sure to find myself on another planet. He had felt the impact of molecular transport, I had lived the supersonic journey that took me away from Earth through the space vacuum. I was sure, but the doubt did not leave me alone. I came to the conclusion that the only way to check if I was on Uranus was to dispense with appearances and see if people were also equal to Earthlings as they seemed to be. I decided to choose one of those people and talk carefully with her. If he turned out to be like the Earthlings he knew, he would immediately return to Earth and work on the possibility of traveling beyond our solar system. I had not traveled billions of miles with the sole purpose of rediscovering my home world. He had started this company with a desire for adventure and excitement. The prospect of finding myself in a new world of people identical to the ones I had left behind didn't particularly appeal to me. I settled in my room, in one of the best hotels on Uranus, turned on the television without looking at it, and began to think about how to meet the inhabitants of that world, which was at the same time strange and familiar. I kept seeing the irony of my situation. I was in an unknown world, but I had the feeling of not having left my own. Even this hotel room was like the ones I had seen 1,000 times, the tiny bar of soap, the small dose of shampoo in a brown plastic bag, the worn cleaning of the bedspread, Gideon's Bible, never opened by anyone, in the closet drawer. Questions to ask of the Uranites were in my head, and I found myself pondering the question how to do it. An attitude he often adopted to avoid taking action. Long ago I had learned that the way to do something is to do it. But he had also learned to avoid that reality, which required effort and sweat, in addition to all the qualities that I liked to see in others and neglect in myself. Instead of getting down to business, I was now using my problematic situation to keep my thinking focused on what I could or couldn't do. Then I moved on to a more advanced form of escapism. I began to think about the questions I wanted to ask the Iranites. Do you have wars? Are you worried about the laws? How do you face the problem of cancer, and how do you see that mystery called death? Do you have schools, and do they give priority to grades and obedience? Are you wearing tailored jeans and, if so, why? Do you have the same history as the Earthlings? Do you have news of our existence? Will you visit us one day and, if so, will you come in peace? Do you have nuclear weapons? Do you have a Jane Fonda? Are you identical to us on the inside as you are on the outside? Do you feel emotions, fears, anxiety? Do you use tranquilizers? These questions bombarded my brain almost as fast as I managed to record them on my little tape recorder. I wondered, by the way, if I could change the batteries on Uranus. As I dictated, I realized that the word anxiety had been repeated on the television. I couldn't believe it. Until then, I hadn't paid attention to the informant who was speaking on the screen, a man who looked exactly like the ones I had seen all over my country. The Aryan model of television good looks asterisk, who could have slipped into the empty seat of any local television host in Seattle, Minneapolis, Atlanta, or Toronto without anyone noticing the difference, read his text in such a bland way that I lowered the volume as I thought about the enormous task ahead. But, while dictating to the tape recorder, do you feel emotions, fears, anxiety, do you use tranquilizers? I heard in the newsletter the first words that made me understand that on Uranus everything was not exactly like on Earth. It was almost like getting slapped. Transitioning from one block to another, before an announcement appeared, Mr. Apostura Arya had said, "This is where the local news ends. Stay tuned to your screens. In a few moments we will offer you the sports information, the weather bulletin and the anxiety report." He had half listened to the national news, which, peppered with empty expressions like the main economic indexes, student protest rallies, and presidential study commissions, sounded a lot like Earth's. The local news, the weather bulletin and even the sports information were also familiar to me, and I endured it all while waiting to hear that part of the newscast, which would give me the first clue to meet the people of Uranus, whose culture until now it had looked the same as mine. After this commercial information on a beer brand, we offer you the anxiety report for tomorrow. A report on anxiety, on the news. Excitement washed over me. What could a report on anxiety be, and why was it in the news? The report was short and specific. Good night. Here EYKIS with today's report on anxiety. The risk of anxiety attack is high in the highest areas, and lower in our city. On Friday, the chances of attack will be 80%, less over the weekend. For Monday, the forecast is almost zero anxiety, even in higher mountains, 1,800 meters above sea level. But tonight the danger of a rush of anxiety is so great that I would advise all of you to immediately check your stock of preventative medications. They certainly won't need them over the weekend, but a new front of anxiety is likely to hit the area by the middle of next week. And with this I say goodbye to all of you. This report has come to you courtesy of Painless, the only product of its kind that contains 850 milligrams of an anxiolytic, to help you when you need it. That is, when an attack of anxiety occurs unexpectedly. Remember, when anxiety strikes, painlessness comes out more costly. I was amazed. A report on anxiety attacks on the evening news. I never would have guessed it. Luckily I managed to record it on my tape recorder. I rewound the tape and listened to the report again. Then I listened to it again and timed its duration. It had lasted a minute. I listened to it again several times, thinking it must be a joke. Perhaps that EYKIS was a satirical actress who appeared on the evening news, similar to the characters who in our newscasts posed as social critics and made a fool of themselves by shouting in front of the camera, with feigned anger, against some politician or politician, of some social evil that they found especially offensive. It was known that, if they really believed in what they preached, they would do something to remedy the object of their criticism, instead of uselessly lecturing their friends over the airwaves. I have always believed that by taking refuge in what others do or do not do well, critics demonstrate their inability to do anything. But EYKIS was not like that. She was outspoken, seemed to be serious, and took her report on anxiety as her own. The impression it made on me was excellent. I did not believe that this report was a comedy. However, I decided to watch the following newscast and see if what I had just witnessed was fake or authentic. And indeed, half an hour later, on another channel, another report on anxiety appeared, with almost the same warnings to the public. Then I made the decision to meet personally with that EYKIS whose sincerity had so moved me. I needed to meet a sensitive Uranite to trust with my identity, and something told me that this was the right person. EYKIS helped others and spoke the truth in clear and simple terms. He already inspired me with complete confidence. For some reason I always know, inside me, when I like a person, and in that case I knew it immediately. In ancient times, I was accustomed to ignoring the rules by which most earthlings are governed, and attending only to the dictates of my interior. When I am urged to think, feel, or act in a certain way, I ignore the I don't know if I should and listen only to my heart. As a young man I had discovered that I only regretted those things that I had stopped doing because of some fear or prohibition that I imposed on myself, born of the criteria of others. Certainly I did many things that I did not like or that turned out badly, but I never regretted having done them. I simply promised myself not to repeat them. Consequently, I learned a lot from my mistakes. It only weighed heavily on me, having wanted to act and not doing it, due to the fear of being rejected, or worse still, of failing. Everywhere, as a young man, I had found that others obeyed rules passed down from generation to generation. Many of those rules had no real basis. For example, I had heard thousands of times that it takes a long time to get to know a person well, and even longer to know if you love yourself. But my heart had always told me otherwise. A moment was enough for me to know if I loved a person, and I realized that I did not need the test of time to verify it. However, I was always criticized for saying I love you too early. If you don't know me, how can you be sure you love me? If you tell me so easily, how can I know that for you I really am a separate person? But I abandoned the rules that others respected so much, and with it I became a source of much consternation. And despite the attacks that were directed at me by my decision to live by my instincts, I found that I was never disappointed in myself for obeying my first impulses when it came to how and when I loved others. It was always the others who were in trouble before my quick judgments about who I could or could not love. In a first meeting, on a first date, others were always careful to say only the right words, while I moved forward calmly, trusting myself and proud of my ability to ignore any norm that conditioned my feelings. It was that instinctive confidence that I experienced there, in that room of a Uranite hotel. Although he had only seen the image of that woman named EYKIS on the television screen, he already knew that he loved her. He was a person I could trust to reveal things to me about his people. As much as EYKIS seemed as familiar to me as if she hailed from my hometown, she was, on Uranus. My first contact with something very different from what I have known on Earth. This new element was the report on anxiety that she had given with such interest. This was the first moment of real emotion that I felt on Uranus. Until then I had been disappointed by that planet modeled in the image and likeness of Earth. Zero vice versa. Had we modeled ourselves in their image and likeness? But I immediately ruled out such a possibility. We didn't do reports on anxiety attacks on Earth. He would soon learn from the author of that report how much there was to know about the inhabitants of Uranus. That idea filled me with joy, for enough then I had feared that the fruit of that visit, my assessment of Uranus in all its aspects, would consist of a report of one word, idem. I knew the word ditto would not impress my fellow Earthlings. At the very least, EYKIS would spare me the dubious honor of being the first cosmonaut to submit a one-word travel report. I fell asleep that night thanking EYKIS. My instincts never failed. The next day I would talk to that wonderful woman, with whom I instinctively knew I was in love. 2. EYKIS. He turned out to be the most approachable person I had ever encountered in my life. I called the studios that morning and we made an appointment for 4 in the afternoon. Neither of them made awkward efforts to be courteous, and she shrugged off saying that her schedule was too busy. I had prepared an explanation that would make me as convincing as possible to her ears, but she made it very easy for me. Good morning. Do I speak to EYKIS, the lady who gave the report on anxiety last night on the news? Yes. I'm here for a visit and I'd very much like to speak with you in person, I told him, leaving him the chance to politely decline such a bold request. What do you want to know? I wonder. It would be difficult for me to explain over the phone. I would be grateful if you could grant me an interview. I assure you that you will not be in any danger, I said to give him confidence. Excuse me, did you say dangers? Yes. I don't know this word. What does it mean? I meant to say that I will not harm you. I only intend to talk to you. Another word I don't understand. What does damage mean? Do you think I will explain it to you when we meet? Asked. Yes, she replied, confused but ready to please me. What time would it be convenient for you? This afternoon at 4. I will go to your hotel, since being a stranger, I may not know the transports. There was no trace of suspicion or doubt in his voice. I gave him the name of the hotel, and that was it. In 3 hours I would have my first conversation with an inhabitant of that place called Uranus. It became increasingly clear to me that my initial interpretation, which made that planet an exact copy of Earth, was incorrect. I wrote down 3 things in my notebook. 1. Report anxiety. 2. No concept of danger. 3. Non-concept of harm. I thought back to the phone conversation. EYKIS hadn't doubted me for an instant. His voice showed absolute confidence, and he hadn't made me difficult. I spent the next few hours walking around the city. Again I started looking for things that were different on Uranus. But the differences he found were minimal, almost imperceptible. I decided not to waste any more time sightseeing, and the idea of discovering subtle differences was erased by the anticipation of my next encounter with EYKIS. I was counting on her for honest answers to my questions. I began to see how absurd it was to look for external differences. I had observed some, certainly, but I gave up basing my research on appearances. Obeying my instincts, I would listen to people. I would focus on EYKIS, whose sincerity had impressed me. That afternoon I spent 3 hours with EYKIS. When he left, my faith in the old saying appearances can be deceiving was renewed. As much as Uranus had all the appearances of my home planet, the truth was that it hardly resembled Earth. Before meeting EYKIS, he had wasted time trying to unravel the secrets of a culture by omitting what precisely constitutes that culture, that is, the people. Instead of going to the sources, he had fixed me on the outside and had not seen anything. All the information we have about the prehistoric inhabitants of the Earth is based on the same erroneous principle. We draw conclusions about those peoples based on their objects, their pottery, their weapons, their houses, and so on. Would I want to be judged and interpreted based on the car I drive or the utensils I use to eat? Does a fork say something about me? I use a fork because I have been taught how to do it, but I could also use my fingers, or anything else that helps me to put food in my mouth. When the car doesn't work, I walk or hitchhike. What does any of these things say about me? Very little, naturally. And yet, we make many absurd assumptions about Neanderthal man without having more information about him than our forks give about us. Knowing that our collective knowledge of cultures before our own is infinitesimal, I had started my visit to Uranus with the same erroneous assumptions. I had studied Eastern philosophy extensively. I knew the meaning of introspection, and had even said many times to my friends, what matters is not what happens around us or what comes to us from outside, but what happens inside us, and, when presented the opportunity to apply that idea, it had failed miserably. But after those 3 hours with EYKIS, he would never forget that truth again. By 7 in the afternoon, my second day on Uranus, I had ceased to bear external similarities between our worlds. These similarities were no longer meaningful. I will never forget my first conversation with EYKIS. I asked her if she would mind if we recorded our conversation, and she said no. The truth is that, in the 3 long hours we spent together, he did not object to anything. I decided to speak to him from the beginning with total frankness. I explained who I was, how I got here, and what I was doing on Uranus. Nervous, I spent a few moments explaining everything to him in the clearest way possible, hoping that he believed me and that he did not feel threatened, or wanted to turn myself into the authorities, who would subject me to endless interrogations. I couldn't get rid of the provincial habit of seeing the inhabitants of Uranus as I was, rather than as they were. EYKIS did not seem surprised by what I said. Without hesitation, he asked me what it was I wanted to know. Suppressing a keen desire to tell him everything about Earth, I asked him what I thought would be a surprising question. Why do you believe me? How do you know that I am not lying to you and that I have not come to take advantage of you in some way? I could be some wacko. She looked genuinely puzzled. I don't know what I lie means, he said. Explain it to me, please. Now the bewilderment was mine. Well, lying means not telling the truth, I explained. But truth is all there is, she replied promptly. How is it possible not to tell the truth? Well, if I were to try to harm you, and to deceive you, I told you that I am an earthling who came here to meet you, my intention actually being to harm you, that would undoubtedly be lying. Well, there you have a first difference to write down in your report, she said. The people of Uranus cannot do that. We are not prepared for what you call lying. Here, we do not say more than things as they are. On Uranus we can only act from what is real. Why would anyone want to lie? Wouldn't that make talking to others impossible? She asked, puzzled. However, Earthlings don't always lie, I explained. We only do it sometimes, when we need it or when it suits us. But if people lie sometimes, how do they know when the other is lying and when he is telling the truth? Do Earthlings announce that they are going to lie in order to communicate? He asked me seriously. The purpose of the lie would be defeated if one pointed it out beforehand, I replied. So I see that the people on your planet don't communicate honestly. I don't understand how that is possible, EYKIS said. Let's move on to another topic, I suggested. Are you lying or telling the truth? She asked me then. I promise you that I will always be honest with you. I declared. I will never lie to him. Well, welcome to Uranus, EYKIS said. But would you please explain to me what sincere means and what it always means? Being honest is telling the truth. Now I understand why we don't have that word. And what does it always mean? When I assure you that I will always be honest with you, I replied, I mean from now on, for as long as we deal with each other. She looked even more puzzled. That same old concept is new to me. I only know what happens now, and it is enough for me to know that he will not lie to me now. I don't understand how you can know what you will always do. But, if that's what you think right now, that's fine with me. However, don't doubt that if you change your mind before it always arrives, that will be fine with me too. But it always never comes, I objected. Always is always. Well, if it never comes, we're both talking about the same thing, about now. I don't think we need to talk more than usual, he concluded. The inability to express my ideas in a way suited to his strangely logical mind was beginning to wear me out. I got caught up in my own explanations. She showed no exasperation at my incoherence, just mild disorientation. Their logic was irrefutable, but I thought it was impossible that those people could have created a planet so identical to Earth, and despite this they were so attached to reality that EYKIS did not understand simple concepts such as lying, the same as always, sincerity, danger or harm. Naturally, if they didn't exist for her, she couldn't understand them. However, I was able to understand concepts that did not exist for me. Perhaps the inhabitants of Uranus were inferior to us. I certainly knew what war was, and had never known one. And he knew about God without having irrefutable proof of existence. I made a mental note that I should ask him about those things later. For now, I wanted to move on to more immediate topics, without getting lost in a maze of small discussions about language barriers. Or was it the barriers my limited thinking created? I began to consider such a possibility. What is an anxiety attack? I asked without preamble. Anxiety doesn't affect us regularly. It only attacks in significant quantities when the winds are favorable to it. We publicize the likelihood of an anxiety attack, and its intensity, as a public service, he explained. But what is anxiety? I asked him, not understanding anything. Anxiety travels through the air in the form of microscopic particles that are shaped like little a's, and an's, hence its name. Those anxiety particles were discovered by a scientist working with a powerful microscope. It was called painless, which is why the best-known antidote to anxiety attacks was named after that discoverer. But what happens if anxiety strikes and you find yourself without the antidote, as you call it? I asked for. Anxiety can take many different forms. If it attacks in large quantities and the person does not have the medicine, it can cause nervous depression. But, in general, anxiety attacks in smaller amounts, and the effects are general malaise, nervousness, fear, unfounded fears, stuttering, excitement, high blood pressure, and so on. Since the effects of an anxiety attack can be very serious, the news and newscasts announce the impending attacks, so that everyone can take their precautions. Does this answer your question? He asked me with visible concern. Yes, but it suggests 1,000 more questions. 1,000 thoughts appeared in my mind. I would never have imagined an explanation like that. Anxiety attacked the inhabitants of Uranus, and EYKIS could not have lied to me, because she knew how to lie. Strange world. How often does anxiety strike? I asked for. It is very difficult to predict. We can only forecast for a few days. Typically, anxiety occurs almost suddenly. That is why we must always be alert. Sometimes months go by without us being hit, and then we have 3 or 4 in a week. I was beginning to see that this was a phenomenon. Really unique. I decided to ask EYKIS to meet again as soon as possible, and, if she agreed, I would invite her to visit Earth, to see how anxiety worked in another reality. But that would have to be told carefully. Before I could begin to ask her the hundreds of questions that came to mind, she asked me, "Aren't there anxiety attacks on Earth? You seem astonished by what I have told you." "Yes, we do have anxiety attacks," I tried to explain, "but it's not exactly that anxiety attacks. In fact, anxiety by itself does not exist. People suffer from anxiety attacks without the anxiety attacking." At that, EYKIS was truly taken aback. But she didn't try to judge me, nor did she seem to get nervous. "Well," he said, "and do you have antidotes to that mysterious anxiety that does not attack?" "Yes," I replied. "We have tranquilizers, sedatives, therapies, and many medications. Although you have told me several times that anxiety does not attack you, then you have talked about anxiety attacks." I nodded, embarrassed. "That being the case," he continued, "how do Earthlings know when they are going to be attacked by anxiety, if, according to you, anxiety does not attack?" "We sense your symptoms," I replied. "But from where?" What? What evidence do they have? We started to get nervous, tense and grumpy. But those are the consequences of an anxiety attack, not its causes, EYKIS replied. How can you feel tense if there is no anxiety attacking you? Like I said, we felt her approach. From where? She asked, now exasperated. From within, I suppose, I replied, already very unsure of my logic. But if it comes from inside people, it is not an anxiety attack at all, but simple anxious thoughts. They shouldn't need medicine for that. What they need is to change their thoughts, don't you think? It seems very simple. What a blessing it would be for us if anxiety never attacked us. What do you earthlings want to feel anxiety for if anxiety doesn't strike? He asked, and this time I had time to answer. I couldn't offer an intelligent answer. In fact, she had the clear impression that she had not yet given him any answer that could be described as intelligent. Could we continue at another time this conversation? Could we go on talking tomorrow, or does the concept of tomorrow not exist for you, since you are only here now? I asked him, not wanting to be sarcastic, but nonetheless feeling a bit annoyed by his words about the anxiety of earthlings. Of course there is tomorrow, he told me firmly. But you cannot live or feel tomorrow. On Uranus you can only live in the present moment. Although we are talking about tomorrow, we only have now, but we can use our now in any way we want. Unless, of course, you have a worry-free computer or can afford a guilt trigger, which are the only two exceptions. I was about to laugh when I heard him mention such strange things, but I realized that he was completely serious. Before you go on to talk to me about computers, anti-worry and guilt triggers, is it okay if we meet at another time? We will meet as many times as you like, but on condition that you tell me about that place called Earth. From what you have explained to me, I find it very strange. It seems that you live daily in a reality that does not exist for me. I want to find out as much as I can about this strange place. I was about to protest, but didn't. I told him that I agreed to speak to him at length about my planet. I spent an hour referring to everything that seemed important on Earth. I pointed out that our two planets looked exactly the same, externally at least. She accepted that without the slightest surprise, and made no comment. For EYKIS, the fact that Uranus and Earth seemed exactly the same was something that belonged to reality. But when I started talking to her about people on Earth and the things we did, she was incredulous. She seemed totally taken aback when I told her about wars and prejudice, and when I alluded to marriage and divorce, religion and education, he looked at me as if he were looking at a three-headed monster. When I started talking to him about fighting for money as a way to improve in life, he interrupted me. Are there neurotics on Earth like there are here? I ask. Of course there are. A lot of. And do they have the same symptoms as on Uranus? He inquired impatiently. I'm not sure what symptoms occur on Uranus, but on Earth neurosis afflicts almost everyone, with a variety of symptoms. For example, people who worry a lot end up suffering from ulcers, hypertension, migraines, cramps, and other ailments. And these people don't have anti-worry computers. I've never heard of that. I suppose it will be something unique to Uranus. Well, if there are no such computers. But she stopped, because she had already formulated the same reasoning before and had seen that with me it was not getting her anywhere. Rather than argue about that point, he preferred to continue learning about things. I spoke to him as extensively as I could about how Earthlings tend to live in the past or the future. That they take medicine to cure depression, and that most are unhappy with themselves. I explained that many people endlessly pursued success and were rarely satisfied, that they were always striving to acquire more. I told him that many people suffered from unfounded fears called phobias, that few individuals truly loved themselves, and that very few were capable of giving love to others unconditionally. I told her about psychiatrists, a word she did not know, except as a name for a hemorrhoid treatment, and that millions of people on Earth turn to therapists for help. I told him about anger, indecision, anxiety for no particular reason, and self-loathing. She listened to everything, and each time he spoke to her about a different neurotic behavior, she seemed to calm down. As I had done, he took many notes and, when it was almost 7 o'clock, he asked me to meet again. Here on Uranus, we know all those things and more, he declared. I think that, if I have understood everything you have told me correctly, the big difference is that in Uranus we have a reason for all our neuroses. From what I can gather from this short interview, there are neurotics on Earth as well, but it remains to be seen whether these neuroses are based on reality. I don't want to jump to conclusions like that, so I'll wait until we talk about all this calmly tomorrow, and then, if what I suspect is true, maybe I could go back to Earth with you and see for myself. As I rely exclusively on reality, perhaps it will help me to see how you can be neurotic without a real reason. All of this puzzles me, but I am willing to make no judgments if you agree to let me accompany you to Earth. She had invited herself, as if she were guessing what I was thinking of proposing to her. We said goodbye, and when EYKIS had gone I lay down on the bed and gave myself up to my reflections. I had a lot to think about, in preparation for our interview the next day. I fell asleep with EYKIS's words echoing in my head, maybe it will help me to see how you can be neurotic for no real reason. That was a question that I had never thought about. 3. The second visit. He had decided in the middle of the night, after spending several hours reviewing our first conversation and examining EYKIS's strangely logical reasoning. I had to encourage her to undertake the journey to Earth, so that she could see the enormous difference that existed in the way of thinking of our respective peoples. I decided to do what I could to get her to visit my planet, but first I wanted to learn as much as possible about her and what was a strange way of thinking for me. I had reconciled myself to the external geography of Uranus. He accepted it as a practically identical copy of Earth. But what I had said the day before about the existence of a reason for a person to be tense, neurotic, or sad raised several questions for me. I could not understand that the reality of EYKIS could be so different from mine. He had seen Uranites engage in various forms of self-destructive behavior, and he was extremely curious as to how she would explain this. I had read some things that night. He had also noticed in the Uranites a wide variety of behaviors that could have occurred on Earth. He had observed them in traffic jams, in supermarkets, and in modest restaurants. He had taken careful notes and marked with an asterisk those behaviors that paralleled those he had seen so often on Earth. After composing a whole catalogue of neurotic or self-destructive attitudes on the part of the Uranites, I could hardly repress my vanity as an Earthman at the idea of asking EYKIS about the flaws in some points of his reasoning. She claimed that her world was totally based on reality, but since my arrival I had seen a good number of neurotic procedures very similar to those that occurred on Earth. The themes that I thought to raise during my interview with her were well thought out, and I had prepared many examples that indicated that the world described by EYKIS, so based on reality, had its unreality and its neurosis, just like on Earth. We had decided that this interview, in which she would answer my questions and comment on my observations, would be held in my hotel restaurant, while we were having dinner. EYKIS appeared very animated and smiling, and we sat down at the table. "I'm sure you have a lot of questions to ask me after our marathon yesterday," she told me before I could utter a single word. "I think so. And I'd like to start right away, if you don't mind. I accept what you said yesterday about anxiety attacks, and I understand that your people use a phrase like 'I have an anxiety attack,' if in fact anxiety attacks. Furthermore, I recognize that on Earth anxiety does not attack, and that people are subject to anxiety attacks. If you want to accompany me to Earth, perhaps you will find the answer to that puzzling question. As for me, I have never had an anxiety attack, so it does not concern me. But would you kindly explain to me what you meant by that anti-worry computers and guilt triggers, before I get an anxiety attack?" Tonight won't attack anxiety, the forecast established it with all certainty. Very well, let it be. What are the anti-worry? Asked. Are there no people on earth who care? Yes, almost everyone worries at one time or another, and we even have people who worry neurotically, compulsively, and who are always worried. And you have no anti-concern on earth. I've heard of that in my life. So why do you worry on earth? Well, people just worry. They worry about falling ill, crashing on planes, the fate of their relatives. Worrying is very common. But what makes people worry? He insisted impatiently for what he believed was reluctance on my part. Well, it's the same people who are creating the concern, I suppose. And what do you solve by worrying? Does this prevent you from getting sick? Do you prevent your family members from having an accident, or from crashing planes? I did not answer. Worry does not change in absolute events. People have learned to simply care. But why are you willing to spend the precious moments of your life worrying about things you can't solve? It seems so absurd, she said, visibly perplexed. What are those anti-worries you mentioned yesterday? Is it some kind of invisible bacteria, like those that form anxiety, those that make the inhabitants of your planet Uranus worry? Oh no, EYKIS replied, almost startled by the absurdity of my assumption. Anti-worries are a technological advance from Uranus. If something is going to happen in the near future, like a plane trip or illness, anti-worry can give an accurate forecast of what will happen if one takes a certain action. You mean these anti-occupation can change the future? No, it's not that, she answered with a certain exasperation. They work in the following way. Suppose I spend a few moments worrying about the plane trip I have to do next week. Well, I write down my concerns and program them into the anti-worry computer terminal. And the computer tells me how the flight will go. If you tell me that the plane will crash, I can change plans to avoid that flight. But why doesn't everyone use the anti-occupation computer? If they did, they would never have anything to worry about. Naturally, almost everyone uses it, but that doesn't eliminate the need to worry. How is that? Explain it to me, please, I begged him. I just told you. To get the information you need to worry first. On Uranus, we all have an absolute need to worry in order to avoid misfortunes. Isn't that the case on Earth? Not exactly, I replied. You told me that almost everyone on Earth cares, right? Yes, that's right, but worry never helps anyone to see the future there. This is completely impossible in our reality, I replied. And then why do they worry? He asked again in that puzzled tone that was already too familiar to me. Perhaps it would be better to wait for you to visit Earth. I would evade again to avoid making a fool of myself by giving him the only answer that came to mind over and over again, I don't know. So worry is very useful on Uranus. I commented. Whoa. Well, now tell me about those triggers you mentioned yesterday in relation to guilt. I hope to find in that explanation something that would be useful to me in my relationship with my family, almost all of whose members were true machines for manufacturing guilt, either when attributing it to others or assuming it fervently. As usual, EYKIS began by asking me if there was guilt on Earth. Yes, in industrial quantities, I replied. I assured him that few people on Earth escaped the grip of guilt, and explained that it had all the nuances, from feeling like a monster for having disappointed the family, to being considered despicable for having passed through a revolving door without push-it. Well, in Uranus guilt is also something very frequent, and without it I don't know how we could survive. It's a very useful and highly sought-after thing, EYKIS explained, jaw-dropping as I tried to imagine what he would say next about the virtues of guilt on Uranus. How can guilt be useful? I asked, wondering what I would get away with this time. Without guilt we could not rewind, and we would forever accept our actions as we did the first time. Rewind. I exclaimed. But what about rewind? I asked almost with a shout, attracting other people's attention. Don't tell me you don't know what rewinding is. I've seen you do it over and over on your tape recorder. When you want to go back to listen to something, you rewind. Yes, but that happens on a tape recorder. People cannot do the same with their lives. They can't do it exactly the way you do, because your rewind button forces you to replay the recording exactly as it was made the first time. But a rewind trigger is not a limited, one-dimensional device like your tape recorder. A rewind trigger gives you the ability to rewind your life when you feel bad about something, and thus you can correct your mistake. You mean that on Uranus you can rewind parts of your life and correct things at will? Yes, but we couldn't do it without the help of guilt. So guilt gives you that chance to rewind, and can you repeat the action in question? I asked, hardly believing what was coming from my lips. Of course, EYKIS replied, almost laughing at my disbelief. If an action could not be repeated, what use would it be to feel guilty for having carried it out? And how do you get one of those activators? There's no need to get it, as you say. All Uranites are given one on their 3rd birthday. I don't know how we could live without them. How do they work, exactly? I asked, somewhat annoyed by his calm, almost superior tone. If you've done something you don't like speaking rudely to your parents, you close your eyes and feel guilty for 45 seconds, and then... Wait a minute, I interrupted. What exactly does it mean to feel guilty? Well, having ideas of guilt. This is guilt, ideas that give rise to a certain feeling and action. What kind of thoughts, for example? Asked. Well, thoughts like, I shouldn't have said that, I feel very bad for having shown such a bad temper, I'm a bad person. And so on. And what happens next? I asked for. The trigger triggers the rewind button, and the person can return to the conversation in which they made the mistake with their parents. And you maintain that the person can return to have that conversation and change it? I asked again, almost shouting. If I didn't control myself, I ran the risk of my interview with EYKIS being interrupted by a waiter. Yes, that conversation can be changed. You talk to your parents as you think you should have, and so you solve the problem. And what good is guilt? I asked, to make sure I heard correctly. It's obvious, she replied. Without guilt the trigger does not work, and without it you cannot rewind. Therefore, we all need guilt to correct our actions. But what happens when you've done something very serious, like stealing or even physically hurting someone? I wanted to know. You do the same, EYKIS replied. The person uses their trigger, rewinds and repeats the action. Afterwards, he learns from what happened and programs himself so as not to repeat the mistake he made. But on Uranus people do not hurt each other in the sense of causing what you call physical harm. With the small exception of rewinding, our reality dictates that we live only in the present. And when people live fully in the present, they don't need to hurt others. There are times when we do or say things that we would like to correct, and that is why there is guilt and rewind. But seriously hurting others is not possible, as no one has absolutely anything to gain from it. We really only have the present moment, no more, no less. This is incredible. So on Uranus you need guilt to learn from the past. Well, of course. Do you not have the possibility of rewinding, as do your tape recorders? No, I answered very seriously. But you know guilt, she said emphatically. Yes, we know her, I replied even more seriously. And guilt is painful, like here on Uranus? EYKIS asked, apparently to make sure we were talking about the same thing. A lot, I replied. Earthlings are often obsessed with it. But if you can't rewind and correct what you've done, what's the use of feeling guilty? Well, perhaps guilt helps them remember that they have done wrong, and that memory helps them not to repeat the mistake, I replied weakly. But, she replied immediately, if guilt is painful to you and does not help you relieve the past, why don't you just learn from your mistakes, put the guilt aside and try to avoid those mistakes in the future? I ask. I don't know. I confessed. Doesn't guilt immobilize you? Yes. And no matter how guilty you feel, can you never rewind and correct mistakes? No, never. So it seems to me that it is one thing to do something that you regret and feel bad about it, and another, very different, to do something that you regret and feel guilty for a long time. The latter constitutes a double mistake. And it is also a lack of responsibility. It had never occurred to me that guilt could constitute a lack of responsibility, and I asked EYKIS. Why a lack of responsibility? Because if you adopt an emotional reaction that is painful and that is not going to cause the correction of the mistake made, that guilt immobilizes you and makes you feel bad for a long time. I see in that a lack of responsibility. But isn't your fault also a lack of responsibility? Asked Dash. Don't you feel bad when you make a mistake, and isn't that what you call guilt? Yes, but on Uranus guilt is necessary to correct what has been done, and that is why it is a most responsible attitude. On Earth, as I gather from what you have told me, you cannot repeat the past, so I think what you should do is learn from your mistakes, not repeat them in the future, and sensibly reject painful guilt. But I also have a hard time imagining a world without guilt. Although it may be painful for a few moments, its usefulness is enormous. Nobody on Uranus would want to do without their rewind trigger, I assure you. I was impressed. As with their anti-worry, EYKIS had gotten an eloquent defense of guilt because it was functional. I was beginning to understand what he meant when he claimed that Uranus culture was based on reality. When an emotion served no purpose, they simply did not feel it. By that Uranid logic, the feelings of guilt, the defense of which I had heard all my life, were totally meaningless. I mentioned to EYKIS several conversations that I had overheard on Uranus, in which people were saying the same nonsense that I had heard so many times on Earth. I showed him a list of phrases, including the following. You shouldn't have done it like that. If you had listened to me, you wouldn't have that problem now. You shouldn't have done that without consulting me. When I pointed out the absurdity of those phrases, she seemed surprised that I had noticed them. The you should have, the you shouldn't have, and the you could are very valuable aids, he explained. They incite people to feel guilty and then to rewind. In what way? I asked for. By saying you should, it is clear that one person is telling another that they have not done a thing as well as possible. Then the listener can decide to feel guilty and repeat the action, rewinding, with which he will feel more satisfied with himself and his behavior will be more positive. But what if a person thinks they did well and doesn't agree with the you should have? I asked for. Well, he just ignores the you should have. The purpose of the you should is to give the possibility of repeating the action. If people were unable to rewind, it wouldn't make sense to tell anyone you should. But, EYKIS, I protested, what if you really dislike what someone else has done and think that person would have been better off if they had done the thing according to our criteria? How to communicate to another the need to improve? You mean in case the person can't rewind and repeat the action? I ask. Yes, yes, I replied, having already forgotten about the happy Uranid rewind. The answer is so simple it almost struck. It would be recommended to the person not to repeat this negative behavior in the future. In no way would you say you should, for that would be useless. But I can hardly imagine a life without the possibility of rewinding. What do you do with criminals if you are not blame supporters? I asked for. I did not say that we are not partisans of guilt. It is you who, apparently, do not get any benefit from it. Guilt is a very useful thing on Uranus, and we have no criminals. Anyone who behaves contrary to the law is required to take responsibility for their act. Guilt helps you do it. It makes you think about what you have done and leads you to rewind and correct your wrongdoing. and whoever refuses to do that must also take responsibility. What happens when a criminal refuses to rewind? I asked for. It's very simple, EYKIS said. Whoever has stolen something must return it and pay compensation. Those who refuse to do so are imprisoned, and are allowed to work in works of collective utility, such as roads, libraries, schools, and all kinds of public services. Those who refuse to do that work are isolated until they decide to be responsible. But our jails are practically empty, as rewinding through guilt eliminates the need for incarceration. It is very rare for a person to decide not to rewind and not repeat their conduct in a legal way, or not to take responsibility through the work I have referred to earlier. Because these two options are so reasonable, it is almost never necessary to impose isolation. And what happens in the case of serious crimes, bodily harm, or murder? I asked for. Those concepts of harm and murder do not exist here, since we are based strictly on reality. On Uranus, no one would even think of harming others, because that would be of absolutely no use to them. We intuitively know that everyone has the right to be whatever they want to be. Therefore, no one would think of changing the way of life of others. I suppose by damage and murder you understand the possibility of changing others. We are incapable of that, it is simply not in our reality to think or act that way. But don't you think that a person capable of doing this, and there are many on earth who are capable and who do, should be forced to feel guilty? I asked for. If guilt couldn't make them rewind, I don't think so, he answered immediately. But shouldn't such people be forced to repent and correct their behavior? Now you speak as if you lived here on Uranus. Repentance is internal and voluntary, and behavior is external. It is possible to change the way a person acts in the future. But why should that be related to guilt? Can't a person learn, repent, and mature, or even be imprisoned and isolated, without needing to feel guilty? I ask. I'm not sure, I replied. Well, I can assure you that if guilt didn't lead to rewinding, here on Uranus it wouldn't exist. Even if crimes and violence occurred in our society, guilt would not help to rehabilitate anyone, most likely it stimulated the repetition of criminal acts. As I have said before, either you rewind and correct your performance while learning from it, or you suffer the punishment of society. Guilt is useless to correct anything if you do not have the ability to rewind. If everyone is always grounded in reality and can rewind their lives to eliminate mistakes, why do I see signs of the same social problems we have on Earth on Uranus? What about your prisons and your abortion clinics? Asked. These words you use may be valid for Earth, but what you have seen here are houses of correction and women's centers. On Earth perhaps, those names of ours would be just euphemisms for harsher words, but on Uranus they are completely literal definitions. Sometimes people commit acts that cannot be accepted by society. On Earth these acts would correspond to what you call hurting someone. Due to dependency diode disturbances, or other explainable abnormalities, a person may refuse to rewind. In such a case, she needs to be counseled, so that she can see why her performance was wrong. A correction house is a rewind counseling service, a place where you live. It is not like a prison but like a home. Its purpose is to correct thinking errors. In reality, people are not bad, it just happens that she is wrong. Women's centers deal with all aspects of female life. They teach about physical well-being, sexual education, general health problems, gynecological needs, fertility and pregnancy, and child care. The interests of women of any age are catered for, be it their body, mind, or spirit. With rewinding, we don't need abortion, but there are classes and counselors to help women think through what they are doing so they don't have to rewind over and over again. And, I must add with satisfaction, there is no social stigma on who decides to have a child, whatever the circumstances. And neither does the child suffer any discrimination. Explain to me now why the newscast I saw when I got to Uranus included some news about drug centers. Why do places like this exist in your civilization? You have taken the words at face value again. Chemicals that are not part of the food can only be obtained through a drug center, or drug administration center. Doctors and cough pharmacologists are very vigilant about what medicines they prescribe, and vitamins and other aids for people who follow holistic, i.e., comprehensive or totalizing, health programs to achieve a maximum degree of vitality and well-being. This was fine with me, and I didn't want to waste time making her defend her reality. But there was something else that worried me about that newscast. What valid reason could justify that great luxury of weapons? I saw footage from movies about military academies showing boys and girls in uniform training. And why those aircraft carriers and submarines, in addition to the large deployment of troops that fired artillery weapons, if the concept of damage does not exist in your world? I was proud of my keen observations and was almost certain that I had found a contradiction in EYKIS's impeccable explanations of the behavior of the Uranites. Oh, how deceptive appearances are. I'm happy to tell you that your description of what you saw is completely wrong. With the help of science, we have mastered the instinct of defending the territory and the aggressive protection of the species, as well as the need to fight in test of our strength and as a means of selecting our leaders. The use of force may have been necessary in the past, for the survival of the fittest, but in a rational age we know that this is not the way we want our society to function. And to give the animal that we all carry within the possibility of expressing itself without hurting others, we play war, we celebrate war games that constitute the Uranite Olympics. The military academies you thought you saw do not train soldiers, but athletes. Aircraft carriers do carry airplanes, but that's to save fuel when it comes to bringing airplanes to competitions. And some of those devices are only good for very short flights, in no way could they cross the ocean. The submarines participate in competitions on the bottom of the sea, but the crews are actually trained to work in the future on ocean farms where the submarines guard the schools of tuna in the same way that the cowboys guard the cattle. And ocean crops are tended and harvested by submarines. The Olympics are a great way to train all of these personnel. As for the artillery troops, you saw them firing at targets, not at people. They take turns covering the same territory so that the scores can be given fairly. Heavy artillery, pointing into the air, fires fireworks. These are rated according to their originality, variety of colors and shapes, theme, combined image and sound effects, and so on. The final championships are always held at night. What you saw must have been part of a documentary about internships. What are you laughing at? I'm trying to imagine what would happen at our next summit conference if we propose to eliminate all nuclear weapons and replace them with a fireworks display. EYKIS's thinking was always impeccably sensible. Worry and guilt existed on Uranus only because they were useful. The inhabitants of that planet did not hurt each other because it would have been useless. Anxiety attacked, hence the need for tranquilizers. We left the conversation about guilt and I questioned EYKIS about something he had repeatedly observed on Uranus. People talking about their phobias. Yes, I think we suffer from phobias. They are a big problem, but we have learned to cope with them. They are part of our reality, you understand me? He declared gracefully, with a very slight smug smile. I heard a woman on the bus say to her friend, I am horrified by elevators, I feel like never going up to any of them again. Explain to me how it is possible that a person based on reality, to use your own words, can say something so unreal. It is clear that elevators do not scare people. Have you ever been on a Uranian elevator scare program? She replied very seriously. Programmed to scare. But why? To what end? Here on Uranus, elevators are built with loudspeakers inside. When the program is scare, and that can happen without warning, the loudspeaker emits a terrible, high-pitched, squeaky screech. It's something that makes your hair stand on end. And why don't you eliminate those noises and thus get rid of that phobia? Because scary elevators are the antidote to that stupid background music. Elevators are built that way, most people learn to adapt to them and they don't have such a bad time. But some people find elevators truly scary. Do Earthlings feel phobias like the fear of elevators? Yes, of course, but it's not the elevators themselves that scare people. It's the attitude that some people have towards small, enclosed spaces, I replied, knowing what she was going to ask me next, and that this time I wouldn't find a sensible answer either. So that's why you've been surprised when our people say, I'm scared of elevators. You've never heard it put that way, have you? Yes, friend EYKIS. Thousands of times. But you just said that on Earth elevators are not programmed to scare anyone, and if so, why accuse an elevator of a person's fear of confined spaces? She asked, completely taken aback, surprised. I decided to ask him about other phobias, since he had nothing to say, to clarify my words, apart from the formula that he had already pronounced too many times, you will understand when we go to Earth. Let's leave the elevators for now, I suggested. Do the people of Uranus suffer from acrophobia? Of course, EYKIS replied. Heights. They scare a lot of people here. It is a very serious and very common phobia. How can heights scare anyone? I asked for. Heights don't want people to explore them. It's just like that, and everyone on Uranus knows it. But how can a height want anything? A height is nothing more than a high place, I insisted. Not on Uranus, she replied briskly, and you wouldn't say that if you had ever gotten too close to the top of a mountain or the edge of a cliff. Are those places equipped with scare programs, like your elevators? I asked, feeling stupid for even asking such a question. No, it's not that there are scare programs, but that all the tops of our mountains and our cliffs are on hinges, she explained. That? I exclaimed, not believing what I had heard. Well, you won't tell me that there are no hinges on Earth. Of course there are hinges, but mountains and cliffs don't have them. But if they are not hinged, how can the summits tip over? I ask. And why the hell should a mountain top tip over? I exclaimed, almost losing patience at the absurd turn the conversation was taking. Didn't you tell me you've heard various people talk about their fear of heights? That's how it is. I had heard it many times, and even wrote it down to ask EYKIS about it. And how do you think anyone could talk like that if the summits and the edges of the precipices weren't on hinges? When people get too close to them, their weight can activate the avalanche control system and cause the summits to rotate on hinges and tip over. That is why heights scare people. Why else could they do it? Has that ever happened to you? I asked. No, never, he answered vehemently. Heights have never scared me. And you? Well, we certainly don't have hinges on our mountain tops or on our cliffs. Then I suppose you've never heard any Earthling say I'm afraid of heights, he pointed out. Ah, well, yes, the truth is that I have heard it many times. But let's save that for another time. I'm sure it would create a lot of confusion for you if I tried to explain it to you. All those strange conversations made me smile inwardly, thinking about what his visit to Earth was going to be like for EYKIS. The things she understood were so incredibly sensible. She knew nothing but her own reality, and I was beginning to see that, in many respects, that reality was light years from Earth's. On Earth I was considered a highly evolved person, free from mental barriers. But there, on Uranus, I was sure that EYKIS was beginning to think differently about me. I decided to continue our conversation, to learn that night as much as I could. EYKIS had told me that this would be his last chance to speak to me at length, as he had a lot of backlog. He also announced that he was making arrangements to accompany me to Earth, spend a fortnight there and observe everything on his own. Everything I had explained to him about anxiety attacks without anxiety attacking, about elevator phobias, although the elevators weren't programmed to scare people, and about other mysterious phenomena, it had piqued her curiosity about my home planet. He was very interested in visiting him personally. Won't your family put up obstacles? Asked. No, I will not allow them to be upset, he declared innocently. But how can you or not allow another person to be upset? I'll hide your disgust mirrors and disconnect the anger terminals from your portable units, he said, and it was my turn to open my mouth again in amazement. Very good, I give up. What is a disgusting? I asked, smiling. Are you trying to tell me that people on Earth can't dislike each other? Sure they can, and they do it constantly, but what does that have to do with a disgusting? I asked for. You baffle me again. But I won't ask you to explain it to me until I see your people with my own eyes. I cannot imagine that no one can upset another without resorting to a disliker. But, answering your question, a disgusting device is a very light portable device that you wear on your belt, or in your purse. It exists in many different models, depending on what one wants to spend. The current Disgust has 3 buttons programmed for the main members of the user's family. One button is for siblings, another for parents, and another for grandparents or anyone else living in the same household. There are also more expensive varieties of upset that include in-laws, co-workers, and even strangers. But how do they work? I wanted to know. They act by invisible lasers. For example, if you want to upset your sister, direct the device towards her and bang. He presses the brother's button and then, usually, she exclaims in a lamenting tone, "Mom, my brother has given me a dislike." Do you get it? Of course I understand. I exclaimed. It is fantastic. Do you mean that on Uranus one cannot upset another person without using a dislike? How would that be possible? He replied briskly. How could you give someone a dislike without a dislike? I did not want to go into Honduras. I declined to answer his question and put the topic on the "you'll understand when we go to Earth" list, a list that kept growing. But the truth is that I meditated intensely and for a long time that question of hers. I knew that EYKIS, already very puzzled by my inability to intelligently answer her questions, would not be satisfied with my reference to Earth. Perhaps his next visit would clarify things for him, but I was beginning to fear that this visit would only confirm the conclusions he was reaching about Earthlings. So your family can't be upset about your trip because you'll hide their disgusting ones. I repeated to be sure I had recorded it correctly. I'll hide them, or else I'll disconnect the wife/mother terminals. It would bother my family to go 2 weeks without their disgusts, so I'll just turn off the lasers that might affect me. Amazing, absolutely amazing. Was how much I managed to say. And those anger buttons you mentioned, do they work similarly? Almost exactly the same, he replied, only they are not portable. Anger is too serious an emotional response for people to carry anger provokers around, so the terminals are fixed at everyone's home. The state limits the sale of anger provokers because they can be dangerous. Although no one would be able to harm another person, by using a word of yours, a provoked fit of anger can lead to things like tantrums, yelling, destruction of objects, and so on. This is why we hardly ever use our anger provokers. But it is also true that you can anger another by pressing certain button combinations. So you plan to make sure your family doesn't get upset with you by tampering with their buttons, so to speak. I am simply going to inform you that I do not want you to displease me. I do not want to be angered, or I do not want them. Later I will explain what I have done, and no one will be offended. Can you think of a better way to save the situation? She asked very seriously. No, none, I answered without hesitation. It is truly a fantastic method. I'd like to take some of those gadgets back to Earth. You mean you don't have disgusting and anger provokers there? I wonder. Exactly, EYKIS. So no one on Earth can upset or anger others. Is that? She asked, almost hopeful. No, my friend, I replied. I know. I'll understand when I get there. I feared that EYKIS expected to know on Earth some kind of strange technology that would explain the thought and behavior of its inhabitants. In that case, a good surprise awaited him. It occurred to me then that, without their mechanical instruments, the people of Uranus would never suffer the pain of anger or offense. And I wondered why they would want to introduce such destructive emotions into society. I asked EYKIS. A long time ago, she explained, we discovered that without a certain range of emotions we had no stimulus for creativity. Life was too boring. The technology one have told you about was as admirable and advanced as that of the automobile, for example. But, as with the automobile, it became excessive. The automobile industry tends to produce bigger, faster, more complicated models every year. This is what happened with the dislikers and the anger provokers. The competition and the eagerness to consume were what dictated its sale, more than the real needs. Now the production of these devices is regulated by the state, as is the production of cars and other things. Furthermore, our scientists look for alternative methods, in the same way that they study mass transport, but the use of these two devices is deeply ingrained in society and will not change unless the clear superiority of another system is demonstrated. Don't your family members need you to some extent? Won't they miss you when you're on Earth? I asked, stepping away from the subject of disgusting and anger-provoking. Dependence is very important for young children. He asked me, how would they survive without her? I'm not talking about young children, but about young people who can think on their own and survive without their parents, such as teenagers. I am also referring to adults who create mutual dependence within their family. What about that? I understand now. Well, in almost all cases, we disconnect the dependency diodes of our children when they reach, more or less, 11 years, and then the dependency, the absolutely reliance on another person, is impossible. But I must admit that some Uranites need to depend beyond 11 years, often in full adulthood and, in some cases, for life. It seemed to me that I had finally found something that I understood. That dependency was very familiar to me, very typical of the Earth, and I did not want to let it pass. And why would anyone want to continue depending on others once they are able to think, feel, and live independently? I asked him, almost like a prosecutor who had just caught a witness in a contradiction. Haven't you heard of the defects that can occur in dependency diodes? He asked in a tone of disdain for my accusing attitude. Dependence is like a disease. We don't get mad at people because they get sick. If someone has bad dependency diodes, it is not their fault. The person to whom this happens remains dependent for a time. Instead of always thinking for herself, she often wants others to think for her. He blames his problems on his parents, and he's right. Only parents rule dependency diodes, and a wrong parent can create lasting dependency for a child. Luckily all the dependency diodes work fine in my family. We are all capable of thinking for ourselves, we never blame ourselves for our problems, we love each other very much and we share countless things. Fortunately, all my dependency diodes were properly disconnected. Except for my husband's jealousy jam, which he hardly ever uses, I have a wonderful family of interdependent and independent people. Nobody wants to leave the march of their life in the hands of another person, because that would eliminate what in Uranus we value most, freedom. But we have to give thanks to the smart parents who disconnect our diodes properly. I assure you that I have seen families in which everyone is dependent and obsessed with fidelity to the group, instead of worrying about being individuals within that group. That can be a real nightmare. But everything is in the hands of those who manipulate the diodes. He stopped and looked at me. I knew what was coming. You look puzzled again, EYKIS observed. Tell me, how could there be any dependencies working the diodes correctly? Won't you tell me that? You guessed it, I murmured. That there are no dependency diodes on Earth. You said it. And do you have dependencies in people over 11 years old? Yes, indeed. But before you say more, let me ask you another question, I begged him. Agree. Go ahead with her. What about that jealousy jam? What do you think I think of that? I'd swear you've never heard of jealousy jam, and you're still jealous on Earth. And then you will tell me that I won't understand it until I see it on Earth, when we go there next week. I'm wrong? No. And I'll even try to explain that jealousy jam I've never heard of, I declared. When your husband wants to be jealous, he puts that jam on toast and eats it, and then he is jealous. It is not like this? Almost, she replied, holding back her laughter so as not to offend me. Only you don't eat the jealousy jam, you simply rub a small amount of it on your fingers. And, furthermore, it does not serve to make yourself jealous, but to make another person jealous. For example, my husband rubs some jam on my fingers and then says, "You're making me jealous." The cause of neurotic behavior is always in the other person, you know? The jam he rubs on my fingers makes him jealous and the jam he applies makes me jealous. Do you get it? But why do you want to be jealous? EYKIS looked down for the first time and blushed. It's the best aphrodisiac, she answered sincerely and confused, trying to temper her voice. We like to convince each other that there is really no reason to be jealous. That's a jam I'd like to try, I exclaimed laughing. She smiled back and calmed down. I'm sure you'd like it, she said. And he looked into my eyes again as he had always done. This time I was the one who blushed. You know, I said, what scares me is to think that we are beginning to understand each other. She smiled and asked me if I knew enough already and if we could start preparations for our trip to Earth. I was delighted that, after talking for so many hours, we had finally understood something of our respective societies. No, I said, let me ask you a few more questions. I think I know how your society differs from ours, but I would like to see for myself. Okay, he answered complacently. Me too. I'll save all my questions until we get to your planet. But, if I am to be totally honest with you, I must say that while I am very happy that you understand my reality, I am beyond confused about how yours works. I do not understand anything. Everything seems very strange to me. You have told me over and over that you have the same emotional reactions as us, but I still don't understand how or why. Well, I'll have patience. There must be some logical explanation that for now escapes me. EYKIS was completely wrong about the logical explanation. But at that moment I did not want to say or do anything that might discourage her or increase her confusion. We spent an hour more talking about almost every topic on my list. In the meantime, I had already learned to contain my surprise at what appeared to be completely nonsensical claims. I had finally stopped looking at EYKIS from my own reality, and accepted her as she presented herself to me. He had learned to stop judging her and to see that she was incapable of tampering with the truth. EYKIS was the personification of the human being open to everything, a being who lives at ease with the reality of his society and who wishes to grow with each new experience. I had read a lot about people who, lacking mental barriers, firmly stick to their reality. Such people seemed to me to be superior human beings capable of transcending themselves and their little concerns and of giving a clear meaning to their lives. They were people who lived in reality, who never forgot the fundamental truth of what exists. But the truths of EYKIS were completely new to me. I had forgotten that the reality of a person is precisely that, and that it is not something to be laughed at, but something to be penetrated and accepted. However, it was indisputable that the reality that presented itself to me now was very peculiar. Gadgets and jams, lotions and diodes, reports on anxiety attacks, and more. But what the heck? Isn't the reality of a supposed schizophrenic equally incredible, strange, and unreal? And hadn't I learned long ago that putting myself in someone else's shoes was much more realistic than calling him a nut? EYKIS helped me to see myself objectively. It allowed me to notice my judgments and prejudices by showing me that she was incapable of harboring such judgments and prejudices. She would reveal her world to me, and I had wasted my time astonishing and incredulous. In the hours spent with her I had learned as much about myself as about Uranus. Above all, I had discovered that my disbelief towards the reality of EYKIS was due to a single fact. I tried to understand her based on who I was, and not based on what she was. I made a firm resolve to stop judging her like this. On Earth I had taken pride in never acting that way with anyone, and now, on Uranus, I was most ethnocentric with EYKIS. Consequently, when she said things that the day before would have surprised me very much, I reacted calmly. He was beginning to understand her reality, and that understanding came from listening to her, not having argued with her. When EYKIS told me about the impeachment points, calculated by the impeachment bankers, I understood what he was saying. The points of accusation were awarded by the indictment banks, which reported to the corresponding state division. According to that, taxes were paid. On Uranus, the accusation made sense. Also, the self-rejection lotion was now easy for me to understand. Some people even used it to stimulate self-awareness. The end result was a better understanding of himself, as self-loathing peeled off along with dead skin. Do not protest against this sensible reasoning by the fact that there was so much self-rejection in the tyrant. The lotion could cause these temporary problems, but its results were positive. As EYKIS had told me. How else can you explain why people reject themselves so much? He explained to me the importance of the fear of failure on Uranus. That fear worked in conjunction with the anti-occupation, and it served people to avoid failure through the fear that it inspired in them. How to discuss that? The second simple fact that explained my disbelief at the reality of EYKIS was the extremely sensible nature of that reality. Although it seemed the same as Earth, something was missing on that planet. It seemed to me that the missing link, so to speak, was precisely what gave my planet its distinctive, and unfortunate, character and history. Everything seemed to offer such a sensible explanation. On Uranus, people had reasons to be neurotic. These reasons had to do with his reality. By contrast, I couldn't think of any reality-based reason for any neurotic or even unhappy Earthman. And I was haunted by EYKIS's disbelief at my inability to give a sensible answer. She couldn't understand an unreal or unwise explanation, he was simply incapable of it. But she was always friendly and willing to understand everything in the future. It was when he told me about love and sexuality that he really touched me. Such a simple definition, such an easy concept. As I listened to what he told me about love, I thought that I had never experienced a joy like that, nor had I ever met anyone who had felt it. At least not on Earth. And what alarmed me most was the doubt that it was possible to experience it in my reality, unless EYKIS taught me how. But that was an absurd idea. I wouldn't even want to risk my dependency diode turning out to be faulty, or her using the jealousy jam on me. Or did she? Second part. The Earth. 4. First observations. As EYKIS and I had agreed before leaving Uranus, she was going to spend 10 days traveling around our planet. I would travel alone and incognito. There would be no publicity around his arrival, it would be kept secret, just as my visit to Uranus had been. EYKIS wanted to see everything with her own eyes, without my help. He was very insistent on being free to observe and interact with people without anyone knowing who he was, and free to investigate and ask questions. He assured me that he would be able to see it all in 10 days, since he had no more time. He agreed to record his observations on a tape recorder and to write down any questions he wanted to ask me. As soon as it arrived, EYKIS used the Uranite formulas to perform the most astonishing disappearance I had ever witnessed. We had agreed on a time and place where we would meet in 10 days, and I knew he would keep his word. EYKIS could not have acted otherwise. Keeping his word was part of his reality. My first impulse was to worry about her. I smiled inwardly as I remembered her description of anti-occupation, and wished my friend had had access to one of those computers she had described to me on Uranus. I would have liked to look into the future to make sure there was no danger threatening him. But I remembered her words about worrying. Why do you waste precious moments in your life worrying about things you can't fix? It seems absurd to me. So I suspended all worrying ideas and decided to take advantage of the next 10 days. I went through and arranged the tapes I had recorded and the large number of notes accumulated. EYKIS had told me about a lot of things. I was overwhelmed by the prospect of writing it all down in one coherent report. He had reflected on the importance of his messages. It would be wonderful to find a way to introduce this extraordinary way of thinking and feeling to Earth. He imagined a world in which people used their minds to reject the absurd and unnecessary destructive thoughts that spoil so many lives. I also imagined the possibility of importing some of those interesting devices that EYKIS had described and shown me. But we would find enough skepticism without the need for the gadgets. I thought again in terms of comparison. It was difficult for me to see this planet as it was. He still felt the desire to argue, to prove that its inhabitants were wrong and we were not. Not once had I heard EYKIS imply that we were inferior. He certainly found us disconcerting, but he never went beyond that in his claims. I wanted intensely to take advantage of this new knowledge, to use it to help my fellow men escape the collective obsession of taking drugs to remedy their problems, or of seeking answers in therapy or in some absurd meeting group, or in gurus of any kind. I knew that EYKIS knew secrets that could be useful to me and my fellow men, but I did not see how to come into possession of them, how to get EYKIS to share them with us. This woman had a singular sense that, properly used, could transform our world. I thought of her constantly, wondering how her journey through our vast planet would go. I knew that she would not feel strange in our physical world, having spent her entire life on a twin planet of ours. But the surprises that awaited him, even though I had spent several days preparing it, would undoubtedly be monumental. "You are wrong," he exclaimed, storming into my hotel room on the appointed date. Hadn't I just remembered that she had never claimed that we were wrong? I had a good surprise. EYKIS paced the room, almost beside himself. "What's the matter? Who is wrong?" I exclaimed, not even managing to greet her. "I have discovered the reason for the great unhappiness that reigns here on Earth," she explained, waving her arms as she paced the room. "I have talked to many people, but above all I have observed them. I've listened to people from all over your world, in Asia, Europe, Africa, North and South America, and even in the Caribbean and South Pacific Islands," he said, pausing to breathe. "We both know the concept of neurosis. We suffer it on Uranus, and you suffer it here in the same proportions. You live in great unhappiness, and your people rarely speak or act as if they were fulfilled. Everything is born from a basic defect. The problem is not that you are unhappy or even that you are not fulfilled, the problem is that almost all of you are wrong." He had calmed down, but his excitement at his alarming discovery did not lessen his ardor for what he was saying. "If you want to teach your people to be happy and fulfilled, you have to teach them to think correctly," he declared. "What do you mean by thinking correctly?" "Look," he said, "you saw anxiety, jealousy, phobias, fears, and self-rejection in Uranus. You saw people turning their disgusts to others and making them nervous with barrels of confusion. You saw all this. That is simply our reality. We accept it and then we are ready to be happy and fulfill ourselves within it. If that reality can be changed, we strive to change it and we find meaning in doing so. But I have just seen many people on Earth who think, feel, and behave in disagreement with reality. Almost all the people I have seen thought and acted as if they knew a different reality than what exists. But they always ended up being victims of the only reality that exists. These people are wrong, they are wrong, and I can't understand why they don't start to think, feel, and act correctly. So, Mr. Earthman, explain to me why so much mistake." He had never seen EYKIS in such a state. His confusion prevailed over his serenity. He was pounding the table with his fists, demanding answers. She wasn't angry, she wasn't even upset. He had used the word wrong several times, and I wanted to know more exactly what he meant by it. Even before he started his journey on Earth, I knew that EYKIS had some shocks awaiting him, but I did not imagine that his reaction would be so intense. "Let's back up a bit," I begged him. "What have you seen that has made you consider us so wrong?" In the first few days I was here, I discovered that there are many small but important physical differences between our two worlds. But this did not interest me much. I observed that your guns fired real ammunition, and that your prisons held people who could cause harm to others or to themselves. I noticed the bolts you have on your doors, and the pistols you keep at home. These things, and all the other strange manifestations of a violent world, were no surprise to me, for I know the ancient history of Uranus well. I considered these physical differences to be problems of evolution, and I thought that, through experience, you will come to discover that it is perfectly possible to eliminate these destructive elements from your world. Someday you will be able to use your prisons and submarines for positive ends, when, having verified the absurdity of competition, you move on to that more advanced form of coexistence called cooperation. That will come when you are ready for it, when you are unable to bear violence. What really surprised me was how wrong your thinking was. I will start by telling you about my first observation, which occurred last Monday morning, in line at a bank. I was just going to get some money, just as you suggested, and I overheard the conversation between the two women in front of me. In accordance with your request, I recorded it on the tape recorder. Hear the exact transcription. First woman: "My sister would not have due to move to Florida 20 years ago. If he had listened to me, he would not have married that brute, and now he would not have the problems that he has." Second woman: "Yes, he should have listened to you. But you know what happens to younger sisters, they have to rebel." First woman: "You shouldn't have left your family like that. If she had done what she had to do, she would not face a divorce now, and surely she would not be alone and laden with children, and I am sure that she would not need to go to the psychiatrist either." Second woman: "How are you doing with the psychiatrist?" First woman: "Well, she feels unhappy for ignoring me 20 years ago." Second woman: "Well, it stands to reason that feel bad having happened everything that has happened." First woman: "You are right. It is logical that now she is a wretch. It wouldn't be if he had listened to me growing up. I was 20 years old." "There you go," EYKIS said. "I didn't think about it too much at first, but within a few days of observing your planet, I realized that all that conversation was plain and simple a mistake. I have heard it about 50 times, and the only conclusion I can come to is that those two women, for whom that talk was perfectly normal and healthy, are wrong about the very nature of the reality in which they live." "Why are they wrong?" I asked for. "In the first place, you were right about the rewinding. Only tape recorders can be rewound here. Earthlings have no chance to correct their mistakes. I didn't say, I already warned you, although that was what I thought." Yet he understood her frustration at the inability to understand that first conversation heard on Earth. All these should have and shouldn't have are just plain mistakes. Tell me, if there is no possibility of rewinding and if there are no triggers to do it, what is achieved by thinking about what one should or should not do? He was silent for a moment, and then continued speaking without waiting for my answer. "You can't repeat things on this planet. That being the case, why should people say should have, shouldn't have, and such phrases? But EYKIS, keep in mind that these are only forms of expression. They don't mean what they seem," I said lamely. "But they are forms of expression derived from wrong thinking, from a thought that makes people unhappy." These two women, especially the first one, grew more and more enraged as they launched their should have. The little sermons that the people here use are based on fantasy. Can't you see? Yes, and it's something I'm not going to discuss. I agree that it is quite ridiculous when you look at it from your point of view, I agreed. But I don't look at it from my point of view, but from the point of view of those women. And I see that they are wrong about the reality in which they live. If I considered those phrases from my point of view, I could have taught them how to solve the sister problem and go back 20 years. But here that is not possible. Well, why do you care so much that they are wrong? I asked him, because the concern he showed was genuine, heartfelt. I am concerned because I see that when people do not have a correct idea of their reality, they are prisoners of shackles that they have forged themselves. As long as they are wrong, they cannot free themselves. Not that that particular conversation made those two women unhappy. It is that happiness is always impossible when reality itself is incorrectly seen. Go on, I said, sensing there was more. Don't you see it, my friend? He exclaimed, almost shaking me. That woman did not say, my sister made some decisions and now she has to accept the consequences, and perhaps she will have to change if those decisions she made no longer serve her. What he said was, he should have listened to me, and he shouldn't have left. Unless I am as wrong as most earthlings, it seems to me that what has already been done cannot be repeated on earth, and therefore the should have are meaningless. It's true, I admitted. Well, despite that, I have heard I don't know how many times conversations of the same style. One Friday afternoon I overheard a telephone company employee tell a client, a gentleman determined to have his phone fixed right away. He should have called on Wednesday. And the man accepted it. He walked away from the counter as if the clerk had said something logical, something correct. But they had both acted equally incorrectly. It made me want to whisper to the man, on earth, when it's Friday, nothing can be done on Wednesday. It is impossible. But I remembered your instructions and acted as a mere spectator. For the moment, I will be a mere spectator. I immediately wondered what he meant by for the moment, but ignored it. You're right, EYKIS, I said. You cannot do a thing on Wednesday when it is already Friday. But you can do that thing next Wednesday, and that's probably what the clerk meant. In an unpleasant way, of course. Do not you understand? The clerk had no interest in helping him fix the phone. What he did was lecture him and leave the problem unsolved, instead of looking for a solution. And worst of all, the man accepted it. He walked away from the counter, shaking his head and saying, I didn't know you were coming on Wednesday, it's my fault. There were two people talking and neither was aware of the realities of Earth. How can all the inhabitants of a planet do that without it disintegrating? But before she could answer him, she looked back at the transcript on the table. And another thing, he added. How can one say? Person, is it logical that she is unhappy, almost as if she were in favor of that woman's unhappiness, in favor of her limitations? I didn't know what to answer to that. EYKIS was upset by what she had heard. As he explained later, he suffered for all those earthlings who were needlessly miserable. In his extraordinary orientation towards reality, he could not understand why people thought, felt, and acted that way. He went so far as to declare that if it were in his power to get the earthlings to stop being wrong, only to stop being wrong, nothing more, the neurotics would end on this planet, because from what he had observed, there were no real reasons to be neurotic. EYKIS was the most idealizing realist I had ever met. He asked me for a simple explanation of the two phenomena I had observed in that conversation. First, he should have, when on Earth you couldn't rewind, and second, the right to be unhappy. Desisting from justifying those apparently harmless forms of expression, I recognized that they represented erroneous evaluations of our reality. But I still didn't understand why she attached such importance to them. After all, the people he observed were not terribly unhappy. They were normal and ordinary beings, applied to conversations that on Earth were the most common. When I said so, EYKIS looked at me sadly. But this is precisely what troubles me, my friend. Don't you realize how widespread error is in your world? If it is so evident in a conversation between two women in line at a bank, or between a telephone clerk and a user, it means that the whole planet is invaded by that way of thinking. It is the people on the street that I wanted to observe. They are the ones who allow us to get to know a people. If they are affected by that evil, it is very likely that the evil is even more widespread among the dominant groups of your world. If the people who run the fields of business, politics, and education suffer the same mistakes, and if they apply their wrong thinking to the performance of their duties, that wrong thinking will literally permeate all social groups. And it is clear that this has been the case, since the normal ladies queuing at the banks are so visibly affected. But don't you think you're drawing very serious conclusions from small talk? I asked hopefully. It's precisely the small talk, as you call it, the most revealing, she replied without blinking. But do not forget that I have spent 10 days carefully studying your planet and that I have only told you about my first observations. Here I have a suitcase full of tapes and notes. My conclusion that neurotics are people who are simply wrong is based on a large number of performances that I have observed on Earth. Before I offer you what I think will be good gifts for the inhabitants of this planet, I want you to see the rest of my notes, listen to the recordings and give me some answers that I may not know. I agreed. I was greatly interested in learning the results of your painstaking study of our world. She found EYKIS's appearance charming when she was puzzled and aroused at the same time. He was like a charged battery, and he expressed his energy in everything he said, even in the small quirks of his personality. His eyes twinkled every time he set out to show me new discovery. I loved the way he leapt to his feet in excitement, or hit the table with his fist to emphasize his manifestations. I also found her simple frankness seductive, her way of speaking, serious and clear. EYKIS never used the hint or the joke, you always knew what he wanted to say. I was there, sitting next to her, deep in thought about how lovely she was, no, how perfect she was, and yet I didn't even notice her outward appearance. Not at all crossed my mind the things to which one usually alludes when one says that a woman is charming. He only noticed the woman's personality, and not her physique. I remembered with interest something she had said earlier that I had almost overlooked, good gifts for the people of this planet. Although I considered her the best gift, I realized that EYKIS meant something else. And I also knew that he would share it with me when he was in a position to do so. At one point, EYKIS begged me to postpone our conversation until the next day. She had spent a week traveling and recording her observations and was exhausted. But I knew that he would not complain about that fatigue. Uranites don't complain about how tired they are going to rest, without further ado. In the reality of EYKIS, the complaint simply did not exist. When he got up to leave, after we had scheduled everything for the next day, he told me that his visit to Earth would soon come to an end, and that he wanted to have another interview with me, in which we would make preparations for his last days. Here. He asked me to think about how those days could best be used. When she was ajar the door, I gave her a very light kiss, on the lips. It was not a sensual impulse, without simply our first physical contact. I think I love you, EYKIS. I said awkwardly. Long ago he had learned to pronounce those words every time he felt love. And at that moment I felt it. EYKIS reacted with the most unique response I had ever heard. I know, and you can be sure I realize what it means now. We'll see you tomorrow at 9. We have a lot to learn from each other. Good night, as they say here, as if a night could really be good or a bad day. 5. EYKIS's final remarks. There was no doubt that we were getting closer to each other, despite my friend's efforts to accomplish her task in an objective, almost scientific manner. EYKIS continued to show clear signs of emotion, signs in which I wanted to read a deeper meaning than the one she gave them. Although perhaps that was nothing more than speculation on my part. The brief days spent in his company had been the most interesting of my entire life, hands down. I had spent weeks with so-called Hindu and Tibetan gurus, studied ancient Zen masters, and personally spoken with contemporaries. But the comparison was impossible. EYKIS was a unique character. The things he said to me were so alarmingly simple that they almost knocked me out before I could assimilate them. The only comparison that came close to his case had to do with very special moments that I had lived with very young children, still masters of their innocence. I have great respect for children. I have always felt very comfortable around those little characters who laugh, joke and put their emotions on the table, so that one can accept them, reject them, or act with them at will. Children always proceed with simple frankness, and EYKIS possessed all the qualities characteristic of children, as well as a deep understanding of how to think realistically and the ability to express that knowledge without nonsense. I constantly thought about the inner qualities of that woman, which were new to me. That is precisely what I was thinking about when she appeared, very animated, first thing in the morning, ready to begin our last day of shared observations. "We're going for a walk this morning," she announced with her distinctive spontaneity. "Okay, EYKIS. Whatever you say." We left immediately and crossed the city towards the docks. As we walked together, stopping at the odd picnic area, we became immersed in the experience we shared. Intimacy with her became easier for me, and from time to time I would hold her hand as we walked. She offered no resistance or seemed affected, at all, by my touch. He accepted it as my way of marching by his side, and he didn't make a problem of it. But I loved having her hand in mine. I felt that it brought us closer. I knew it didn't mean the same to EYKIS at all, but for the first time in my life, I didn't care about that. "Well, what confuses you the most about Earthlings?" asked. "Well, I already told you that, in my opinion, most of you misjudge your reality. This is a characteristic that seems to occur in almost all the attitudes that I have observed. And in what other way do you think that we are wrong in our assessment of reality?" I insisted, encouraging her to pursue the subject. "I'll talk to you more specifically than yesterday. As you know, on Uranus I give a report on anxiety on television, and I see in that work a public service, that is, an important work that helps people avoid anxiety." "I agree," I said immediately. "Well, in the diary that I keep since I arrived here on Earth, I have noted that more than 1,000 times, in these few days, I have heard complaints from people who said they were having an anxiety attack. But I have discovered that on Earth anxiety does not attack and, what is more, that anxiety does not even occur here as such. It just doesn't exist. And yet people act as if they exist." He paused to catch his breath and continued. "I can only deduce from that that everyone who thinks they have anxiety attacks is wrong. What I do not know, on the other hand, is why they want to be wrong. In almost all of your experiences, Earthlings have the possibility to choose. That is why I ask myself over and over again why these people always opt for error. Later, speaking with your medical associations and your doctors, I have found that tranquilizers and other drugs intended to calm anxiety are consumed in large quantities. And I say, why does that happen if there is no anxiety on your planet?" "EYKIS, wait a minute. How can you say that there is no anxiety on Earth? You just have to look at people. They worry about their relationships with others, about their performance at work, about the possibility of a war, about money, about the economy, about their health, and about many other things. On Earth there is a lot of anxiety." "Good," EYKIS said. "And where is that anxiety you speak of?" "Well, just because you can't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist," I stated lamely. "It's inside people." "That is precisely what I wanted to go to," she replied. "Here there is no anxiety in itself, as it does on Uranus. There are only individuals on Earth who think anxiously, and that is a very different reality." "In what way is it?" "Well, in every possible way. On Earth you dominate your thoughts, and anyone can decide for himself how he wants to think. That is your corner of freedom, so to speak. But instead of using that freedom to think in ways that benefit you, you make two capital mistakes. The first is that you choose to think anxiously, and the second is that you attribute the consequences to anxiety, rather than your own decisions. Consequently, your peers say things like, "I'm having an anxiety attack." Expressing yourself like this is simply wrong, not to mention the mental processes that such phrases hide. But is that so bad? I asked him seriously. It's disastrous. EYKIS exclaimed vehemently. When people blame a mythical anxiety attack for their distress, they then need a second myth to correct the timing. The second myth is that by taking an antidote, such as a tranquilizer, they will rid themselves of their imaginary anxiety. Okay, EYKIS, I replied, but what happens when a person does not say they have an anxiety attack, but simply feels it because of the way others treat them, or because they run into some obstacle on the way to his objectives? It is even more absurd for an earthling to experience that. On Earth, apart from how a person goes or, as you put it, how others treat them, that person has absolute power over what they decide to think. That is your reality. Therefore, when all seems lost or when you are disappointed in others, you can still choose whether or not to abandon yourself to anxious thoughts. If you choose them, you end up tense, hurt, scared, furious, or hypertensive, without more, all of which does not lead to happiness or personal fulfillment. On the other hand, if you decide against anxiety, you have an opportunity to correct or ignore external facts and, in addition, to realize yourself. Since neither option will change reality or the way others decide to act toward the person in question, why shouldn't that person make the choice that benefits him the most? If you put it that way, I can't answer you, except to say that most have gotten into the habit of choosing wrongly, in your words, because it's easier to blame others for your own anxiety than to accept responsibility for that anxiety and get rid of it. That is precisely my concern, EYKIS said. I have come to the conclusion that earthlings seek to shirk responsibility for their problems, including anxiety. That gives them an excuse to do what they would have to do to change. As long as they continue to believe that anxiety comes from outside and not from within, they will not be able to do anything to be happier, and since they also go around full of medications, that reduces their possibilities even more. So you see in that self-deception the cause of total unhappiness? Asked. Yes, absolutely, he replied. Not only does it prevent complete and boundless happiness, it can lead to more wrong and destructive decisions. But how can nothing be more destructive than the absence of happiness and the impossibility of changing such a situation? I asked. I've heard a number of people say that their anxiety attack had led to a nervous breakdown. Yes, it may be, I declared. But that can't happen on Earth, it's a pure illusion, he replied. You wouldn't talk like that if you'd seen those shattered minds in mental institutions, I assured him. But I have seen them. I have visited them and talked to their friends and relatives. You will have seen, then, that it is not an illusion. The results are not illusory, they are very real. But that does not change the fact that the reasoning that led these people to the sanitariums is an illusion. First of all, the nerves here do not cause the same depressions as on Uranus. I have seen reports of autopsies performed on people who have died from such behavior, and I have not found a single case of a nervous breakdown. On Earth the nerves fulfill their function, and you do not know what great luck you are, if you think about the true nervous depressions that occur on Uranus. Second, people who suffer from these delusional nervous depressions, which seem to be the end result of a series of non-existent anxiety attacks, do not really believe they have chosen their condition. You literally think that their misfortune has been caused by some other person or people, and what is even more puzzling, these other people too believe they are responsible for the anxious thinking of their friends and family. They constantly feel guilty, without having a rewind trigger, a device that does not exist on Earth. Such people are prone to illusory anxiety attacks themselves, sometimes leading to their own imaginary nervous depressions. It is a vicious cycle that is born from a cause, wrong thinking. It is totally incorrect for you earthlings to talk about anxiety attacks, about things that make you nervous, or for you to say, I have a nervous breakdown. Have I spoken clearly enough? Yes, I admitted. For the first time I realized the frustration EYKIS must have felt at these wrong-thinking earthlings, who could have it all in terms of happiness and personal fulfillment. She knew that our reality, unlike hers, gave us the freedom to be whatever we wanted. He could almost hear her thinking, if on Uranus there were no anxiety attacks, upsetting, and all the other things that are an integral part of our reality, there would be no barriers to our potential happiness. Earthlings in reality have no reason to be unhappy, despite which almost everyone chooses unhappiness and accuses some other person or an external cause of it. But he didn't say anything. Instead, and almost as if he realized he was reading his mind, he completely changed his tack. Speaking of accusing, he said, that seems to happen a lot here, and I haven't heard of impeachment points or impeachment bankers yet. I then remembered our conversation on Uranus, in which EYKIS explained to me what the impeachment points were, audited by the elected impeachment delegates. On Uranus, each individual received a certain number of points of accusation that were recorded in an accusation account, in the bank of accusations. Thus, when someone accused another of his problems, or attributed responsibility for his lot in life to external causes, it was because he reacted to his reality in the only way he could, that is, realistically. On Uranus, people only indulged in prosecution because they had a quota of prosecution points, and for no other reason. When I asked EYKIS why the Uranites practiced something so neurotic, she gave me an explanation that I did not understand then, but now I could see with crystal clarity. Do you ever wonder why you need fresh water to drink when 75% of the Earth's surface contains salt water? Wouldn't it be much more logical for you to drink the latter? Why isn't your planet like this? He asked rhetorically, and went on to answer his own question. You need fresh water due to your physical evolution, your reality is like that. We have points of accusation, disgusting, and a series of things that you find incomprehensible due to our social evolution. You're right, EYKIS, I said, pulling away from my mental excursion to Uranus. Accusation is a very common practice in our world. But it's an illusion, she replied. Accusing is always a mistake against reality, and here it is the most frequent. I tried to explain it to him. You must think, EYKIS, that accusing others is actually a very functional thing. It allows us to discharge the blame on causes outside ourselves and save ourselves from taking risks. It helps us explain why we have not realized ourselves and limits our possibilities for change. It is something very functional, although of course it is neurotic. I felt satisfied with myself, he had just given a good explanation. Of course it is functional, EYKIS said, but it would also be functional if you drank seawater, given the large amount of it that exists. And why don't you do it? Because we would die, I replied. Seawater is not good for drinking, it is toxic. You said it yourself. The accusation, and the anxiety that results from it, is as toxic to the psyche as brackish water is to the body. People don't drink it because their reality doesn't allow it. But when that very reality screams at them not to surrender to the accusation, they ignore it and absorb the poison, and then they accuse the poison and not themselves of the sad consequences. It is something like accusing the mirror of what it reflects. What kind of accusations have you observed? You. I asked for. He took a deep breath, as if he were going to say many things at once. Well, it's an international hobby, he stated. One day I heard a man being asked, "Why are you so depressed today?" And he replied, "The stock market situation has depressed me. How can I be good when my stocks are bad?" And now I ask you, how can the stock market govern a person's emotions? I went to find out and discovered that the bag has nothing to do with people's emotional situation. Despite which I have heard many people put their unhappiness on the stock market. I held back my laughter at the absurd image that appeared in my mind, the bag materially distributing depression. EYKIS continued. I heard a doctor say to an obese lady, "Who is responsible for your excess weight?" She replied in all seriousness, "Sarah Lee." I found out who the Sarah was, and discovered that it was simply the name of a bakery. Imagine, a woman convinced that a baker has made her fat. Yes, people choose to be fat through various self-destructive decisions, and then blame others. But that's so general that I don't understand how you can't see the insanity that that way of thinking implies. Do you have anything else to say on the subject of the prosecution? Asked. That subject of the prosecution seems very extensive to me, she replied. It all seems to come down to who accuses others and who accepts responsibility for himself. And it is clear that there are very few who accept responsibility for themselves and their lives, EYKIS concluded with a shy smile, as if to excuse himself from his sincerity. But have you found people who think based on reality? I asked hopefully. Very few. And the ones I studied tended, almost all, to accuse, and only from time to time did they face reality. Can you give me an example? Yes. I found a man who seemed to be grounded in reality. He did not accuse others, and lived happily and fulfilled, physically and mentally. But when he got into a fuss in a restaurant and lost his patience due to the slowness of the service, he would explain his temper with one of the strangest comments I've ever heard here on earth. What did he say? I asked him, not imagining what it was about. When his friends asked him, "Come on, calm down, you've come here to have a good time," he replied with all seriousness, "What do you want me to do? I'm Italian. I've always been like this. You will tell me what relationship being Italian has with the purpose of being intemperate." I found out what it really means to be Italian, and it has nothing to do with what he says. Italian means from Italy, a country in southern Europe. No more no less. However, he uses that fact as justification. You're right, EYKIS, I said with a smile. People often attribute the quirks of their personality to their cultural heritage. It's easier than taking responsibility for those oddities. Although I had never thought about it until now, I confessed, the truth is that the people here choose their personality. On Uranus, people don't have that freedom. They are assigned the type of personality that will characterize them. Instead, each individual can decide what they would like to be. At least that is what I have observed. But people act like they don't have a choice in that regard. EYKIS was speaking quickly again, which he did when he wanted to make a point. And continued. I've heard people blame their parents, their social class, their race, their childhood, and other factors. But, according to my research, it seems that, from a very young age, all Earthlings have the possibility to use their corner of freedom, that is, to choose their thoughts. But EYKIS, you will not think that the children of Earth choose their personality. Don't you think that it is actually parents who shape and mold their children, and that they are actually partially responsible for what their children are when they grow up? I must admit that my observations are limited, as I have only studied your planet for less than 10 days. However, I do not agree with you. Why? I asked, listening carefully. I have observed families large and small in which, for example, an alcoholic father mistreats all of his children. Some of them took him seriously and lived in fear, others ignored him, and others accused him of his own shyness. I believe that if that father really formed their personalities, all children would become what he wants them to be. But each child is different. Each child reacts differently. Already as children they choose their way of thinking. But that is not the tragedy. The problem surfaces when children grow up and look back to their childhood for explanations, i.e., accusations, for their lack of fulfillment or happiness in adulthood, instead of saying, As a child I chose to react this way or that way, and maybe then I couldn't do anything better, but now I can, and, if I don't like something about myself, I can't accuse my father, because doing so would be like saying no, I can improve unless he changes. On earth, what the father did is past water, as far as I know, and therefore accusing him is another incorrect thinking. Even then the father did nothing to the child, the boy chose his reactions. And if the son persists in believing that the father harmed him, he will only remain unhappy. But wouldn't it help that son change his understanding of what his father did more quickly? Yes, of course, but what matters is not the understanding of what the father did, but the understanding of what the son in question did. That's the important thing. Saying my father's alcoholism made me the way I am now is not understanding, it is an excuse, and also an incorrect excuse. So what would be a correct understanding? Very simple, EYKIS replied. My childhood reactions to my father helped create what I am today. It wasn't his fault, he only did what he was capable of. No one can be asked to do more than they are capable of. If my problem is shyness and I don't like myself as I am now, I will stop being shy by practicing new non-shy attitudes. On Uranus, with the rewind, we could fix that quickly. Once again, my friend was rolling the accusatory reasoning. His sensible logic prevented him from making excuses. Here, on a planet where free will and individual choice are the only reality, EYKIS simply saw no logical reason for the accusation, especially since she lived on a planet where free will did not exist. For granted, and where the guilt was inspired by external agents. Despite how much we talked, she was unable to explain why no one should ever accuse others, since the consequences of the accusatory attitude were always so destructive for the author of the accusations. That day we spent long hours talking. I was experiencing a new awareness of my potential for fulfillment and happiness. Although not critical of us, EYKIS showed amazement and disbelief at the abundance of opportunities available to us. EYKIS was a hilarious companion. We laughed at our follies, as she pointed out the notable differences that separated her reality from mine. My hilarity came to a head when he recounted a conversation he had overheard about complexes. I heard a woman tell her psychiatrist that her husband had caused her a complex, and that was why she felt inferior. She accused her husband of her own feelings of inferiority, although that was no longer news to me. What caught your attention, if you were already expecting the prosecution? Asked. At that time I did not know yet that you do not have groups to study the complexes. What's that? I asked, surprised again by EYKIS' strange expressions. On Uranus, if you want to deepen a relationship by analyzing a complex, you go to the Encounters department of the university and sign up for the study of a complex. They do one per spouse, and it works toward a future graduation in psychology, as each spouse learns more about the other. Has someone caused you a complex? I wanted to know. Yes, indeed, my husband caused me one ago. Many years, due to the volume of my bust. And what happened? What happened to that complex? I asked impatiently. Well, I suffered it for 3 years. Imagine, 3 years with a complex because of my breasts. Of course, that is the maximum time that the law allows for a complex created by the husband. But what did the complex consist of? How did you deal with him? I insisted. Well, for the 3 years I wore a padded bra. That constantly moved me to talk to others about the anguish that my breasts caused me. I looked at myself in the mirror and felt inferior. Well, she did all the things that are done when a husband creates a complex for the size of her breasts, she concluded, very serious. You must have been relieved when the 3 years passed and you got rid of that complex, I commented in solidarity. Well, I was glad I did the study and learned something about my husband's attitudes. The study of complexes is part of our educational system, in the psychosexual department. Also, I gave my husband a 3-year complex over a small part of his anatomy. So you must have been surprised when that woman told her psychiatrist that her husband had created a complex for her, when complexes cannot be bought here, as on Uranus. I think I was surprised. I went into all the warehouses asking for the complex department, and they all thought me crazy. Imagining EYKIS asking at an information desk for the complexes department was hilarious. We both laughed at the absurdity of going shopping for a resort. However, the woman who was talking to her psychiatrist really believed that her husband had given her inferiority complex. Those joyous moments in our relationship were precious to me. They helped me to assimilate EYKIS's message, according to which it was not the big problems, but our habits of thought, emotion, and behavior, which made life bitter for most of the Earthlings. EYKIS clearly demonstrated to me that none of the great problems on Earth would exist were it not for the wrong thinking that seemed to infect almost all of us. And he hinted to me that part of the gifts he reserved for me consisted of the opportunity for all Earthlings to eliminate those great problems. But I didn't want to rush him. We laughed even more at his descriptions of the multitude of people who, afflicted with phobias, accused of their fear of the things they feared. He remembered the comical afternoon he had spent searching for elevators with loudspeakers programmed to scare people. Nor had he found any hinged mountains, despite which he had heard many people say over and over again, "I'm afraid of heights." He ended his frustrated attempt to find the causes of those phobias with the conclusion that Earthlings scare themselves and direct their reproaches to everything else, to avoid changing their incorrect thinking, which is actually the cause of their fears. She came to that conclusion after a painstaking search for what she, in light of her realistic view of life, believed to be the true causes of those phobias. "Would you like to know another of my discoveries?" he asked me, breaking a long silence during which we had both been absorbed in our thoughts. "I have come to the conclusion that the majority of Earthlings participate in self-rejection exercises every day of their lives, and I know that you lack the self-rejection lotion here, as I have been well informed." She said it almost proudly, like a girl who just received her first A's. "And besides," he continued, "now I know exactly why they do it, although at first that really blew me away." "Tell me what you discovered." "Well, this is it. Correct me if you find any flaws in my reasoning." I nodded. I must admit I was impatient for their conclusions. People are trained, almost from birth, not to like themselves. Children are expected to gain a sense of self-worth from a diet designed exclusively to produce insecurity. Self-esteem is admired on Earth, but only in books. There is also a lot of talk about dignity, but it is hardly ever supported or even encouraged. You believe that by undermining the confidence of young people you help them to become confident adults. It seems like a mystery, but I think I see the reason. "Go on," I begged him. "You tell young people to learn to think for themselves, but you rarely allow them to do so. Instead, you give them an education that prevents them from making decisions at all times. You teach them how to gain self-confidence, and then you prevent them from acquiring the experiences that would lead to it. Day and night, in their homes, your television shows show them how to achieve the exact opposite of self-esteem." "What do you mean the exact opposite?" "You tell them that sexual attractiveness can be achieved on condition of buying certain jeans, or using certain expensive perfume. You constantly show them images of women acting stupid, trying hard to please their men, shaking their bodies for attention, spraying themselves with the right perfumes and thereby obtaining the desired result, that is, the looks. Approving men, or else you tell women that you can't resist a man who smokes a certain brand of cigarettes or uses a certain shaving lotion. And then you expect them to become confident adults." "But we don't boycott self-esteem on all fronts," I protested. "Maybe not, but you give more importance to obedience than to responsible thinking. You value fitting in and adapting more than being independent and creative. You make it very difficult for people to think on their own, especially young people. But on Uranus I saw a lot of dependency and conformism. Why do you find these attitudes so puzzling when you observe them here? Again you forget that our realities are different." On Uranus there are dependency diodes, of which we have already spoken at length. Also, with self-rejection lotion being a necessary part of our existence, we have no say in the matter. But here, on Earth, things are very different. I had forgotten about the differences that separated our realities. EYKIS saw the demands of reality very clearly, and I did not want her to return at that moment to her analogy of brackish water and fresh water, which she had found so opportune a while ago. "You're right," I told him. "Please continue. I don't understand why you are so many Earthlings who resist independent thought and new ideas, when without them progress is impossible. You spend your life talking about progress, and then you do everything possible to hinder the only people capable of bringing it, those who think for themselves and are not afraid of new ideas. Don't you think young people need discipline? Shouldn't they learn to respect their elders and to use life?" asked. The earthly attitudes I refer to have nothing to do with respect. You cannot respect anyone if you don't respect yourself. Or, to put it more logically, on earth your reality dictates that you cannot give what you do not have. Furthermore, there is no way a person can become a self-respecting adult if they have learned to conform and adapt. A person equal to all others, what does he have to offer? He asked without waiting for an answer. If you want young people to be disciplined, you must teach them to become their own parents from the first moments of their life. If all you want is for them to take advantage, as you have said, they will not be aware of the meaning of their life, because that awareness only comes from reconciling with themselves, and not from trying to please everyone. Finally, the idea of respecting the elderly makes no more sense than the opposite idea, that is, respecting the minors. Respect is something you earn, and being older or younger has nothing to do with it. So what is your discovery about? I inquired. I think I know why you all seem so determined to instill self-rejection. It is not because you do not have the self-rejection lotion that we use on Uranus. I think you do it to secure employment. I can't think of any other reason. The job? What does self-rejection have to do with employment? Custom jeans, perfumes containing false claims about sex appeal, breath spray and deodorant soaps have to be invented, manufactured, sold, demonstrated, and advertised by a whole chain of skilled workers. In the same way, social workers, therapists of all kinds, clerks and bureaucrats who run social services are also paid to perform their role. The endless deployment of painkillers, tranquilizers, and medications of all kinds to treat people afflicted by an unfavorable self-image also contributes greatly to this economic plan. EYKIS could have continued with many more examples, but I interrupted her. You seem to be talking about a conspiracy to keep people neurotic in order to sustain the economy, I commented. This is what confuses me, she replied, ignoring the word conspiracy. Neurosis keeps your system alive. When people think in a conformist way, everyone goes out and buys the things that you have to be equal to everyone. It helps the economy that people are convinced that they can buy sex appeal, and when dependency and self-loathing are encouraged, many people benefit. She was really convinced of the veracity of her theory. You are right about many things, I admitted. But I don't think it is a deliberate plan. It may sound like it, but I don't think all of this was thought of as a way to keep employment levels high. Whether it's deliberate or not doesn't matter. What is essential is what happens. The rewards for compliance are ubiquitous, whether in China, Africa, Europe, or North America. In the name of obedience, people are told how to think. It does not matter if it is obedience to the state, to teachers, to a company or even to parents, the end results are the same. People who have little or no self-confidence and who lack innovative ideas become slaves to those who give the orders. And then those in charge, who are equally affected by insecurity, conspire to create a whole society of unfortunate conformists. He told me about people he had seen, or had read about, who oppressed others and defended that behavior by saying "I do my duty," or another equally easy excuse. EYKIS hit the table again with his fist and said, Anyone who has been encouraged to become independent in their thinking would be incapable of doing such horrible things to others in the name of duty, or everyone does it, don't you think? That's why you create conformity works and the system works. But maybe we could drop this topic, she concluded, almost out of breath. Apparently my friend had been thinking about the gifts she had alluded to earlier. Try as I might, he said after a few moments, I can't understand why you act so unrealistically about your reality. Many of you get sick for no real reason. Many of you are fatigued or even elderly for reasons beyond my perception. But let's forget this for now, he concluded. I want to talk to you about one thing. Yeah, tell me, I encouraged her. You have told me about one proposal, or of I do not know what gift for the earth. I will do what you ask of me. For the moment, we must stop thinking about what does not work and the reasons why. In the short time we have left, we must direct our thinking and energy to solutions. To the possible ways that my proposal works. I will think about it a little more tonight, and tomorrow we can discuss it. I had no idea what he was planning. EYKIS had repeatedly spoken of the need to think in terms of solutions, rather than problems, and I am sure our lengthy discussions of the previous 2 days had helped him sort out his ideas. Now he saw our problems and understood how we thought, felt, and acted. What could she offer to an entire planet? When we parted ways that night, my love for her had grown. I began to think that EYKIS had to leave in a few days, and I had to reject this thought. The thought of never seeing her again was painful for me, and I didn't want to spoil that moment with my anguish. Also, I said to myself with a laugh, I'll connect the anti-crowds to the proper terminals and change them. When EYKIS left, I realized that we had spent most of the day in a small artificial cove, sitting on a hard bench, without my having felt a moment of discomfort. As she walked away, I was certain to hear her mutter over and over what she had said so clearly just moments before, why do you react so unrealistically to your reality? We can fix this, if they let us. 6. The EYKIS proposal. I spent that night tossing and turning, working my mind at full capacity. He didn't want to waste precious moments sleeping. My life had been deeply affected by this remarkable woman. EYKIS was a kind of guru. Not the kind of guru to whom one kneels for revelations. It was quite the opposite. She was a goddess of common sense, who asked you, in simple and objective language, to detach your dark glasses and see for yourself the mistakes of your life. His clear logic and wonderfully sensible observations made me see myself and my world with new eyes, with a well-focused gaze, without the myopia of custom and ordinary thinking. EYKIS was waking me up, me, who had always prided myself on my mindful attitude. I was now much more aware of how many things I had taken for granted, simply accepting them as Earth's own way of thinking. He was beginning to question what he had considered natural a few days earlier. My mind was brimming with new thoughts and ways to express what I had begun to learn from EYKIS. I finally fell asleep wondering what gifts my extraordinary friend would offer me the next morning. What would you think of a way of thinking? Completely new? EYKIS asked me the next day, in the cafeteria where we had agreed to meet. What do you mean by a way of thinking? Completely new? Suppose I could provide the inhabitants of Earth, everyone, with a completely new way of perceiving their reality. I am talking about the greatest gift you can imagine, the opportunity to connect directly with your reality, in such a way that practically all the so-called problems that you face are eliminated. But how? In what way? I asked with impatience. I've been thinking about it for a long time, in the Uranid way. Most of your problems arise from the way you teach your children to think. If you want to achieve true evolution as a people one day, you have to somehow break the chain of thought that holds you prisoner. I think I could give your people a chance to come into direct contact with me and my strictly realistic way of thinking. That alone can enable you to make Earth the place it was destined to become. How do you know what the Earth is destined to become? I asked him, just to keep him talking. Well, thinking about what my own planet would be if our reality didn't stop us. Uranites are not self-destructive or neurotic without a positive end. It is our reality that makes us what we are. If there we enjoyed your advantages, the possibilities we would have for a creative life and personal fulfillment would be immense. Since obviously I cannot alter my reality without help from others, perhaps I can offer your fellow men the possibility of living happily and comfortably in theirs. But aren't we changing our reality by not living in it? Of course not, she replied briskly. You Earthlings continue to live each day within your reality. It is a condition of your existence. But you delude yourself by thinking according to formulas that have little to do with that same reality. It is as if you do not like what exists and therefore you invent new ways of thinking, to help you imagine that life is what you would like it to be, and not what it really is. I agreed with her, although sometimes it took me a few moments of mental gymnastics to understand why she agreed with her. Very well, so reality is what it is, and we are unrealistic when we create ways of imagining it to be otherwise. True, EYKIS said, but I think we could remedy that. Would you be willing to help me? I'll do everything in my power, whatever, I declared. Great. Look, I've thought the following. I would like to convene top-level representatives from various fields of human activity. I want you to inform your government of my arrival and arrange a one-day meeting with representatives of various sectors of your society, on a global scale. I will introduce myself to those people and tell them about myself and our respective study visits. I will explain that we have spent a few days together on Uranus, and what you have discovered, why I decided to accompany you to Earth, and what I have observed incognito in your civilization. The delegates present at the meeting will be able to ask me as many questions as they wish. My orientation towards reality will prevent me from distorting what I have seen, and I will be able to give your questions completely reliable answers. Since I am unable to say anything other than the real thing, they will be able to put the conclusions of that conference into practice. So you will receive, before my departure, the best gift I can give you. I was seduced by the idea of a conference on reality attended by representatives of various branches of human activity. But what will happen if governments refuse to participate, if they decide to appoint a series of committees to study your proposal, or to study you using lie detectors, legislative investigations, psychiatric analysis, etc., which is our way of doing things? They will put you in a jail, or a zoo, and they will observe you as if you were a freak. That's up to you, she declared, apparently not concerned with the earthly bureaucracy. You have to explain to them that these methodological options would be of no use to them. We both know that I can return to Uranus whenever I want, despite any protest from Earthlings. You know that I am incapable of studying a problem in a committee, that I am only capable of working on possible solutions. And that I am also unable to focus on what has not been done or what should not have been done. I always focus on doing. You will have to become a human belonging to the first of the three categories that I have been observed. What three categories? I asked, becoming more and more intrigued. He had never heard her speak of it. Sorry, I thought I explained it to you. In my research I have discovered three classes of human beings on Earth, those who say let's do it, those who say it can't be, and thirdly, the most numerous category, those who say what happened. You will have to place yourself in the first group, and do things. You will have to explain to those delegates that zero option. You can show them the evidence you have, put your cards face up, and we would hold the conference on Saturday, shortly before my return to Uranus. I plan to follow my program whatever happens. If the delegates reject the things I have to offer, I will give them to you to distribute however you want. That is my proposal. Its purpose is to help the people of Earth change their thinking so that they can improve their world and make it work well. Thought is the source of all the difficulties you encounter, big and small. Problems that arise in politics, religion, education, family, business, the military, society, medicine, and all other human activities are due to unreal, self-programmed thinking. I can at least try to leave you with some new ways of thinking that can ultimately end the problems that have plagued your species throughout the ages. Do you think you can organize it like this? Well, to be honest, I don't think it's as easy as you imagine to avoid the extremely complex bureaucracy involved in such a company. You know, on Earth we prefer to study problems than face them. This is especially true for the leaders. But I assure you that I will try. I think so, and if I run into the obstacles I'm used to, I can take matters into my own hands and represent the leaders of the world as an actor. That would require a certain amount of research, but I'll get it done in the next few days, and then I could film your responses. In any case, I am very interested in your proposal, EYKIS, and I will see to it that it reaches my peers, against all odds. Is that enough for you? I asked, hoping she wasn't saddened by my realistic assessment of how the leaders of our planet would respond to her offer. "Oh, you had a great idea," he exclaimed, surprising me with his willingness to change plans. "Let's do it like this. You will save yourself countless persuasion sessions, and you will always have strictly realistic answers in your possession, which you can use in the appropriate way. You will have only 2 days to collect the questions, and you must order them according to what the various leaders would like to know, taking care that they are not influenced by what you have perceived during the time we have spent together. The essence of this filmed survey should be thought. We do not set out to destroy any institution or question any of the physical realities on Earth. Remember that these are absolutely perfect, and remember also that, apart from some minor differences, they are the exact duplicate of my Uranite reality. We will focus on the inner world of thought and attitudes that give rise to problems, as you call them. But what aspect of earthly thinking and attitudes should I devote myself to during our last session? I have heard you say that we are only wrong by thinking self-destructively or neurotically. I recognize that you have given me many examples of the incorrect reasoning of neurotics, but I need to know the components of our thinking in order to simulate questions and answers from leaders from all walks of our world. I needed some guidelines to help me in my task. And, as it could not be less, EYKIS provided me with a detailed program that would enable me to undertake my work in the most effective and interesting way possible. Besides being wrong, a lot of your thinking is out of focus. As a result, you practice muddled reasoning, which ultimately leads to self-destructive ideas. In what areas is this unfocused thinking most evident? How does it manifest? A good part of earthly thinking gives rise to an illusion of happiness that persists for a lifetime. For example, most people are content with appearances, and with quantity rather than quality, both in their attitudes and in their feelings and behavior. But in those appearances that people seek so eagerly, there is no possibility of happiness, because happiness is an inner activity. Do you understand what I mean by unfocused thinking? But in what way does seeking appearances rather than quality lead to errors? I asked for. People who direct their lives toward appearances notice how others view their possessions. They abandon their feeling of satisfaction in what they are doing, for the sake of future satisfaction that can never come. They are obsessed with the idea of how others will see their material possessions, or they come to seek happiness in those possessions. These two attitudes do not lead to anything, since happiness is a strictly human endeavor that can only be lived internally. Neither the quantity of our goods nor the accolades we receive for them can bring us happiness or fulfillment of any kind. Therefore, those who seek appearances of any kind in the hope of achieving happiness are completely wrong. And you think that the quality of an individual's thought can lead to happiness? I inquired. Well, first of all I want you to understand that there is no path to happiness. Happiness is the way. And happiness lies in how you decide to think about each moment of your life. When you think happiness, you are happy, regardless of what you are doing or what your current reality is. Then you think you can be happy at any time, regardless of our circumstances at that time. I asked for. Well, of course. At any moment one can choose thought happiness, and that is precisely what happiness consists of. I don't ask people to pretend to be happy when they are not. I simply believe that, since you earthlings can always choose what you think at any time, you can refocus your thinking looking for the quality of an experience, rather than the external impression that that experience gives to yourself or to others. On the other hand, it is evident that the objects that one accumulates can never give happiness. So you would like us to teach thought quality and not thought appearances? I synthesized him. I'm just saying that appearance thinking leads to wrong thinking, and the latter has disastrous effects, at all levels, on your culture. Educating people in terms of quality from the very childhood, would allow to create future generations of people oriented towards quality rather than towards appearances. But how could we do that in our world so profitable? I protested at the simplicity of his reasoning. Ask me on Saturday, he replied, gently reminding me of our date. You said that there were other forms of confused thinking that gave rise to the terrible thinking errors that we suffer from. Yes, of course. One of them is that, instead of ethical thinking, you emphasize norm thinking, and you encourage your young people to imitate you. Ethics against norms. I repeated. Yes. A person who thinks about the rules is a person who does what they tell him, regardless of the situation, she said bluntly. But rules are necessary, I protested. Without them, the whole of society would collapse. For example, a rule is to stop at a red light. Imagine what would happen if people didn't respect you. Why do you stop at a red light? I ask. Because if I didn't, it would be against the law, and besides, surely, they would give me a fine, or, worse still, it would cause an accident. You mean if a new law were passed tomorrow that made it legal to run red lights, you'd pass them? How? Was all I could say. The real reason you stop at the red light is that it would be immoral to do otherwise. Risking your life or that of others is immoral. Said. But we should talk about more important things than traffic regulations. You've chosen to talk about red lights, not me, he reminded me. Besides, we can also save that for Saturday. I'm sure your state and teaching specialists will have a lot to say about the need for standards-oriented thinking. I wrote that down to remember in the course of my investigation. Norm-oriented thinking places responsibility for behavior more on the norm than on the individual. When the causality of human thought is attributed to norms, laws, and rules, morality must take second place. When people base their behavior on what others tell them to be right, ethical thinking is nearly impossible, and again the possibility of satisfaction and happiness is stifled. In what way? Here on earth, you have even happy hours. That means, I suppose, that there are other hours that cannot be happy. You need a rule that tells you when you can be happy, and a certain amount of cheap drink to make sure of that. I repeat again that happiness is an internal phenomenon, and that norms are external phenomena. Ethics, on the other hand, is a set of internal norms that never allow a person to behave in a way that is harmful to others. The day we met, EYKIS was unaware of the meaning of the word harmful. Now I knew him perfectly. So teaching people would ethical thinking get them used to thinking for themselves? Yes, as long as that thought was based on true ethics. The need for so many rules for almost every moment of your life would be eliminated. You have rules for just about everything, including when you can have a beer, how God will punish you if you don't obey the laws, and even the subjects you must choose in school. How can anyone learn to make decisions for himself, if all decisions are already made by the rules and regulations that you rely so much on? I ask. I did what I always did when I couldn't give him a sensible answer, I answered his question with another question. With this go to quality instead of appearance, and ethics rather than rules. Anything else? Yes, my friend. I have observed that most earthlings substitute dominance for personal integrity or authority in their thinking. How do the thinking of dominance and the thinking of authority differ? I asked for Very easy. The thought of dominance means wanting to oppress or subdue others. Much of the thinking that I have observed among you is directed to the submission of others, whether it is a nation seeking to submit to another, parents who want to submit to their children, or spouses who want to submit to one another. There is almost a universal obsession to subdue and dominate. When thinking turns to seeing to what extent one can dominate others, it cannot focus on personal happiness and autonomy. As we have already established that happiness is an inner fact, it turns out that outer thought or dominance thinking ultimately leads to this erroneous conclusion: if I get the people around me to be the way I want, or even the way I am, I will be powerful and therefore happy. So what is authority or integrity thinking, as you define it? Well, it's the opposite, she declared. It is an internal process and not an external one. A person dedicated to increasing his authority over himself, to becoming more master of his actions, to the ability to share that domain with others, does not seek to dominate anyone. Such a person uses his mental processes only to be, and to allow those around him to also be. It does not intrude on anyone's life. It aims only to learn from others, and not to arbitrate or manipulate them. That is the thought of integrity, and the person who practices it does not need to seek authority by dominating others, because he has it automatically. Those who seek authority through dominance demonstrate that they lack the quality whose possession they are striving to demonstrate. But what about our enemies, those who wanted to dominate us? Shouldn't we show them that we refuse to do so? I asked for. Again, it is your thought of mastery that leads you to ask that. I think globally. I do not speak of you as opposed to them. Everyone must be educated to direct their thinking towards personal integrity, and to put an end to the concept of the enemy for good one day. As long as you think in terms of us/them, you can blame the enemy for your thoughts of dominance. But we will also save that for Saturday. I'm sure it will come up many times. There are two other ideas of myopic thinking, and you will have to take them into account when you prepare the program for Saturday, although they partly coincide with the three that I have just presented. Most Earthlings display achievement-oriented thinking, as opposed to knowledge-oriented thinking. Consequently, many Earthlings live in error and end up neurotic and dissatisfied. The Earthling does not accept the kind of thinking that knowing seeks for the simple interest of knowing. He does not make much sense of knowledge that does not serve to achieve things. That is why there is the supreme absurdity of students who buy notes without worrying about acquiring any knowledge of the subject in question. That thought aimed at obtaining things is another path that leads nowhere. Why? I interrupted her, just to show her that I was following her reasoning. Because achievement is something external, and happiness is something internal. A good grade and an understanding of a poem are not related at all, yet most people study poetry for the grade they are going to get. The usefulness of understanding a poem cannot be expressed in terms of achievement, although that logic eludes most Earthlings. According to knowledge thinking, anything that is learned can benefit the subject and enrich his life. According to the thought achievement, the person must be able to measure, weigh, or apply what he studies, and this will manifest later, when he reaps the fruits of his study or activity. But if later that does not come, and on earth it never comes, because you only have now, it turns out that your thought achievement has been of no use. With thought knowledge, that is, thinking for the pure joy of knowledge and all that it offers, the person can never be unhappy or feel disappointed, because the inner rewards that he obtains are the same thought, feeling, and behavior in themselves. I hope we can help your people move from thought achievement to thought knowledge. But won't our great conquests then diminish? I asked EYKIS, with real fear. The truth is that people who pursue achievement are bound to be dissatisfied. And what that does is reduce their achievements, precisely what they desperately seek. But let us reserve that point as well. Many questions will arise around him, I'm sure. I suspect this is the most widespread misconception on your planet. You mentioned another element of our confused thinking that leads us to the wrong conclusions, I reminded him. Yes, it is a compendium of the previous four. Instead of the thought of serenity and inner peace, it seems to me that Earthlings are obsessed with their acquisitive mentality. The thought of inner serenity is only taught in some places on your planet, by certain religions of the Far East, religions that most of your people laugh at. And yet, the thought of inner serenity is the great key that is available to practically all the inhabitants of your planet. When a person learns to think in terms of his inner serenity, he is hardly affected by physical or mental illness. Your most satisfied people, the most successful, your most innovative minds in all fields, seem to share this thought of inner peace. However, few are interested in getting it. What they do, instead, is chase things, achievements, awards, trophies, or the approval of others. If my gift to your people is to be of any use, it must help them transform that kind of thinking. It is necessary that you go from seeking acquisitions to achieving inner perfection. When you reach the goal of a serene feeling of fulfillment, you will see that what you have acquired will be more than enough to reinforce your serenity. You must stop doing things the other way around. Stop trying to make acquisitions that give you serenity. To put it simply, the latter is impossible because the thinking is wrong. Well, we'll meet Saturday morning, right here. Bring your questions and get ready to act out your different roles. Ask me whatever you want. I will speak only as I know how to speak. That is, I will expose you the truth, seen by EYKIS, the Uranid. I wrote down the 5 alternatives regarding thought. Thought quality or thought appearances. Ethical thinking or thought norms. Thought knowledge or thought achievement. Thought integrity or thought domain. Thought serenity or acquisitive thinking. Then I hurried off, my wallet stuffed with notes and tapes. It was less than 48 hours until Saturday. He sensed that he was going to participate in the distribution of the greatest gifts humanity had ever received. I also wondered if we would ever get to unpack them. But, as EYKIS would have said, thought knowledge would automatically lead to achievement. Now, at least, we were going to have the knowledge. I knew that it was not possible to ask for more. Third part. The gifts of EYKIS. 7. Conversations based on reality. I went to work fully aware of what I wanted to do and how little time I had. My objective was clear. He had to provide EYKIS with an audience before which she could offer her specialized wisdom to all the inhabitants of Earth. I could not let such an extraordinary opportunity pass without making the most of that mind open only to reality. EYKIS realized what he could offer us, and he took no special credit for it. He was simply unable to use his brain in anything that was at variance with the real thing. Now she was on Earth, millions of miles from her home, ready to show us her very special personality. I wanted to invite every last leader from all fields of human endeavor to speak to her. That would bring untold benefits to humanity. In just over a week EYKIS had transformed my way of thinking. As a result of our meeting, I had become a better, happier person, and having spent a few days talking to her had made me an infinitely more insightful and sensible person. The proximity of a very intense experience filled me with euphoria, the prospect of exposing a few important people to the influence of my distinguished friend. But he also knew well the reality that he was going to present to us. We had only one day to collect the gifts that he was going to offer us. EYKIS had flatly refused to enter into any discussion or accept annoying bureaucratic hurdles of any kind. She was not at all interested in being judged or participating in pointless disputes with narrow-minded skeptics. I had quickly discovered that, when EYKIS had made a point clear, he did not drag on by dwelling on it over and over again. She would simply say what she wanted to say, in honest and objective language, and then, while the desire to argue still spurred on me, she unceremoniously dropped the subject. EYKIS did not indulge in spiel or emotional plea, much less sophistry. We had discussed the ground rules for the mock press conference on Saturday. The number of participants would be limited to representatives of the highest level of theorists and leaders from 5 different fields of human endeavor. Each of these representatives would be given 30 minutes to ask or discuss what interested them. EYKIS would answer all questions, without restrictions or limits. Each participant could choose to dialogue with her or simply ask her questions, and I had to prepare 8 hours of video footage to record every last word of those conversations or interviews. In the end, EYKIS would speak of several interesting points addressing the entire audience. Later, by way of conclusion, she would expose all what she called secrets of the universe. These so-called secrets would be his final gift to us, and although he had referred to them several times during our discussions, I still did not know what they consisted of. The most difficult thing, for me, was my degree of participation. I was to play the roles of the 5 leaders as if I were actually living in the mind and body of each of them. Wasting no time, I spent the next 2 days preparing for the press conference on Saturday. I was overwhelmed by the idea of what that film could do for the inhabitants of our planet. At the same time, something frightened me. EYKIS's thought was profound, but she expressed it with great simplicity, and I feared that she might be dismissed as naive. But I decided not to worry about it. Almost all the great historical thinkers and creators have passed before their contemporaries as fools and naive. I remembered that all the great minds I knew of had encountered constant opposition from mediocre thinkers. Even if everyone disdained EYKIS's gifts for the moment, perhaps the day would come when they valued them. Jesus Christ himself was mocked in his time, and the ancient Greeks forced Socrates to commit suicide because he talked too much, they who had invented democracy. There was no longer time to think about how EYKIS would be received. My duty was to see that he could give us everything he wanted. We would leave the criticisms to the critics. As I elaborated my questions, I remembered that EYKIS had not wanted to know what role I would play at any given moment, not even when I was going to move from one role to another. She had told me, I don't need to prepare to be myself. On Saturday you will record the truths of EYKIS. Do what you want, ask what you want, use any plan, or none. The point is to do it. On Saturday morning EYKIS was very punctual. She seemed wonderfully upbeat and eager to get started. You seem to be ready, he said. If you have everything ready, let's get started. Let's try to make it natural and pleasant for both of you. His attitude was reassuring. It was obvious that I wanted to calm me down, since I was in a whirlwind of activity. Almost everything is in order, I announced. By the way, I am very happy to see you. I've missed you so much these 2 days, but I was so busy thinking and preparing for this, that time has flown by. He gave me that ironic look that I had come to understand so well. He was sure she didn't really understand what the words "I've missed you" meant, for it was at that moment that she seemed puzzled. However, EYKIS had also learned not to hold me accountable for such expressions, for her brief sojourn among Earthlings had accustomed her to our strange ways. On Uranus, people did not choose to miss each other when they were temporarily separated. They preferred to occupy themselves with the present moment, and they did not value love on the unrealistic scale of missing each other. My friend had already told me about this on one occasion, explaining in detail how this contact with the now was achieved on Uranus. She lived totally immersed in the present moment. First, let's talk about religion, I announced. I have several questions to ask you about the way we practice religion here on Earth. But, before moving on to that topic, I would like to know what religion is like on Uranus and what place it occupies in your own personal life, I said, trying to get into my role as religious leader with all the fervor that it required. What do you want to know about my way of living religion? Answered. Well then, first of all, are you a religious person? Yes, I consider myself very religious, EYKIS replied immediately. Do you believe in the existence of a supreme being, creator of the universe? I think it's very possible, although I can't honestly say I believe it. I do not know. Nobody knows on Uranus. But it is certainly possible. I don't care if I believe it or not. I value my planet and the universe, and I live in them with all the morality that I can. I don't care what the beginning of the universe was, What interests me is to enjoy it and make it a better place for everyone. How do you know what is moral if you don't believe in the existence of God? I asked 4. When I say I don't believe, I am not at all ruling out the possibility of God's existence. It is very possible, even very probable, that there is a God, and I do not close myself to that probability. But it is something I simply do not know, and that is why I do not use the word believe in the sense that you give it. On the other hand, morality is well defined on Uranus. It is not a religious concept at all. How would the morals of Uranus be defined? It is very simple. Any conduct that does not interfere with the right of another person to live as he wishes is moral conduct, he replied. But how can he say such a thing, when you use disgust mirrors, rewind triggers, and the like? That is our reality, it is beyond our control and it has nothing to do with morals, in the same way that the DC-10 and the Skylabs are part of their reality. You know how to produce them and you do produce them, even though those realities cause deaths. They do not consider immoral the people who have invented them, who make them or who make them work. Once incorporated into your reality, you cannot eliminate them in one fell swoop. They exist because there is the necessary knowledge to create them. Well, the disgusting are part of our reality and let's say no more. On Uranus, being upset is not considered bad, because it is a condition of our reality. It would be like saying that sharks are immoral because they eat small fish. That is the concrete reality of sharks, and should not be confused with abstract reality. How can they know what is right and what is wrong if they lack a religion to guide them? I went on. Morality has nothing to do with what is right and what is wrong, morality is what I pointed out a moment ago. Furthermore, on earth good and evil do not exist independently of man's willingness to apply those labels, EYKIS declared. But we distinguish between good and bad, I protested, as I imagined the religious leader I represented would have done, and someone has to uphold those principles. You have people, religious people, and others, who define what is good and evil, but that does not mean that they exist. But killing, for example, is a crime. Except when they declare wars on each other. So killing is right and moral, EYKIS said without apparent malice. But war is an exception, I replied. Then so is saying that killing is a crime, he said. Here on earth, there is no morality apart from the definition of morality that man makes according to his convenience. So it is today, and so it has always been throughout its history. What would you suggest to help people be more moral by your definition? I asked 4. The only thing people can do is look inside themselves. They can be educated to think ethically instead of thinking in terms of rules. Blind obedience to norms and laws, just because the subject belongs to some religious group, can and does lead to tremendously immoral acts. Such as the wars in the name of religion that have raged in Ireland, Iran, Iraq, Syria, and the rest of your world. Killing in the name of religion is still killing, even if it is called patriotism or religious duty. If they got used to, and especially if their young people used to think ethically, they would never resort to killing for any reason. And in this way they would elevate their moral principles by helping individuals to think for themselves in an ethical and autonomous way. A human being who believed in morality would never agree to kill if he considers that act immoral. And if each individual used his intelligence and conscience to adopt a personal moral attitude about killing, there would be no one to order the kill and no one to carry out that order, EYKIS concluded vehemently. But isn't it utopian to imagine that, given these conditions, everyone would observe moral behavior? I asked 4. Morality is an individual issue, not everyone's issue. As you teach and practice non-killing throughout your world, you will see individuals appear who will decide not to kill. Only then will you have a morality. Despite all your rhetoric to the contrary, there is no right and wrong on your planet. There are only individuals who place those labels. The function of a religious and moral leader should be to encourage not to kill, rather than go to comfort those who fight in wars. Your churches should be seriously offended by violations of morals, instead of participating in crimes that they condemn only by word of mouth? Would it be okay if the people of earth believed in God? You are free to do so, if you wish. What I would tell them is to stop asking God what they could do themselves. Why do people here ask God for that? I asked for. Because they are afraid of being God. They want someone else to solve things for them. They use prayer as a means of communicating with God, and practically all prayers ask God to make the world different from what it is. How do you ask that? I wanted to know. Look at the prayers you invoke. Lord, I beg you to solve my problems. Lord, I beg you to help my family. Lord, help us win that football game. Those are the prayers of those who want God to do things for them. What form would you give to those prayers, EYKIS? I would search within myself for strength to alleviate the suffering of the world. I would ask myself for one more effort, one more step, and I would try to stop regretting myself and accept the world as it is. If I wanted to give God the credit for granting me free will, fine, but I wouldn't forget precisely what free will means. And this has nothing to do with asking God to do things for me. So you think that we have turned God into a being outside of us, to whom we attribute merits or blame. They have not only made God an external being, but they have made religion an external fact. They even measure people's religiosity by things that have little to do with true religiosity, for example their attendance at church, their rote recitations of biblical texts that they do not understand, their attitude towards the regulation of births, the symbols that revere, and so on. One day I heard a man tell a friend how well it was going to be for him to attend Mass on Saturday afternoons, instead of Sunday mornings, because that way he got the Mass off his back. Getting rid of religious services is not a good sign when it comes to cultivating individual integrity and morals. In fact, it is precisely the opposite of what was originally intended to be achieved. Why do you say it is the opposite? I inquired. What you have done with religion on your planet is completely misrepresent what was originally a way of helping humanity to look within and, through that, develop the personal principles of conduct that would turn the world into a better place. Religion has become a catechism of guilt, worry, fear, and anxiety. As you know, I see in all this the result of wrong thinking. Man has used religious affiliation to express his own erroneous, self-destructive thoughts, his lust for power, and then called the resulting behavior religion. His religious colleagues have almost constantly used God's name for immoral purposes. On your planet you cannot read a newspaper without seeing proof of it. Wars and executions take place in the name of God. Murders and robberies, airplane hijackings and acts of terrorism are carried out, all in the name of God. He exclaimed. But those responsible for all this are stubborn, fanatics, I protested. Not all religious leaders approve of such activities. That depends on who's putting the labels on. She pointed out. In your wars you have Catholic priests, Protestant pastors, interpreters of Islam and rabbis, who pray that God helps his own to kill more enemies. Those on one side exhort their followers to consider everyone else immoral. And I'm not just talking about wars. When you say to your youth, this is what God wants you to do, or if you don't go to church, you will go to hell, or please God as we want him to be pleased, they are taking away the free will we were talking about. Anything that encourages people to act with blind obedience to authority is an invitation to adapt and behave as the so-called representatives of God command. When external behavior becomes good, you label it religious and applaud it, and when that behavior leads to war, blind obedience, theft, or other things, you either don't care about it and do it. They call it a necessary exception, or they punish it, as it suits them. But don't you think he's talking too harshly about religion? You won't deny that you have a role in our world, I said. Don't forget, EYKIS reminded me kindly, that I can only talk about what it is. I cannot say what you would like to hear, just to please you and your colleagues. But, of course, religion can provide, and in some cases provides, a magnificent service to humanity. What do you consider to be the benefits of religion on earth? Religion gives people an opportunity to observe themselves. It provides stimuli to the soul and helps people to analyze their vital decisions. It teaches them how to improve the quality of life on earth. Religion can be a means of expression for man, a stimulus for the development of the person and for the appreciation of the beauty of his wonderful world, he answered in one go. But you don't think religion provides this as often as it could, I said, summarizing my interlocutor's thought. I've seen it very seldom. Generally, religion has been used as an instrument of man's egoism, his lust for power. Many of the most inhumane actions the earth has ever known have been performed by invoking God or religion as motive. How would you use religion, as you have seen it on earth, in the most positive way? I asked, thinking that we had already devoted a lot of space to that subject and that I still had several characters to represent before EYKIS. Instead of forcing people to practice a religion that tells them how to think, encourage them to think for themselves. That is the most religiously liberating experience on earth. Instead of imposing rules, laws, and dogmas on your faithful, you should ask them to begin to take moral responsibility for their lives. Rather than valuing religious behavior in terms of external symbols, I would value it for the individual's ability to understand their moral potential. If that goal were ever to be achieved, and who but you, the religious leaders, are better prepared to take on that task, all the immoral disasters that you have caused on your planet, such as wars, crimes, famines, and degradations, would go down in history. From what I have been able to see, you have that possibility, which we lack on Uranus. We have a reality that often deprives us of free will. But you Earthlings are trained to think as you wish, and you all misuse that gift. Too often, in the religious institutions they create so proudly, they go out of their way to strip people of their individual morals, while proclaiming the exact opposite in their religious rhetoric, he concluded. So you would transfer religion, in all its forms, from the outer to the inner. I asked him to make sure I understood his statement correctly. Yes, but you don't need to accept my opinion to be convinced of it. Review the teachings of an important religious teacher on earth, who made it clear. Who are you referring to? I asked, visibly intrigued. When Jesus Christ was asked by his disciples, as do all disciples of all religions, where will we find the kingdom of heaven? How to get to him? He answered them with a few words that summarize what I said here this morning. Do not look for him outside of yourselves, the kingdom of heaven is within you. That is the message. Heaven is not a place that is reached as a reward for having been equal to others, or for having obeyed. It is a place that is within you. That is precisely what I meant when I stated earlier that people are scared to be God. God must reside in each person. People should look at their own capacity for greatness and seek the strength to do things for themselves. Wanting to be God does not constitute, at all, a lack of respect. It means taking full responsibility for moral conduct on your own shoulders, and using the free will that you enjoy on earth. I am sorry to say that I have seen very little evidence on earth that even the most religious people understand the simple little secret of the universe that Jesus Christ revealed 2,000 years ago, that the kingdom of heaven is within ourselves. Despite the many hours spent with EYKIS, I found his candid good faith astonishing. That woman expounded her ideas without a trace of the caution that characterizes almost all discussions between Earthlings. He affirmed only what he believed to be true. He did not know the fold, the exaggeration, or the browning of the pill. Still, I was impatient to change the subject. Although I enjoyed playing the role of a religious authority, EYKIS's blunt responses stung me a bit. Religion is one of those emotional subjects for most of us that it was strange to hear my friend speak so clearly. She was not at all concerned with the impression he made. He showed himself just as he was, and based his judgment on personal observations. I loved that method of hers and my affection for her grew with each passing comet. As a representative of the realist business world, I said, moving on to play my second role, I would like to know what you think about such things as profits, money, and production. I made that transition without warning. I believe it is possible to live happily on your planet without profit or money, she replied. I consider that the very act of working to earn money is self-destructive, as it leads people to think that acquisitions, achievements, and appearances are the reasons for work. And these things can never lead to total satisfaction of the person. Why do you think these things are bad? Asked. I didn't use the word bad. Certainly, for the human being there are few things more satisfying than work. Work is a means of feeling useful and fulfilled. It represents a stimulating way to renew yourself. But working for money, or even for what that money can buy, is a dead end. On earth, personal satisfaction cannot be achieved by external means, since happiness is an internal process. If a person is happy, it is because he experiences it within himself. But the fact of having money does not facilitate the achievement of inner happiness. I asked for. No, not at all. That's one of the misconceptions that business-oriented brains would like to instill in everyone. The idea that money brings happiness is false. If you could see your world as I see it, with eyes that perceive only reality, you would take a different point of view. About 4 billion souls live on your planet. Only 1 to 2% of these people have plenty of money. The remaining 98% lack the means, and yet the poorest of them are capable of being happy, enjoying a sunset, a family reunion, and countless other things. On the contrary, the wealthiest among you have the highest rates of depression and suicide, of the feeling of inner emptiness despite satisfied stomachs and all the things that supposedly make life pleasant. It would be in your best interest if everyone believed that money makes happiness, but I must contradict you. Money has nothing to do with true happiness. If money has nothing to do with happiness, then why are people looking for it so eagerly? I replied. Because your thinking is wrong. They have convinced themselves that accumulating purchasing power will give them security and happiness. Or they believe that they must accumulate money in order to be responsible people. That is why they sacrifice themselves and do things that they dislike, such as holding a routine job indefinitely or living in a city that they do not like, in the name of responsibility or the pursuit of happiness. But money has nothing to do with either of those things. Please continue, I begged him. I don't see how. Earthlings can be truly responsible people if they do not strive to improve their economic situation and if they do not work to get the money that will provide them with a better quality of life. You blindly cling to the doctrine that money is happiness and responsibility, the same doctrine that permeates so many cultures on earth. All that fear of being irresponsible and not fulfilling obligations towards loved ones is a myth. It is just the result of looking at the world in fear of what might happen. In reality, problems are but inventions of the mind. When a person appears who has always been responsible, who has fulfilled all obligations towards his family and towards himself, it is not thought that this is his reality and that in it would be necessary to look for the basis of that person's thought, but rather you tend to believe that your success is the result of your job, money, luck, the absence of an economic crisis, or some other external factor. Consequently, people begin to think incorrectly and invent catastrophes that are not based on reality. Because humans are reluctant to accept credit for their own successes, they look outside of themselves for both credit and blame. If you had workers on earth who looked inside and took responsibility for themselves, those men would know that they can go anywhere on the planet and be successful there. Their success would not be related to external events, to economic circumstances or luck. It would be an internal process that could never be taken away from them. EYKIS paused for a moment, to take a sip of water, and then continued. Besides, your peers don't understand the irony of working for money. And what is that irony? I asked for. If a person pursues his ideals and enjoys what he does because that is how he has chosen to think, success will come to him in unexpected ways, and to a degree he had never dreamed of, she stated. But you won't believe that money reaches people by itself. I exclaimed incredulously. Success will come into that person's life in whatever way she needs it. Creative geniuses on earth, musicians, architects, statesmen, writers, actors, businessmen, foodies, designers, engineers, don't do what they do for money, even if it may seem otherwise to you. Can you imagine a great artist thinking, for this painting they will pay me as much and more as? It is impossible. The very act of doing what you do, whatever it is, should bring satisfaction to the person, regardless of any external rewards. Even the highest paid athletes don't strive for the money proper. Do you think a baseball player who is paid less one season will try harder the following year, when he is better paid? No, because money is something that comes in addition. Money and the other rewards that come with it come when you stop focusing on them and turn your mind to the enjoyment of life and what you are doing. So you think we give too much importance in accumulating assets and appearances, instead of giving it to the quality of the experiences themselves, I said, trying to summarize and remembering what EYKIS had exposed in our previous interview. I think you think that the accumulation of goods and appearances carry the germ of happiness, and that is a mistake, she said, correcting my conclusion. But if it is a mistake to accumulate money to buy things in order to be happy, why do so many people do it? I insisted. Because you also perpetuate the myth of happiness as an external process. There is nothing wrong with the concepts of profit or money. I judge them for what they are, and I approve of them. The trouble is that, as I have seen, earthlings confuse these concepts with happiness and personal fulfillment. Well, what is the function of profit and money on earth, according to you? They serve as a means of exchange, to facilitate the circulation of goods and services between people of all countries and conditions, and that is a very important function, and the true purpose of money and profit. Would you encourage people to work to improve their quality of life by increasing their income and seeking promotions? Asked. On earth the quality of life is only related, in your mentality, but it is not like that in reality. I repeat, it is not in reality. I have observed the inhabitants of remote islands, people who did not own a single coin and who made their bread at home. They were happy and satisfied beings who had no ambition for anything else. And I have observed managers in the most luxurious homes, men who, owning vast amounts of coins, were miserable to the point of suffering severe depressions. His children thought about suicide because they feared they would not be able to keep all that wealth. I would encourage people to work for the joy of what they do, to extract pride and satisfaction from their actions, whatever they may be. If they don't get that, I would encourage them to seek other activities that bring them satisfaction. It would encourage managers to think carefully about what they can do to turn all work into a source of satisfaction for those who do it. The people of your world must seek to find joy and serenity within themselves, and apply that energy to everything they do. By following that path, the attributes of success will soon come to you, and they will come to you in sufficient quantities. Those who continue to pursue the attributes of success will find that they are constantly eluding them and, even more dire, they will suffer from the widespread disease of more. Have I expressed myself clearly enough? EYKIS asked. Of course, I replied. But what is the more disease? On earth, the most is the disease that prevents people from reaching the now. You live a world of people who fight, when you could live a world of people who have achieved things. When they work for money and for what it can provide in the future, that what it can provide in the future becomes the reason for the work and the accumulation of money. This means that, no matter how much they collect, they will never reach the goal, since what they have can only be seen in terms of what it will provide in the future. I have seen businessmen seriously affected by this plus disease. They have amassed more than they will ever be able to spend, yet still devote their powers to reminding themselves that they must achieve even more. They pursue the more and the better to the point of destroying themselves, and they begin to adopt an even more destructive form of wrong thinking. They conceive the false idea that they are what they do. And why is that so destructive? I asked for. Because it's another mistake. When someone believes that his values come from what he does, it must follow that when he can do nothing, when he can achieve nothing, he is worthless. That is why all over your planet you see people who fall into depressions when their benefits diminish, to the point of needing treatment by other people who suffer from them more. I have observed people who feel useless when they retire, because they believe that they are what they do. I have seen people fearful of failure, when it is clear that on earth you cannot grow unless you are willing to fail, and to fail many times. The truth, as I see it, is that the value of a person as such a person comes from what he chooses to believe about himself, and not from any accumulation or achievement. And when this is confused, one is predisposed to suffering, regardless of how well that belief is defended. Understand me? Yes, but what are the most common manifestations of that suffering? After all, not all people in business are on the verge of suicide, not even slightly depressed, I replied. The symptoms that I have observed are found in almost all aspects of life for those who suffer from them, and everything is born of the wrong thinking to which I have referred so many times. For example, I have heard many businessmen say that the most important things in their lives were the people they loved, their family, and the assurance that those people were happy. But these men were hardly ever with their loved ones. They lived busy accumulating the money that, apparently, they considered a guarantee of the happiness of those people. And meanwhile their marriage failed and they became strangers to their own children. Paradoxically, they did not have time to devote to the beings that they considered the most important thing in their lives. The thinking of these men is wrong. Deep down, they know they can't buy happiness, and yet they spend their days trying just that. In addition, they often suffer from haste disease. They are almost always in a hurry, even when they have no real reason for it. They obsess over perfection, and apply the same active versus passive approach to their personal life that they give to their business. I have often seen them ask their relatives for impossible things, insisting that they behave like statistics in a book, and then wondering why they lost them. In addition, his own body was often afflicted by stomach ulcers and hypertension, by alcoholism and anxiety. Those are the consequences of placing happiness outside of oneself and of pursuing the false symbols of success, of which the main ones are the monetary signs. This lust for money reigns on earth almost without restraint, and it is something completely negative. People think incorrectly, and educate their children to do the same. But not everything is bad. Don't you think? Industrialization has raised the standard of living around the world. I protested. I didn't say the job and the money were bad. The problem lies in the way that work and money are considered and used in your world. I am in favor of work, which seems to me a good way to live life and to feel one's own dignity. But your question also presupposes a truth that simply does not exist in your reality. That the industrialized world is better than the non-industrialized one. If you look at things realistically, you will see that for each of the improvements in living standards that you are proud of, you have to pay a high price. If transport improves, they pollute the air. If they build large factories, they infest the atmosphere with carcinogenic products. If they build great weapons, they create the possibility of destroying their world in a terrifying conflagration. In those uncivilized places, where the standard of living is so low, people don't carry guns or die of cancer. Although they cannot move around as freely as other towns, they do not breathe or drink industrial waste. They live on their land and do not store nuclear weapons there. They are close to their loved ones, and they do not need to drink alcohol to get through the days. In reality, the raising of the standard of living is the justification that the businessman gives to almost everything he does, and yet, when he is honest with himself, he affirms, "We were happier in the times when we had very little. We stayed, and our goals were only dreams. Sharing those dreams brought us closer together. The lean years offered us so little in terms of external things that we had to look within. And that is the nature of happiness. All the suffering that you earthlings endure comes from your cravings and desires. When they stop and simply dedicate themselves to living and enjoying themselves, the suffering diminishes. Do not be too quick to claim that these uncivilized peoples with their low living standards have a monopoly on misery and lack personal satisfaction and happiness. The truth is that those peoples and you have a lot to learn from each other. Instead of defending your great system of monetary benefits, which needs no defense as it works well, look at what you are doing with it, what you think it holds for you in terms of happiness. If you cannot be as happy working in your garden as you are in a fancy nightclub, or while preparing a business, you have not yet understood that basic truth of your earth reality. I mean the truth that I have already mentioned before. There is no way to happiness, happiness is the way. We had completed 2 intense discussions, and EYKIS was still as calm as she had been an hour before. It was no effort for her to be honest. Speaking of religion or economics, she felt as comfortable as a fish in water. She was natural and expressive, and she was willing to consider anything that came up to her. I felt no need to be impressed with his vocabulary, or to cite statistical evidence in support of his claims. He did not need to cite the experts to support his opinions. I moved on to the next topic, introducing myself as a prominent pedagogue. I asked her about educational practices on Uranus, and what she had observed in our attitudes and educational institutions. How do you see our educational systems, EYKIS? I wanted to know. What alarms me most about your training methods is the vast difference between what you claim to do and what you actually do. In almost all of their administrative statements on education, they state that their aim is to promote individual thinking, self-realization, to provide each child with the opportunity to maximize his capacity for autonomous thinking. But I have not seen any performance that led to those lofty goals. Where do you see the manifestations of that difference? In almost all of your schools. Every time young people try to display creative qualities or think on their own, this is interpreted as a danger and immediately repressed. Few teachers can stand a child asking why. You give your rewards to those students who adapt best, who please their teachers or do their homework quickly and neatly. There are few rewards for independent thinking, which even seems to be punished in most cases. A student who shows no need for approval, who shows no signs of guilt or anxiety about the lack of social approval, is considered a disruptive element. A child who refuses to be equal to others is pointed with the finger, you are asked to feel guilty and to repent. And yet those qualities, the absence of guilt, independence, and free thought, are what you call fruitful attitudes, attitudes that lead to personal fulfillment. I repeat that it seems to me a total lack of realism that you indicate something as the purpose of your educational system and then do exactly the opposite. But children need, first of all, to be instilled with discipline, so that later on they can make free, independent judgments. That is why we insist on the need to do things well, in the teacher's way. Besides, if everyone did what they wanted, there would be no discipline and it would be materially impossible to teach, I declared in my best teaching jargon, with great conviction. Well, it is impossible for me to imagine that a child can learn to think freely if he is educated otherwise. It's like training someone to be a great runner by making them sit all their life. A classroom in which all the children are actively engaged in pursuit of individual goals does not necessarily have to be chaotic. It could be a class in which there is animation, interest, instead of the apathy that I have observed in almost every classroom on your planet. In classrooms, individuals could help each other. They could undertake creative activities, have a miniature real world, so to speak, to explore absolutely any terrain. Instead, students are told to each sit at their desk and silently do what they have been told to do. That leads directly to the incorrect and neurotic thinking that we have talked about. Do you consider that a classroom full of students sitting in silence is not a suitable environment for learning? Of course it isn't. You know that each of the inhabitants of your world is unique and exclusive. How can this quality be harnessed if all children are treated the same? He asked me. But I don't think we do that in our Earth schools. I protested. Well, I'm going to tell you what I have observed. One Monday, the teacher explains a new topic, the history of Egypt, let's say. The teacher gives the same material to all the students. Everyone receives the same explanation and listens to the same discussion, everyone studies the same book and does the same homework, and everyone takes the same test on Friday. Do you agree, up to here? Yes, yes, continue. Students who respond to the exam more satisfactorily receive a good grade, those who simply pass receive a lower grade, and the others fail. There is nothing foreseen for these individual differences, which are an integral part of reality. Why are all boys supposed to assimilate the same information just as quickly? Why is a student who has only answered half the questions correctly given a low grade because it may take 2 weeks to learn the subject? Why are all students asked to learn at exactly the same rate? What happens to students who only need 1 day to master Egyptian history, but who need a fortnight to learn how to divide with decimals? Why are they forced to sit quietly listening to things they already master? I'm going to tell you, if you're interested. Yes, do it, I pleaded. Well, that happens because they treat everyone the same. They teach everyone the same way, at the same time, and they call cough faster and smarter who can learn exactly that way. In my reality, being able to assimilate something faster than another person only means one thing: speed. Your educational logic leads to always having average students and students below average. You insist that everyone conforms to the same standards. They teach all their young people to think and act in the same way. But what can a young man offer the world if he is exactly the same as everyone else? You ensure that equality with the absurd fight for grades, those student merit badges that you award in lists and newsletters. That is the true obsession of Earth educators, not knowledge or self-discovery, but the pursuit of those external rewards called grades. Besides, those notes to which they have given so much importance have absolutely nothing to do with the true education of a person, EYKIS stated emphatically. But what's wrong with rewarding good students with grades? Grades and knowledge are two things that are mutually exclusive. In fact, the notes serve to reduce motivation for knowledge. She replied. Why? I asked for. A note is an external thing. It means that a person has participated in the game of education. Knowledge is an internal thing, which is reflected, first of all, in how the person feels about what he has learned, second, how knowledge helps you to pursue your ideals, and, thirdly, in what the person as such can do with what he has learned. Knowledge fosters self-confidence, and grades lead to self-deception. A note in a newsletter has nothing to do with reality. It is a symbol of adaptation. And even here on Earth, where people often perceive their reality so badly, the notes bear little relation to the real thing. No one cares about a report card when its headline has been out of college for 2 years, and certainly no one would judge an adult's ability on the basis of their academic qualifications. A person who received the best grades only a year ago could fail until the last of those exams today. On Earth, what is worth respect and personal progress to a person is their present performance. Often those who can play the academic game well are actually ill-prepared to face the world. And, on the other hand, many young people who neurotically refuse to pursue good grades at school turn out to be more reality-oriented and, as a result, are much more successful in almost everything they do. In short, the educational world on Earth seems to be situated in an unreal realm. But you said before that grades reduce the motivation of individuals. Do you really think that our educational system reduces human motivation on Earth? Exactly, he replied. When you place a person in an educational system in which the reward, the grade, is not related to the activity of learning itself, the motivation decreases. For example, if you give a good grade to a person who reads 5 books or achieves 50 gymnastic push-ups, a lower grade than a person who reads 4 books and does 40 push-ups, and so on, who do you think would want to read 100 books or do 1,000 push-ups? Well, hardly anyone. His pedagogical system asks students to strive for a reward, and to work only when there is a reward. Because the reward of a good grade has nothing to do with reading or doing push-ups, motivation ceases when the reward has been achieved. And how could that be changed? I wanted to know. First, the rewards for the study must be matched to the specific activity of the study. The reward of reading, for example, is not in a report card, but inside the person. This reward consists in the satisfaction of understanding life through writers, in the emotion of getting lost in a novel or discovering and applying a new idea, in the freedom that gives the power to experience what others have thought, in the joy and the inner satisfaction that reading implies for personal development. Those are the rewards of reading. Similarly, the personal sense of triumph that comes from being in perfect physical condition, the magnificent feeling that comes from being fit, the ability to climb stairs without stopping for breath, to run without exhausting, to digest and sleep without difficulty, pride in perfect health, are the rewards of gymnastic training. When you begin to match your rewards with the same educational activity, then and only then will motivation increase and student apathy will decrease, EYKIS concluded emphatically. And the teachers? What is your function? With regard to the role of the teacher, you are also confused. No one on earth can teach anyone anything. It is the learner who decides to get to know certain things, and any experienced teacher will tell you that, in the face of a student who has decided not to know something, such as algebra, no effort to teach algebra will do. No problem. That is the reality on earth. And, conversely, when a student decides to learn algebra, he will learn it, no matter how much the teacher objects. I believe that all earthlings have the potential ability to learn something, either with or without the help of teachers. Truly great teachers understand that, and are committed to providing individuals with a suitable environment for them to make their study decisions. And they emphasize the importance of studying for mastery, over the struggle for grades. What do you mean by master's degree? Master's study means that the goal of education is to master the curriculum. The time it takes the student to achieve this does not matter. It means that each individual takes tests when he is ready to see what he has learned, and not on a set date for an entire class. It means that there are no penalties for being slower in mastering a subject. It means that, when knowledge is acquired, an inner satisfaction is acquired with it, in addition to the good grade, if one needs it to be recorded in a document. The results are personal satisfaction and inner pride, and you receive a master's degree when you show your mastery of the subjects at hand. In an education system aimed at masters, students want to help each other, rather than compete for the few trophies that educators make available in the form of grades, honor societies, and the like. Each student is free to develop in areas of personal interest, and to explore difficult subjects without fear of failure. The style of the studio is collaboration and not competition, and it is impossible for young people to copy. Is it impossible for them to copy? I repeated. Yes. How could anyone copy if the goal of education is to help each individual achieve their own levels of excellence? Tell me, how can you copy when the rewards on offer are inside and not outside? Actually, I've never thought of that, I said. Imagine a person taking a test to see how ready they are to move to the next level of learning. That student is going to measure his progress in a certain subject. How could anyone cheat? I have had the opportunity to see an experiment carried out on Earth, in which you subjected chicks to a test designed to show which ones were stupid and which ones were clever. A length of barbed wire was placed in front of their food, and the chicks you thought were foolish stayed where they were and eventually starved to death. The ones you called smart got around the barrier and reached the food. When chicks go around a barrier to get their external rewards, you consider them smart, but when students do the same, you say it is cheating. But how can we allow students to cheat on exams without punishing them? Shouldn't they learn to fend for themselves, as you have said before? Asked. Young people can be encouraged to help each other reach their highest levels of personal knowledge. In a world of individuals, comparing boys to one another is a meaningless activity. If your youth were in an educational system that values knowledge, they would soon learn to collaborate, rather than compete. But your whole world is made up of people who compete with each other. While noble competition on the pitch is healthy and fun, in real life it is the cause of antagonisms, hatreds, nationalisms, and theories of racial superiority. Schools are the only place you can begin to foster a sense of collaboration. What would a boy gain by cheating on an exam in a master's system? Absolutely nothing. The purpose of this test is not to reward or punish, but to help young people measure their personal progress. There should be no stultifying mass examinations and no comparisons of results. All of this should be replaced by a healthy atmosphere of cooperation and help. And if that same quality were transferred to your governments, you would end most of the small disputes and power games that give rise to wars and bitter hatred. Teachers can do a lot to make education one day based on knowledge and not on the competitive and acquisitive mentality that exists today in this society in which they are immersed. How? I asked, eager to know the details. The idea of external rewards, of orientation towards money, can be eliminated from education. Students who are faced with a rigid and despotic teacher will only work when that authority figure is present. Similar to what happens in business, when the authoritarian teacher leaves the classroom, the students abandon their comedy. If those dominant professors who take so much pride in their well-disciplined classes could see them only for a moment in their absence, they would soon see the results of their severity. And once formal education is completed, teachers subsist perpetually, outside the classroom. Many students who have been subjected to such teachers for long periods do no good for the rest of their lives. They come to despise all study activities because they associate them with rigid and authoritarian thinking. In contrast, teachers in a realistic system of master's education educate young people to become their own teachers. The presence of an authority figure in the classroom has nothing to do with the individual's pursuit of knowledge and mastery. I have observed here, on Earth, that students come to buy notes with money in universities and colleges. Those who persist and buy the most grades receive the greatest external educational rewards. Your world is full of graduates in philosophy and graduates in many other subjects who have bought a good part of their qualifications, and who are unable to write an idea clearly, much less to get a job. And the only jobs they hope for are those that provide them with institutional credit to help other students buy more grades. Finally, do you have any ideas on how we can make our educational systems more efficient? I asked him, giving him to understand that we were nearing the end of that topic. It is simply a matter of your basing yourself on reality. Knowledge is internal, and acquisitions are external. You say that they are interested in knowledge and the internal person, but the truth is that they channel all the energy of young people towards external things, such as grades, exams, diplomas, and degrees. Education for knowledge, which your earthly reality would allow so well, does not exist, because its educators mistakenly think of the ends as opposed to the means. That media thinking is what would fit your world of unique individuals, all of whom deserve a specialized education. Your children could leave their educational experiences excited by the prospect of acquiring knowledge due to the joy that this entails, together with the innumerable opportunities that open up before a cultured person. But too often young people emerge from the labyrinth of education as members of the herd, thinking and bleeding exactly like the others. I didn't get tired of talking to EYKIS. Deliberately, my friend had minimized the references to Uranus during our 3 conversations, because the gifts she gave us were not a comparison between our 2 worlds, but a legacy for all Earthlings from someone who saw us with a special perspective. EYKIS had explained what Uranus was like. She was surprised at the unreal or, as she called it, wrong thought that she had discovered in her observations among us. Later, as a good realist, she had assimilated what she had seen and accepted us as we were. But she knew how to discern, behind the how we were, the how we could become. As he had told me several times, we of Uranus are trapped by our reality, but here, on Earth, your chances of splendor as a planet of free thinkers is almost unimaginable. In this context, he offered us his gifts. He didn't want to leave us a high-sounding document, he gave us wonderfully sensible and sincere instructions. I set out to embody another character, so that EYKIS would dialogue with me in his incomparable style. I represent the practice of medicine, I declared. What have you observed about my profession in your visit here? I am very surprised by the concept of health that prevails on your planet. Both among the general public and among the medical establishment, there seems to be a mentality of illness and not of health. Answered. What do you mean by illness mentality? Asked. I'm used to a very different approach to medicine. In Urano, the patient pays his doctor a monthly premium to keep him healthy. If he falls ill, he stops paying until the doctor heals him. On Earth, people count on getting sick in advance. They program themselves to wait for the worsening. Those who think like this come to believe that they cannot regain health without medical treatment and without medication. This is another wrong way of thinking, and it manifests itself especially in the way you view your body and your expectations about your future health. Your health is directly related to how you use your mind. Those of you who think positively of yourself have optimistic expectations throughout life. That includes your health expectations. But I've noticed that many people say things like, I feel like I'm catching a cold. Tomorrow, surely, I will get worse and have a cough. I will have a fever and I will have to be sick for a few days. And, naturally, what these people assure in advance, is fulfilled. I have found that when people expect to get worse, they almost never disappoint themselves. So do you think that if people were taught to think differently, that is, correctly, as you define it, they would not be affected by colds and other minor ailments? Asked. Exactly. I have also seen on Earth manifestations of positive thinking. Those people who don't focus on their ailments, who genuinely hope that a little cold or flu symptom will ease rather than get worse, who don't complain to others, are much less vulnerable to those illnesses. You Earthlings are lucky. Health is, in most cases, a matter of choice. They can choose to be healthy, although few do. But what do you mean by choice? Asked Dash. You don't think that people choose all their illnesses? Yes, I do. With the sole exception of hereditary conditions. And even the degree to which these unelected conditions interfere with a person's life is directly related to their attitudes and preferences. Look, let me turn the tables for a moment and ask you a question, doctor. Would you trade your good health for something? No. Without good health, one ends up dying. So health is the most important aspect of your personal life? EYKIS asked. Of course. Health is of paramount importance to the individual. I think everyone present will agree on that, since ultimately the absence of health represents the end of life. So you want to explain to me why so few of you think and act in terms of health, if health is high on your list of personal priorities. The insane thinking that I have observed on Earth is a mystery to me. I can't quite understand what you mean by insane thinking, I objected. I mean their attitudes to illness and health, EYKIS explained. You consume things that anyone can see to be toxic, and you do so in large quantities. Tobacco, alcohol, fatty foods, preservatives, drugs. They treat their bodies as if they ignored that these self-destructive attitudes, which in turn lead to self-destructive behaviors, are harmful. Yet they know they are. You print warnings on the packages, but you continue to consume those poisons. All of that constitutes a choice. Do you think this is another manifestation of our wrong thinking? Asked. Of course it is. You have become used to thinking about illness, and you have also become used to practicing that thought in your way of life. But it goes much further than bad bodily habits and a sickness mentality. It has to do with the focus that you give to health thought versus disease thought. Among you, the medical profession is oriented towards disease and not towards well-being. Their doctors see patients when they are not feeling well, or when it is very clear that something is wrong. The role of the doctor is to fix what is going wrong or, more accurately, what has been allowed to go wrong. Earthlings go to doctors to heal them and bring them back to normal. Nobody seems to think about living better than normal, especially doctors and health professionals. We doctors have to act like this. We have to take care of those who need it urgently, I explained, still in my role as a prominent physician. Why does the medical profession not help people to overcome their disease thinking, and do not use doctors primarily as people who help others to be as healthy as possible, and only secondly as healers of the sick? EYKIS asked. We have already tried to teach preventive medicine and instill health thinking, as you call it. What happens is, simply, that we have too much work, that we have to take care of so many patients, that this occupation prevents us from changing towards what you propose, I explained. That is also wrong thinking. The medical class also encourages disease thinking, and reinforces it in others almost in all its practices. It is the doctors who prescribe these huge amounts of tranquilizers for non-existent anxiety attacks. They are the ones who perform the unnecessary surgical operations that have become common among you. Doctors are quick to write prescriptions for any ailment, especially since they are also victims of wrong thinking. In what way are we victims of that thought? I asked, a little irritated. It is imagined that you are the ones who heal, that the medicines that you administer carry out the healing in the body of the sick person. And that is false, she declared firmly. But how can you say such a thing? Think about what medicine has done to our planet. Life expectancy has increased, some virulent diseases have been eliminated, and medicine improves human life every day, I reminded him. It is true that many diseases and that life expectancy has improved, but we must give credit to who really has it. The hero is the human organism, and not you. Their bodies are perfect creations. No doctor can fix a malfunctioning body. Only a properly functioning body can fix itself. No doctor can eliminate polio, only the human organism can do it by creating defenses. Just because you administer a vaccine and write the prescription does not mean that you are the curers. Just as educators must educate their students to be their own teachers, and just as parents must help their children to become parents to themselves. Doctors, too, must teach their patients to become doctors themselves. Each person should be taught to use the healing powers inherent in their body. But most doctors don't, because they don't believe in the powers of the body. They prefer to believe that they are the ones who heal. And so they perpetuate the wrong thinking that gives rise to so much unnecessary disease in your world. You seem to have a very low regard for our medical profession, I commented. On the contrary, EYKIS replied briskly. The medical profession is perhaps the most advanced of all its institutions. The methods of eliminating incompetence are superb. Doctors, as people, have very noble motives and are extremely competent. What needs correction are misconceptions about what health services are and who does the cure. And how do you suggest correcting this? I asked for. First, I would encourage the medical profession to consider the benefits of health thinking. I think of people who came to their doctors not because they were sick, but because they wanted to become even healthier. Doctors could serve primarily to help people acquire mental attitudes that reduce psychosomatic illnesses. They could monitor their patients' nutrition, exercise, heart function, lung capacity, blood count, and endurance. People would begin to see doctors not rectifiers to achieve normality, but people who help them overcome normal health to achieve extraordinary health. People would be oriented towards health and well-being, instead of always thinking about illness. Doctors would facilitate this attitude from the birth of each patient, instead of fighting it. And they would stop acting as if anyone recommending anything other than medicine or surgery is a charlatan. Doctors seem to fear innovations, despite their interest in research, especially when it comes to human health. In Western cultures, they are often the first to reject any non-medical or non-drug approach to human health. Practices such as meditation, biofeedback, hypnosis, yoga, food therapy, acupuncture, or anything else they know little about are immediately denounced as fraudulent by the medical profession, and often take place many years before some specialists reluctantly accept them. You overprotect your one-dimensional view of health, and are too reluctant to admit the possible existence of other approaches that can be combined with traditional medicine to create a whole cadre of health-oriented physicians. And what else? I ask to encourage her to continue. You should also rethink your tendency to rely on medications as healing factors. They should think of the great restorative potential of the human mind. I would educate people to stop looking for miracle cures outside of themselves and start looking inward, examining the limitless capacity of their mind and body for convalescence and healing. Much of the diseases that you earthlings suffer from lie in the mind. This is because throughout their lives they have accepted the idea that suffering from some disease is a normal thing, and that, when the disease occurs, it must be treated with external and not internal elixirs. Moreover, they should reconsider the very principles of their profession, such as the routine use of surgery to remove healthy organs from the body, and immobilization for almost all diseases, when, possibly, vigorous exercise that promotes circulation would be more healing. Much of his theoretical ideas seem to be based on the idea that humans are weak and vulnerable, and that illness always requires rest. However, active people are known to take much less time to heal from their conditions. The activity is almost always censored, especially since many doctors are more sedentary people than I would have imagined. I have noticed Mexicans who smoked and drank, and who weighed more than necessary, or addicted to some medicine, while giving advice to their patients. I must confess that escapes my logical mind. I see professional negligence in the exaggerated tendency to use drugs. Medicines for migraines, for stomachaches, for nervous tension and even for anxiety. This excessive use of drugs comes from their concept that the disease is something external to the person. You believe that the disease is caused by a passing bacillus, the cold of winter, the flu virus, old age, a draft. And, consequently, you are also looking abroad for something to cure you. That attitude explains his fondness for medicines and his obsession with pills as a universal panacea. But the healing process, like everything else, is found inside the patients they treat. Positive attitudes toward health as a means of eliminating disease, and toward the mind as a healing factor, are often treated as heresies by the medical profession, which fails to see the truth because it is blinded by its own rigid upbringing. And what does that truth consist of? The truth is that no doctor on your planet has ever cured anyone. Healing is carried out by the mind and body of the patient, and the doctor's treatments only facilitate this process. Until doctors educate themselves and their patients about the great healing capacity of their perfect organism, you will continue in a world that every day becomes more dependent on drugs, without need. EYKIS stated. Can people really alter their propensity for serious illness by thought? I inquired. Of course. The people are the captain of the ship we call the body. Everything that happens in the body is refereed by that captain, who can cure it of a disease using only a small part of its potential. All the doctors on your planet know what the will to live is. Although they cannot palpate it, they know that patients with a strong will to live are much more likely to survive any serious illness or surgery. That will should be cultivated in everyone, and this would result in a healthy attitude towards life. Few doctors are unaware of the destructive capacity of the mind. They know that a mind in a state of tension can lead to an ulcer or high blood pressure. However, and strangely, they find it difficult to believe that that same mind is capable of healing the ulcer, or of moderating blood pressure. Instead, they turn to drugs. They know that the mind can alter the chemistry of the body and cause disease, and yet they disdain those who educate the mind itself to reverse that process. The medical profession insists on turning to drugs and treatments as a means of restoring health, mainly because doctors think wrongly. When you awaken to see the limitless potential of the human body to heal itself, you will have taken a great step forward. Then they will be able to prescribe their medicines to support the healing process and place the healing role where it should be, inside the patient. As always, the interior of the person is ignored by professionals of all specialties, and the medical class is no exception. You have an advantage over us, the Uranites, because your interior is governed by free will, but you almost never take advantage of it. EYKIS could have continued to tell me about our medical practices, but we had a lot to discuss and the day was passing too quickly. I would very much like to hear your opinion about our governments and how they serve the human species, I said, turning to my fifth and final role that morning. Your governments don't serve the people. That is not its purpose, said my friend bluntly. So what is its purpose, according to you, EYKIS? They have been created to serve the ends of those who work in them, although all governments claim to have been created to serve the will of the people. Do you think that all governments ignore the popular will? Asked. Yes, although some do it to a much greater degree than others. Governments on earth are basically interested in power. When someone outside those governments tries to take the reins of power, he assures that the will of the people is subversion. And later, when he has managed to reach the government, he begins to follow the actions of the previous rulers. On earth it is power itself that seems to corrupt the people, and those in power show much greater interest in expanding their spheres of influence than in serving the needs and desires of the people. In my capacity as representative of the governments, I would like you to explain to me how that happens, I asked him with some severity, as befits a relevant governmental personality. Yes, with pleasure, she replied. If you were to survey all the peoples on earth, you would see that, with the exception of a small group of generals and a handful of soldiers, all the inhabitants of your planet want peace, not war. And despite that, you are constantly at war with each other. What's more, your entire planet is in great danger, on the verge of total destruction, due to the useless accumulation of nuclear weapons. People want to live in harmony. Of that I am sure, because I have investigated that question during my trip. However, their governments continue to act in a way that contradicts the wishes of the people. All their wars have been provoked by rulers who decide to send young men to their deaths. These young people obey orders, such as to kill other human beings, that are in deep conflict with their feelings. And yet they obey them. You all want peace, but your governments keep the entire planet at or on the brink of war. But war and preparation for war are necessary measures that countries must follow to avoid being conquered by their enemies. And like it or not, that's our reality, I declared. If you devoted the same energy and money to peace, and to helping people use their individuality, you would eliminate wars. You don't see that killing each other is the greatest degradation human beings can go to? But the rulers do their best to keep society at a level where the enemy is always blamed, due to a very low level of thought, which is actually that of the rulers. But fostering individuality would do nothing but create anarchy and increase the risk of war. I argued. They must begin to use the great power at their disposal to educate individuals in ethical thinking. In a world of people who thought ethically, no warriors would appear. Ethically minded beings would refuse to invent something as horrible as napalm. No agent would be able to sell it, and it would not be manufactured by factory personnel. No driver would be willing to transport it, and no general would even dream of ordering it to be used against other human beings. And no soldier would ever burn other men's bodies with him. The chain of human beings that creates something as tremendously stupid and evil as war is broken when there are individuals who think ethically and not as a herd. A single individual who decides to listen to the voice of his heart can break a chain that depends on blind obedience to continue to exist. Once you begin to use your governments for these purposes, you will eliminate the horror of war forever. And without a doubt, the governments of the world have the necessary power to achieve that. But wouldn't an excessive amount of free will, ethical people compromise our survival? Its survival depends exclusively on individuals who think for themselves. Look at the most repressive governments on your planet. Totalitarian and dictatorial regimes prevail best where people think as a herd, and not as individuals. These people are educated in conformity and nationalism, in racial pride and historical rivalries. All citizens think uniformly. They obey because they are told they must. And conversely, the freest societies on your planet have been created on the basis of individualism. They were founded by people fleeing repressive governments, religious fascism, and the divine right of kings. At no time in human history has authoritarianism been able to establish itself where individuals were encouraged to think for themselves and to question absolute authority. Great societies are made up of great individuals who are opposed to being dictated what to think and how to act personally. Totalitarianism and dictatorships are imposed only when large numbers of people renounce their individuality for the benefit of the state. The proof of the great potential for individualism that you earthlings have can be seen in those who risk their lives to raise their voices in dictatorial countries. Freedom of conscience is a difficult flame to extinguish. But you have said before that none of our governments serves the popular will, I reminded him. True, and I said it because it is so. The degree to which that popular will is crushed is greater in countries where individuals are not allowed to express their thinking when it differs from official opinions, but the will of the people is almost never the primary consideration of any government. The individuals who make up a government care more about themselves than they do about those they have sworn to serve. For example, your country's government enacts laws that mandate mandatory retirement at certain ages in various occupations, and then exempts members of the government from the benefit of those laws. They decide to allow themselves special treatment when it comes to reporting their expenses, and they deny that privilege to the rest of the country. They set social security taxes that are almost confiscatory, and exempt themselves from paying them. They enact civil rights laws and exempt themselves from complying with them. They tell the people to sacrifice themselves, and those same people have to pay for the drivers and the luxurious cars of the government officials who use the people's money to pay for their perks. They refuse to legislate health improvements for the people, and then use their money to create their own health insurance, which, by the way, consists of the most comprehensive health care available in the country, and free of charge. The reality is that the representatives of the governments of the earth, whether elected or self-appointed, serve themselves using the assets of the community, concluded EYKIS. But isn't the existence of a government necessary, even if it corrupts its representatives? Asked. Make no mistake about that. Governments do not. They corrupt their representatives, it is the representatives who corrupt the governments, she declared. Of course, government is necessary, but you have to look carefully at what you expect from the people who make up your government. If you want the rulers to think and act instead of you, the results will be the irresponsible governments that you have created. You seem to forget that power is only in the hands of the government because the collectivities of earth allow it. In a world where so many people think incorrectly, outwardly oriented, it's no wonder governments do the same. You want your governments to do everything for you, and then you complain because they take away your freedom. But you cannot have everything. But isn't the existence of a government necessary, even if it corrupts its representatives? Asked. Make no mistake about that. Governments do not. They corrupt their representatives, it is the representatives who corrupt the governments, she declared. Of course, government is necessary, but you have to look carefully at what you expect from the people who make up your government. If you want the rulers to think and act instead of you, the results will be the irresponsible governments that you have created. You seem to forget that power is only in the hands of the government because the collectivities of earth allow it. In a world where so many people think incorrectly, outwardly oriented, it's no wonder governments do the same. You want your governments to do everything for you, and then you complain because they take away your freedom. But you cannot have everything. So, then, what can we do to bring the will of the people to the spirit of the governments? Assume your personal responsibilities, rather than asking the government to do so, EYKIS declared. The true function of government is not to control the people, but to be a means of creating a functioning society. But their governments seem very busy arbitrating, inspecting, regulating, and poking their noses into everyone's daily life. You literally control every aspect of human activity. They have rules, forms, bureaucracy, and regulatory procedures for everything from transportation to sexual conduct. You create rules on all the issues that affect each of you, and you put the responsibility on government to make your societies work. For example, their governments endlessly debate the issue of abortion and enact laws on it, completely failing to understand that those very laws create horrible situations. A woman who is determined to have an abortion, for whatever reason, will not be deterred because abortion is illegal. Legality has nothing to do with your decision. If it has resolved to do so, it will abort, but if there is a law against it, the very existence of such a law will increase the chances that this woman will have poor medical care, and even that she will die. Government representatives constantly pass laws that are unethical, but these laws are not at all what determine the actions of the people. However, basically, people respect the laws, I said. Respect the laws when they make sense. And when they don't have it, people who think ignore them. You have, for example, laws against marijuana and against gambling, laws that, by their very existence in the codes, create a whole network of smugglers, traffickers, organized crime, and so on. In fact, some 250 million Earthlings regularly smoke marijuana, and almost everyone on the planet gambles when they feel like it. The existence of laws contrary to these activities increases the possibility of illegal or immoral acts, in all their societies. But wouldn't the legalization of gambling and marijuana mean approving activities that are not considered correct by the majority? Asked. Do you want to talk about reality or fantasy? EYKIS snapped. When protecting the unwary from charlatans and profiteers, drug laws can be helpful. But the legislation should be replaced by information on the effects of drugs. If the reality is that a third of the population practices something, without paying attention to the laws that exist against it, no repression will be able to change that reality. If that's the case, stop wrong thinking. Attend to the wishes of the population. Decriminalize marijuana. Use it as a source of taxes. Do not let it get into the hands of children. And stop pretending that by promulgating a law against something and then demonstrating your inability to enforce it, you have already fulfilled your obligation. The truth is that by acting like this they already harm people, simply by promulgating that law. The fact that an activity is widespread in your culture means that it is an approved activity. Whether or not you enact laws against it has nothing to do with reality. People will continue to act as they see fit, and what their governments will achieve with the unsuccessful attempt to legislate on morals and everyday life is simply to encourage the activities of undesirable people. How can we bring people to the government who cater to the wishes of the people? Asked. Changing the way they think, as well as the way they teach people to think. As in all the other things you have asked me, the solution to this is found in your thinking. The people who make up the government come out of the same population that thinks incorrectly. In that population there are very few people willing to take risks, very few honest, practical, reality-oriented people. And these people are often ostracized and labeled as extravagant. Its rulers come from that population, and impose the same wrong thinking on others in their role as legislators. You need in your governments people who are not afraid of losing their jobs, people who do not put their personal value in their work, but in themselves. When someone has a strong sense of self-worth, it is not possible to manipulate it out of fear of losing a job, because that person knows that they can always get by doing practically anything. You need people who consider themselves part of the people and who, consequently, do not seek to enact laws to secure privileges. Once you begin to reform your thinking, and it is ethical and quality-oriented, you will elect ethical people to work for you in your governments. It was clear that EYKIS understood the consequences of excess government and the lack of leaders capable of thinking for themselves. I did not know whether to conceptualize her as a liberal or a conservative. When I asked her about these labels, she laughed and commented, "Those are letterheads that critics need to rank their representatives. I am a realist. I do not know the meaning of their labels. I don't like the kind of social security that exists in your country, whereby the government acts as if the money it distributes is its own. In earthly reality there are no so-called social security funds or government funds. There are only a few people who work, who give money to the state, and that in this way they distribute it among the people who do not work. If a person does not work, being able to do so, they should be required to repay any amount of money received while temporarily unemployed. With that, I do not mean, far from it, that the truly needy should not receive anything, but the earthlings do not object to those in need receiving money from those who work. They only oppose the fact that entire generations have decided not to work and be supported. Similarly, I consider the concept of unemployment to be something that governments have created in order to have an index. How can there be something called unemployment when there are jobs that nobody wants? A jobless engineer who refuses to work as a clerk, being able to do so, is not unemployed, but simply refuses to work. To think that something is owed to everyone who is incapable of taking a risk, or to think that there are higher and lower jobs, are misconceptions. Their governments are made up of people who want to stay in power. These people do everything in their power to keep things as they are, and you will continue to create irresponsible governments as long as you continue to educate people who, to prove their worth, have to resort to their power over others and not their power over themselves. Why do people lend themselves to put up with such treatment by legislators? I asked for. They don't, except for short periods of time. In some places on your planet there are people who lack almost everything living and working alongside those who mistreat them and exploit their workforce for selfish purposes. But that won't last, as Earth's history has shown many times. At one point people end up rebelling and a revolution occurs. On Earth the disproportion between the wealthy and the needy is increasing. On your planet, hunger is a state decision. It is a political fact and not a necessity, as all the rulers of various parts of the planet would like to have them believe. The terrestrial population is starving because this fact is accepted as the norm, despite the fact that there is an abundance of food and the necessary technology to nourish everyone. Governments allow it because they are absorbed by the needs of power. Hunger is neither more nor less than an instrument that these governments use to satisfy those needs. I have seen on your planet tons and tons of food rotting on the docks, while a few kilometers away people died of starvation. The reason for that, as I have discovered by observing governments around the globe, has to do with acceptability requirements, inspection standards, procedures that prevented the distribution of those foods. Hunger is thus a state decision. But when the disproportion increases, those who have nothing will stop accepting it. They will start revolutions that will hold governments accountable to the whole world. Now the underdog accept the situation because they lack leaders to lead the fight. But when those leaders appear, you will see dramatic shifts in power brought about by force, unless you begin to choose, peacefully but decisively, leaders who think realistically and correctly. So you believe that our politicians and legislators, and our governments, alike suffer from the same type of incorrect thinking. They don't see reality as it is, I said, trying to summarize. Yes, and also here, on Earth, the corrupting factor of power seems to operate. Their governments create huge military organizations that allow absolutely no individual thinking. In fact, what they do is punish this thought as a violation of discipline. These military units, which have a tremendous capacity for destruction, are assembled and directed by people who love obedience, who do not admit the doubts of others. And then you see yourself waging wars against your fellow men, wars that no one wants. The non-military functions of their governments are performed with the same cold logic. You have individuals who speak of the need to save, and then increase certain budgets as soon as they come into operation. Such people know what should be done, but their desire to remain in power indefinitely corrupts their thinking. The illusory thinking of politicians continues to rage, and governments continue to treat individuals as a great conglomerate of beings with no mind or will of their own. Until their governments begin to see in these anonymous masses a group of individuals who think for themselves and who will refuse, first as individuals and then as a mass, to continue sacrificing themselves to keep those who comfortably occupy it in power, they will be doomed. Failure. Citizens will tolerate it, but only up to a point. First you will see that your citizens cut taxes themselves by flatly refusing to pay them, surreptitiously circumventing the law. Then they will find that people ignore the rules and dispense with government paperwork. A little later they will observe a contempt for all laws, contempt that at first was directed only to a few. This is how it will end. Only individuals with integrity, who see the world as it is and not as they would like it to be for their personal benefit, can bring to the heart of their governments the needs of the individuals they have sworn to serve. But I have not seen any government of that nature on your planet, and I have searched well. Is there an indicator that we can use to see if we are going in the direction you recommend? I asked EYKIS. When there are no starving children on your planet, when there are enough child care centers, when there are vaccines for the entire child population, affordable and free vaccines, when your governments have to organize raffles to get money for their battleships and missiles, then and only then will you be on the road I mean. And now let's go to lunch, he concluded, indicating that he was over with that part of his gifts. 8. Some realistic reactions. This was going to be the last afternoon we spent together. EYKIS was leaving the next morning. I knew she would not change her mind, as she was a woman of her word. That was always very clear. I was forced to reserve my feelings for her and continue to collect the gifts she left us. Back in the recording studio, I started a new tape. EYKIS, you've talked to me about religion, the world of business, education, medicine, and politics. You have told me what you have seen and what you think could be done to achieve a new and beneficial adjustment to the reality of these 5 activities of ours. Among your observations, one main theme seems to stand out. We Earthlings tend to think incorrectly, as you put it, and to focus too much on the outside, to the detriment of the inside. Have I summarized well? Asked. Perfectly, she answered without hesitation. Then he continued, you have become a collective obsessed with thinking for each other, which is a nice way of saying manipulate each other. Your governments want to think for their voters, they want to regulate their lives, as if they could not make healthy decisions on their own. Your doctors insist that they are the only experts, and they label anyone who claims to have a health mentality as meddlesome and ignorant. Your businessmen believe that money brings happiness, and they consider inner happiness the territory of hippies and unrealistic intellectuals. Your educators insist that they know what others need, and seek outside acquisitions before knowledge. Your religious hierarchies impose the will of God on others, always assuming that God is an outer being to be reached, and not the result of an inner experience. Your representatives from these 5 spheres believe they know what is good for others, and they spend their energies trying to impose what they know on the people they serve. But your reality prevents you from doing what you think you do. That is why they live in illusion, and that illusion requires them to invent a thought adapted to it. Well, I interjected, this afternoon, instead of represent more personalities of our world, I would like to ask you some things so that you can comment, simply, and so that later you can conclude with the ideas that, according to you, we need the most. Do you think it's okay? I'll be true to myself in whatever context suits you, she answered laconically. Very well, then let's go back to what you said about the illusions that occur in the 5 spheres. What exactly is the illusion? The illusion consists in thinking that people do not have free will and that, therefore, they can only believe what they are told through teaching, proselytism, government, healing or impulses that come to them from others. The inhabitants of your planet are beings capable of choosing, but your leaders believe they are in a position to choose for the people, and it is not like that. Therein lies the illusion. The path of knowledge is an inner path, as is the one that leads to self-knowledge. Leaders can only provide Earthlings with a healthy environment in which to reach their own truths, EYKIS said. So what exactly do I know about the mental process these leaders have invented to support their illusions? Asked. The wrong or delusional thought process develops in the following way: since I am an expert, I have to know what is best for everyone. Therefore, I will impose on them what I know, thereby doing them good. And what would the non-illusory thinking of the experts in each of those spheres be like? I asked her to make her come to a conclusion. On Earth each person has a unique mind. Since everyone is different, it is impossible to create laws, rules, or regulations that apply to everyone. The all simply does not exist. And, on your planet, their choice minds allow them to choose between learning and not learning, knowing or not knowing, obeying or disobeying, at any time. On a given topic, you can change your decisions at any time and an unlimited number of times. You are changeable people, endowed with free will. Correct thinking would recognize that fact and say, each person must decide for themselves what they want on a daily basis. As a leader, I will show you the various options and the likely consequences of those options. I will even give you my opinion if you ask me, but I will never confuse that opinion with the correct opinion, which does not exist. Since the path of knowledge is an inner path, I will not expect individuals to pay me tribute for following their own path. It is their path, and I will help them walk it as they choose, as long as they do not intend to demand tribute from others who wish to follow theirs. That would be the right or non-delusional thinking, and that's what I wanted to say to the 5 characters you played this morning, he concluded. I decided to change my plan. Now he saw clearly that this duality, inner thought versus outer thought, presided over practically all the activities of Earthlings. If I introduced myself to EYKIS as a general, a lawyer, a clerk, or a mechanic, the logic would be the same. His strictly realistic thinking always detected the illusion he had just described. I would like you to speak to me briefly about various subjects that concern all human beings, I began. What do you think of parenting as it is practiced here? I have observed here on Earth a marked desire on the part of parents to believe that they are masters of their children. The illusory character of that idea is evident. If everyone has free will, no one can own anyone. Remember that children have a mind of their own. Without knowing why, parents have come to believe that their children owe them something just because they are their children. You see children who are coerced into professing the same religion as their parents, the same racial ideas and prejudices, the same goals in education, and so on. For some inexplicable reason, parents think that being part of a family impedes individual thinking, and they are surprised when young people want to be different. They are often upset when their children try to marry outside of their social group, whatever that may be. They insist on regulating, shaping, and conditioning the thinking of their children, to no avail. They know it is a vain endeavor, but they persist in it, constantly living in disgust and disappointment. It seems to me that parenthood should be about teaching young people to be parents to themselves. All that about family obligations should be forgotten. Fatherhood means educating children to think for themselves, setting examples worth emulating. I would ask all parents to look back and remember how much they resisted, and how much they resist even now, to being the property of their elders. I would also advise them to focus their parental interest on values such as quality, ethics, integrity, knowledge, and serenity, and not on the opposites, of which I have already spoken. And what do you think is the role of discipline? I ventured. The only valid discipline is self-discipline, the ability to discipline yourself to reach full knowledge of your own being and to express yourself fully. In the early stages of life, a child needs a clear role model to provide an environment in which to learn to internalize his behavior, which will lead to healthy independence. The child needs to experience what will and will not be tolerated. All discipline applied to children should be aimed at teaching them self-discipline. If children learn just because they are told to do something, they will soon become people who do what they are told, and when they grow up they will think incorrectly and will not come to fruition. In other words, parents should be role models for their children and encourage them to discipline themselves, so that in the future they do not need to rely on other people for self-control. What have you observed of the marriage as works here? I asked EYKIS. With marriage it seems exactly the same as with parenthood. It is steeped in the same wrong thinking. That is why so many unions break down. Earthlings seem so intent on your fight for other people's property that you extend it even to your spouse's property. Married people are dedicated to thinking for their consorts. Their expectations are imposed on each other, something intolerable for both, for earthlings possess the repeated and inestimable gift of free will. On this planet, the emotional or mental servitude of one person to another is something that can only be accepted for a short period of time. After that time, the person who feels suffocated by his partner's thought for two refuses to continue, and the relationship breaks down. In well-functioning marriages there is no wrong thinking, neither spouse encourages the false idea that one person has the right to think instead of another. As you know, in Uranus we have a reason for this behavior, because there are dependency diodes and all those things. It is our reality. But here you have no real reasons for such behavior, and when the thought of dependency appears, even if it is little, it leads to the dissolution of your marriages. And I remind you that a marriage can be broken with or without divorce. Get rid of wrong thinking and you will preserve your institution of marriage. If you keep that thought, marriage will eventually disappear from Earth. Do you think the truth exists here on our planet? Asked. There are an unlimited number of truths on your planet, and they are all in the minds of individuals. If you ask 30 people on a beach if they think it is a beautiful day or that it is too hot, you will get 30 true but different answers. One will say that the day is magnificent because the sun is very hot, and another will say, for the same reason, that it is an unpleasant day. Both answers are true. On Earth, truth is an inner experience, but many try to impose their truth on others, without even stopping to think that there are different truths. Each person has the right to see their world as they prefer. What is true for some is not true for others. When the existence of different truths is taken into account, it is no longer necessary to agree on what is true. However, very few of the earthlings I have observed are willing to accept the truths of others as valid when those truths conflict with their own. You say we should change our thinking, as if that were easy. How does a person change their thinking? I wanted to know. Well, just changing it. For example, if I tell you to close your eyes and think of a brown cocker spaniel sitting in a blue chair, you can do it. Later, if I tell you to drop that thought and replace it with the image of a green vase with 12 long-stemmed roses, you get it too. Can you tell me how you did it? Of course, no one can explain how it is done, but you all know how to change your thoughts. Well, forget about how and do it. Make an effort to reject all undesirable or incorrect thoughts. That is the magnificent thing about your reality, that you can think at will. What do you think of psychiatry and psychology as practiced here? In general, they are practiced by people who are victims of the same incorrect thinking that afflicts their patients. Most of your therapists are content to provide their clients with excuses for self-inflicted disturbances. Your earthly reality allows you free will throughout your life, and yet your professionals convince their clients, and convince each other, of a diversity of theories that attribute blame to anything, from the unconscious to conflicts between siblings. Going through childhood traumas and parents' mistakes, everything serves them. Therapy appears to be an attempt by some people to buy friendship, and an effort to gain self-understanding through analysis of the past. A person who practices that incorrect way of thinking, consisting of blaming others for their problems, does nothing but transfer that guilt when they go to a therapist for answers. The really capable therapists I have observed gave the patient a chance to discover himself. They helped their clients to take responsibility for everything, and to accept the fact that only they were responsible for what happened to them. These therapists are very few, especially because, to help others to achieve this, you must believe in it yourself and apply it to yourself on a daily basis. Only one person who knows himself can help another to know himself. And in psychology, as in all other professions, there are very few people who know themselves, since psychologists and psychiatrists come from the same community as psychiatrists. Members of the other professions, and therefore their thinking is externally oriented. I had a lot left to ask EYKIS, but I knew that even if we spent 100 years together, there would always be things to ask of her. She answered any question, spoke on any subject, and always revealed the depth of her realistic thinking. I wanted to ask her about her feelings about me, although I was almost frightened by the idea of hearing about me from a person who was absolutely sincere. I wanted to know what she thought of love and sexuality on Earth, but also on this I decided to wait. I tried to think as right as I could, and came to the certainty that I loved her. But he doubted. How do you love a person who can only say and feel what he is? How to dispense with the little innocent lies, the occasional exaggerations that saved so many situations? I started to see myself in a new light. Was he afraid of EYKIS? Or was I afraid of myself? Since our first meeting I had learned a lot about fear. When you decide to avoid something because of fear, you avoid life itself. Fear is a mental process, and it is based on the belief that things are scary. But in reality, in the singular reality of EYKIS, the things of the earth exist, without more. Here fear bacteria do not occur, as in Uranus. I was still scared of being rejected by EYKIS, but I was moving toward that inner path that she had defined that morning. I decided to ask EYKIS to expose the secrets of the universe to me, without interruptions from me. Later, perhaps, I would ask him how he felt about me. If we had time left. 9. The secrets of the universe. EYKIS, in our previous conversations you talked about some secrets. Do you want those secrets to remain hidden, or are you willing to share them with us by revealing them now? Asked. I will gladly reveal my observations. But first I would like to point out that the only reason I qualify what I am going to mention as secrets is that almost no one on earth seems to have grasped them. At first I called them secrets because I believed that nobody knew them. But later I discovered that all these supposed secrets are within the reach of earthlings, and have always been, since you have written history. However, I will continue to refer to them as secrets, as they are truths that you hardly ever apply. Very well. If you don't mind, I'll keep quiet and let you tell us, without my interrupting you, what those universal secrets consist of, I proposed, knowing that EYKIS would agree, since he was gladly participating in that meeting that was already coming to an end. And EYKIS started talking. First of all, you have to learn to cultivate your garden. I have observed that most of your problems, your difficulties, your sufferings, and self-destructive attitudes are born from your ignoring that need. Cultivating your garden means that, as individuals, you must first focus on the only terrain over which you enjoy absolute dominance, that is, yourselves. Later, when you have put your life in order, you can help those who need and ask for your help. Your reality prevents you from being different from what you are, yet you seem to look critically at other people's gardens. Since you all have free will and can cultivate what suits you, there is no point in worrying about what others cultivate, unless they interfere with the right of others to self-determination. If your neighbors prefer green beans to your pumpkins, accept it that way. If your children decide to fertilize and you prefer crop rotation, let them do so. If your spouse wants to plant flowers and let the weeds live, and you prefer neat rows of vegetables of different colors, this is how you should arrange your respective gardens. If you arrange your own garden well, cultivating what you prefer, with methods that interest you, you will be so busy living and acting that you will not have time to criticize your neighbor's gardens. You will have time to admire and accept what others have created, and to help those who ask you, or to help ensure that no one cultivates things that in any way impair the right of others to cultivate their own gardens. Taking care of your own garden means accepting others as perfect, not wanting to change or correct those you love, and dedicating your own vital energy to being as happy, fulfilled and moral a person as possible. Given that your reality prohibits you from entering other people's gardens, why not adapt your thinking to such reality? Forget how much you dislike what some people do with their gardens. Whether or not one likes the activities and ways of life of others is something that will only cause displeasure and create problems in their relationships. In addition, you must put your own life in order before you can help others or apply yourself to improve your world. If all earthlings remembered this little secret, unhappiness in almost all its forms would soon be eliminated. The kingdom of heaven is within you. That secret, of which I have already spoken, is essential for your survival, and yet most of your peers ignore it. Although this expression has a religious character, the idea can be applied to all human beings and their behavior. Earthlings almost always resist internalizing. You have become accustomed to looking at the outside in almost all your activities. You constantly resort to pills to eliminate pain, to drugs that stimulate you, to the approval of others to feel loved, to money to achieve happiness, to psychiatrists to face life. You consume the existence in that carousel of external things. But your reality grants you the wonderful privilege of obtaining whatever you may want or need just by searching within yourself. You teach your children external thinking in all aspects of life. You see, almost as if it were a disease, the confidence that people have in themselves and in their inner voices. You disapprove and punish those who think for themselves and refuse to adapt. You ask everyone to think like a flock, and you imprison those who refuse to do so. From what I have observed on your planet, happiness, self-fulfillment, and the meaning of life are interior facts. If you do not have inner peace and serenity, you have nothing, and yet you despise those who ask you to look within and outlaw those who do so systematically. That simple secret is ignored on earth, in all aspects of life. You should rethink your resistance to this fact of your reality. The kingdom of heaven is a symbol of ultimate perfection. It is not a place to go, nor is it a reward for conformity. The possibility of effortlessly reaching that wonderful perfection is within you. You just have to want it. Internalizing will bring you serenity in all its exquisite forms. All things in the universe are exactly as they should be. I have observed that most earthlings stubbornly refuse to accept what exists, and instead choose to use the precious currency of your life, your present moments, to judge what exists and to voluntarily dislike what you dislike. You need to learn to look at the universe and say to yourself, this is what I have. I will take it and enjoy it as it is. I will fight to change what I do not like, and I will accept the result. I refuse to let myself be immobilized by anything that might come my way. You often forget that on your planet all beings and all things are as they are, regardless of your opinions. If you want to be happy, you must learn to transcend judgmental attitudes. I have observed that among you the elderly judge the young, who in turn judge them. Whites judge blacks, and vice versa. Men judge women, and they judge men. This is a serious disease of your thinking, since judgments are born in your mind. Instead of going through life angry about what exists and what people decide to be, you might consider the alternative of acceptance. Instead of wishing your reality was different, you could try looking at it as a miracle. Freeing yourselves from judgments would allow you to use the moments that you previously spent judging to enjoy and be happy, and to strive to improve what you do not like. What exists? Before attempting any positive change, you must accept people and things exactly as they are. Unfortunately, most humans see the world in their own image, and are therefore disappointed when they discover that the world does not respond to what they would like. The best functioning earthlings understand that secret. They use their common sense to accept what they cannot change, they use their strength to change what they can change, and their wisdom to discern the difference. But the first and foremost thing is that they learn to accept that all beings and things in the universe are exactly as they should be. What is heard is forgotten, what is seen is remembered, what is done is understood. I think that most of the earthlings do not know that simple secret. Your special reality prevents you from understanding things without internalizing and experiencing them. No one on your planet can understand swimming, cycling, dancing, making love, or anything else, without experiencing it. However, you spend a lot of energy lecturing others, endlessly explaining how things are done, showing them pictures, and even commenting on how easy it was for me to learn. Your educators provide many more opportunities to hear and see than to do, and then they wonder that their students understand so little. Parents constantly criticize their children. They explain to them how to think, feel, and act, and then they wonder that the young people do not understand them. The old want the young to benefit from their experience and lecture them, not understanding that basic secret. To understand, individuals must experience their reality in their own way. No one, no matter how much they want to, can put understanding into the mind of another human being. Understanding can only come from action, and on Earth, unlike Uranus, no one can make others understand. If you confidently walk in the direction of your dreams, and set out to live the life you have envisioned, you will meet unexpected successes. This is a verbatim quote from Henry David Thoreau, one of your illustrious philosophers. I include it among these secrets because it is something that nobody seems to understand. Seeking success is like trying to grab a handful of water. The more you squeeze it, the less water you have. When you search for success, life becomes that search, and you never get to the place we call success. You become victims of wanting more. I have observed that when you lead your lives in such a way that you feel personally fulfilled, when you do what makes sense to you and satisfies you, it is success that seeks you. One of the great ironies of life on earth is that those who are not obsessed with the pursuit of anything, not love or money or possessions or the approval of others, are the only ones who achieve these things to a sufficient degree to satisfy your needs. Those who don't care about whether or not they get the approval of others get the most approval. Those who refuse to pursue love find it in quantity. Those who run after money sometimes get it in sufficient quantity, but it does not seem that way to them, so they remain poor inwardly. You can achieve success if you make it an internal process and not an external one, and if you begin to channel your energies in the direction of a fulfilling life. Life itself is a miracle, so you don't need to look for miracles. In your life everything is an admirable miracle. A grain of sand, a bee on a flower, a sailboat, a cup of coffee, a wet diaper, a worm, are so many other miracles. Those who see life as a miracle have no time for hopelessness or self-pity. When you learn to see life and all that it contains as a miracle, you soon discover that complaining amounts to wasting the miracle that you are. Those who complain almost never stop to consider the alternative to their problems, which is to have no life at all. Life presents itself to you and asks for nothing. One is free to accept it and happily slip through it or to oppose it. But when you decide to spend the time fighting with it, you cannot spend the same time enjoying it. Too many on earth do not value the gift that life represents. You lament your fate, instead of realizing the miracle that is just being here. You spend your time looking for miracles everywhere, of whatever origin, instead of seeing everyone and everything as so many other miracles in themselves. When you learn to value the simple fact of being alive, you will not have time to get angry about this or that injustice. You will love life instead of contending with it. It is never too late to live a happy childhood. Many of you spend hours and hours complaining about your childhood and blaming it for the emptiness of your adult life. Since you cannot rewind and relieve things like we Uranites, that attitude is a waste of your precious present moments. This is also on my list of secrets because Earthlings don't seem to realize that they can get anything that was missing from their childhood by simply deciding to have it now. If you felt neglected as a child, you can seek care now. If you were not allowed to ride your bike or go to the amusement park or dance, why not enjoy those things now and forget the lamentations and accusations? I have been puzzled to see the amount of self-pity that exists here on earth, motivated by childhood, considering how clear the solution to the problem is. Since you cannot go back, complaining about the past will only serve to make the present more miserable. And why choose misery when you can have now whatever you lacked then? Relationships should work effortlessly. You all consume many of your precious moments by exhaustively analyzing your relationships, and that is destructive to those relationships. You insist on talking about why you are happy or unhappy, what you like and dislike, where your relationships are going, and so on. Talking about a relationship seems to be your way of covering up that relationship is not working. But there is only one sure way to make your relationships work: to mutually recognize the right to be different, unique human beings, without expectations of exercising ownership over others. I have observed that the relationships in which both partners respected this simple principle worked perfectly. In relationships that did not take it into account, I noticed endless and boring discussions, constant polemics and, finally, the breakup. Relationships don't need effort, what they need is mutual respect. This is my way of doing things. Which is yours? There is no one-size-fits-all way. Another of your famous philosophers gave you that secret, which is almost universally ignored. Virtually everyone in a position of authority forgets that simple formula. If you gave up on imposing your way of doing things on others and began to listen to what they can offer as an alternative, you would eliminate all your struggles, from family fights to world wars. Listening more and demanding less would eliminate the need to be right. Your individual belief that there is only one right course is, of course, a mistake, since there is no wrong course. Once you stop trying to prove you are right, you will eliminate the reactions that your wrong thinking engenders. A complement to the secret is that nobody likes to be told what to do. When you tell a child, a coworker, a spouse, or a stranger what to do, that person will almost always rebel and do something the opposite. Being told what to do violates your freedom. It is an offense to free thought, which is such an important part of your reality. Stop trying to show others the right course and start asking them how they prefer to proceed. It is possible that you will learn something, and you will also help to eliminate the hostility that the opposite attitude always arouses. In life you are treated as you teach others to treat you. You have no reason to blame anyone for their treatment of you, and yet most of you think that the problems you face and the treatment you receive are the result of a lack of consideration from others. The truth is that you have the power to teach anyone how you want to be treated. When you passively accept that you are treated badly, you take responsibility for that bad treatment. This is one of the secrets, because most of you seem to believe that it is others who are causing your problems, those who hurt your feelings. But I have observed that those who refuse to be mistreated, who insist on being treated with respect and react quickly and firmly when offended, receive the respect that those who complain never get. I must repeat, in this regard too, that responsibility for all one's experiences, rather than accusatory attitude, is the key to a full and happy life. You must teach those around you, with your behavior and not with empty discussions, that you do not think to tolerate any lack of respect. This is never difficult for those who have respect for themselves, since a person who is self-esteem expects from others the same treatment that he accords himself. The person who is respected receives respect. If you are not receiving respect, look at yourself and ask yourself this important question: why have I allowed myself to be treated this way? Instead of asking yourself, why have I been treated like this again? Wherever I go, I am. You cannot escape from yourselves. On earth you cannot flee to a distant place and thus solve your problems. The cause of your difficulties is within you. You must straighten yourself first, and then it will not matter where you are. I have seen people who took refuge in drinking, and who were still forced to confront themselves. I have seen people trying to escape their problems by traveling to exotic countries, and their problems persisted. It is possible to remarry and repeat the mistakes of absorbency and disrespect. Earthlings do not see internal phenomena in your problems, and that is why you try by all means to escape them. But that never works. That is why I include this point in the list of secrets. You do not seem to realize how impossible it is to run away from difficulties and problems. Anything that worries you is a problem only within you. Your world does not care. Only you experience it, and only you can correct it. Running away can only provide a new setting for you to experience the same inner turmoil. On earth it is worth remembering that where I go, I am. Keep things simple. You like to complicate your life. Instead of plain language, you use high-sounding pretentious words that no one understands, and you call that attitude intelligence. You create real gibberish in your legal systems, contracts, insurance policies, tax laws, mortgages, etc., etc. And then you hire experts to guide you through those mazes. In religion, philosophy, psychology, medicine, law, education, economics, and almost all human disciplines, you complicate things, and it seems to you that simplicity equals simplicity. Instead, your best writers, composers, artists, and educators are those who use clear and precise language and style to express their ideas. None of you want everything you touch to become confusing and complicated, and yet you all look for more confusion as a way to show that you have reached a higher level than your neighbors. You give value to those who cannot understand, believing that they are more intelligent by the fact of being incomprehensible. Keep things simple. This simple tip will help you enjoy life. You are not really such complex beings, and enjoying life is very simple if you eliminate the confusion and just enjoy yourself. The more incomprehensible you make your language, the more confused you make your actions, the more you will lose sight of the simple beauty of living. If you want to achieve something on earth, the best advice I can give you is to get things done, rather than turning them into an intricate mental process. What a good times! Many of you live tied to the madness of chasing the future and reliving the past. Then your thinking becomes so confused that the present loses quality. And on earth the present is the only thing you have. For the sake of planning, you disdain now. You reward whatever it takes to think about the future, plans, saving for old age, and putting off nice things, and label those who live fully as irresponsible and hedonistic. You persist in the unreal attitude of never fully living today. I say unreal because it is impossible for you earthlings to live at any time other than this, and despite this you decide to spend your present moments thinking about the future and the past, having the illusion that both the past and the future are real. But the real is now. You don't have fast rewinding or fast winding on earth. When you begin to live your present moments, instead of reliving the past or making plans for the future, you will learn to live in the only way that your reality allows you, in the now. You are perfect. For some strange reason, you have decided to believe that perfection is anathema in people, and consequently you are condemned to a lifetime of struggle for something you can never achieve. You have confused the perfect being with the blameless being, and you cannot see your perfection as constantly changing beings. It seems to you that being perfect is, in a way, an imperfection. Most of you know that all nature is perfect. Your roses and your sunsets are perfect. You agree that your animals, your trees, and your mountains are perfect, but when it comes to the most magnificent beings in your world, people, your concept of them is that they are in perpetual struggle, but never reaching perfection. But if you are perfect, of course, you are constantly changing. And there is no doubt that you can grow and evolve. But that does not mean that you cease to be perfect creatures that can only be realized when you cease to see yourself as always obliged to deny your perfection. Your lives are never finished and complete to your liking. When you die, you all leave half-full shampoo jars and a few cans of preserves in the kitchen. You are given a limited amount of time to live, but, for all that, perhaps you would like to know that all the natural things on your planet are also perfect. Your life unfolds here for a while. It constantly changes form, and even substance, and all of it is perfect even though you insist on calling it imperfect. There is no way to happiness, happiness is the way. That is the message in all my gifts. If you have not discovered that secret, happiness will always escape you. These are what I call my secrets, EYKIS concluded. Use them as you see fit. They are based on direct observations of a foreigner, a very particular foreigner who thinks and acts with strict realism. Earthlings have the great advantage that your reality allows you to live in total harmony with your world. But, up to the present, you have chosen disharmony almost every time. Why don't you take these gifts, use them, and try to experience a new reality? I was amazed at my friend's ability to present her observations with such clarity. But he didn't want that day to end. Before EYKIS left, he had a selfish task to accomplish. "I haven't asked you about love yet," I told him. "As you no doubt know, this is a subject that writers, poets, composers, and artists have dealt with since our planet has been inhabited by man. You have not talked about this topic, although you have alluded to it in the gifts you have given us today. You ask me that question because you think you are in love with me and you're afraid that I'll leave you, aren't you?" "Yes, that's it, and much more. I fell in love with you the moment I saw you on that newscast. This is an extraordinary love for me. It has nothing to do with your outward appearance, to the point that last night before I fell asleep, I was thinking of you, and in no way could I remember what you were like. For the first time in my life I am in love with a person more than a body, a soul more than a physical one. I try to face the fact that you are leaving today, and while I want to be noble and strong, I must confess that the thought of you disappearing from my life is painful for me. I need to know how you see this love, your feelings towards me, and thus, perhaps, the inner torment that I suffer when I have to face a life without you will be lighter. You speak of love like most earthlings. I don't know why, you have convinced yourself that love itself needs the presence of the loved object. Again, wrong thinking takes over. By your definition of love, you can never have a happy love. Your love is a love of I need you here. You need me, or someone else, or even something external to yourself, to satisfy your love desires. But, according to my observations, here on earth, love is not really like that. Love is also an inner fact. It is within you. It is yours, and you can direct it to the person or thing of your choice. You don't need reciprocity. When you ask for something in exchange for love, what you feel is no longer love, because you have tainted it with expectations and demands, no matter how small. It is precisely because of these expectations that there is so little authentic love on your planet. Most of you earthlings are jealous and possessive in love. When your love turns into possessiveness, it makes demands. Demands drive away the loved one, and you introduce anger and fear into the relationship. Then comes resentment and aggressiveness, and, whether it is individual love relationships or collective relationships, something else is imposed which you also call love but which is actually possessiveness and manipulation, and the problems that I have faced appear. Referred. But can we really love without expecting anything? It is logical that people want to see their love reciprocated, otherwise it would be a one-sided thing, I objected. Love is inside the person you love. It is hers, and she can feed it and savor it, and she can give it to others in any way she prefers. And that freedom also belongs to others. If a person who is loved does not correspond to that love as the other would wish, he is free not to do so. That does not detract from the love of the first person. Although the one who loves may wish to see his love reciprocated, to insist on that reciprocity is to place his own capacity to love in the hands of others. This idea, although it is difficult for you to accept, is the very basis of love. Love should not impose conditions or make demands. I know that at this moment you would like to hear me say something very different, but the truth is that love should not depend on whether one is loved or not. You must learn to find happiness in the happiness of others. You should not ask your love for anything. Love, as I understand it, can only be experienced by those who know themselves and who are not afraid of independent love. Once you feel love for yourself, it is logical that you can also love others. And loving others without expecting anything can lead to the resolution of most of the problems of your planet. If nothing is expected of others, it is very easy to love those who refuse to love you. When you do not expect anything, you will stop looking for antagonisms and enemies and you will dedicate yourself to giving love. Love is your perfection. You all want love. Few of you know that love for yourself gives you the ability to love others, that only those who feel love inside are capable of feeling authentic independent love. Do you mean that a person who professes that love for others that you have defined, independently and without expecting anything, loves himself in the first place? Isn't that a selfish and vain form of love? I inquired. The answer is very simple, my friend. You cannot give while you do not have. People who love unconditionally. They even love their enemies and those who wish their evil, and if everyone learned to love that way, there would no longer be enemies and people would practice a kind of love that so far only very few earthlings feel. It is true that love is the solution, but only when it is used as I have just explained. The true test of love is loving those who refuse to reciprocate. Does that also mean that you are going to leave me and that, if my love is authentic, it will continue to exist within me and that will be enough? Asked. How could a feeling of yours not be within you? She asked in turn. Well, I would rather you stay here and share my love, I replied. But that would no longer be love. Perhaps you preferred it, but it would be a feeling that would need my presence to exist, and that is the origin of all the incorrect thinking that I have been talking about 15 days ago. So you have to go, I said seriously. Actually, I'm already disappearing from here by molecular transport. Wait. One last thing. What can I say to people who feel empty, the way I feel now, when things don't go the way they want them to? Who feel trapped, as I feel at this moment, by the circumstances of their life? Who do they feel cheated on? I cannot just say to them, think correctly. They would laugh at me. They think they already think properly. They believe that their problems are real, and they do not admit that they can drive them away just by changing their thinking and attitudes. He spoke quickly, begging for a few more minutes. He knew the inevitable was coming. EYKIS was walking away. I was reluctant to draw strength from weakness and say goodbye to him calmly. What I wanted was to hold on to her presence, even though I knew it was useless, even though I knew she was right. Well, what can I tell you, and what can I tell myself? I insisted. His voice and image began to fade. Weren't you the disciple? Answered Dash. They have finished classes and you can celebrate your graduation by accepting my gifts and assuming your new role. In reality, the gifts I have given you were always in your possession. I have limited myself to unwrapping them and showing them to you. Have you noticed the shiny packaging they carry? They were wrapped in my love. You have that too, my friend. Now it is your turn to pass on your gifts, Master. A world of disciples awaits you. Epilogue. Inspired, I decided not to waste time and deliver EYKIS gifts to the world. My contacts with television and other international media were minimal, so my attempts at them were useless. The producers in charge of the programming declared that those tapes were evidently false, or that they were a work of science fiction that could not be exhibited without previous censorship, arrangement, and rethinking. The more I persisted in explaining the truth to them, the more they looked at me as a mad scientist, dangerous, a risk to advertisers. But I refused to give up. In college, my student days were over, and I was now an adjunct professor of physics and biochemistry. This gave me access to the laboratories and libraries where I had studied the Uranate formulas. Although I had kept my initial work and the experimental flight to Uranus a secret, my status as a professor gave me an audience in which to present EYKIS ideas and the basic principles of molecular transport. I'd have to settle for that. If I was not able to convey the gifts to the wide public that EYKIS had envisioned contrary to what would have happened on Uranus 1, I could at least begin with the fertile and open minds of those young people who sought knowledge in pure science. I had already adopted my way of life to the realistic gifts I had received, and decided to have my students learn from a living model. And I taught them the rudiments they would need to understand the equations of molecular transport. After a period of several years, during which I published articles in physics journals, my research began to arouse curiosity. Students who had no intention of majoring in physics enrolled in my classes only to hear the common sense that emerged from my lessons. Each year he was elected the most popular professor at the university. My classes filled the room with the largest capacity. My colleagues often complained that, according to them, I did not teach physics, but gave a show. The dean firmly reminded me that I should not accept so many invited students into my class, as this deprived paying students of parking spaces. However, the director of the department, who was looking for a way to get rid of me, was told very clearly that I should not be disturbed, since I only kept the physics department alive by myself, attracting students to my classes. I knew that young people looked up to me, but I didn't want them to imitate me as fans or as members of a cult. I wanted them to understand how I had learned my lesson about reality, and how I had decided to live in that reality. Due to my university reputation, I convinced the person in charge of the university's film club, which was run by the students and in which they screened film classics, to allow me to show my EYKIS tapes. Although there was very little prior publicity, many students of mine and their friends attended. I expected them to be skeptical, as the professionals in the business had done, though kinder because of their affection for me. While the tapes were being screened, I forgot about the viewers. Tears ran down my cheeks as I looked again at the beauty and nobility of EYKIS. She was alive before me, more beautiful than ever. Their truths shone like rays of sun amid the gray clouds of meanness and neurosis of earthlings. It was painful for me to see the end of the tapes, but, since I had lived the recording, I was already prepared. What caught me by surprise was the reaction of the public. First there was silence. It was not a quiet silence, but the great electrified silence that precedes the storm. And then, like a human cyclone, everyone began to stand up and cheer, clap, whistle. They shook each other, laughed, screamed, cried, bounced noisily on folding chairs, shredded programs to make confetti. They began to demand the presence of the author. I went up to the stage with the sole intention of calming them down. Within seconds the students lifted me on their shoulders and carried me around the room like a hero. I was amazed, but glad that EYKIS had finally been taken in. To get the room to be vacated, the person in charge promised that the screening would be repeated the following afternoon, but only if the public immediately left the premises. We went out, but we did not part. A large crowd went to the nearby pizzeria. That was filled to overflowing with noisy joy and passionate discussions. At each table a group of young people discussed the meaning of the film, its impact, its clarity. Unable to stay with a single group, I went from one to another absorbing the scene, devouring the triumph of EYKIS. It didn't occur to me to order a pizza or a beer. Over and over I was asked, who is EYKIS, really? Is it from Hollywood? Where is that accent from? Would you agree to visit us, so that we could interview you? No one wanted to accept the obvious, that EYKIS was what she had claimed to be, a Uranid. The tapes were screened again the next day, with the room packed. During the screening, the head of the film club tried to convince me to authorize him to make copies of the tapes, copies that would be shown in film clubs at other universities. Although I saw in this the opportunity to reach a large and perceptive audience, I wanted to protect EYKIS from any misuse of his message. I told the young man that I could continue showing the tapes at our university, but that the originals would remain in my possession after each session. I didn't want the tapes to get out of my hands until I got the copyright. At the end of the second screening, the audience's reaction was the same as on the first day, a reverent silence that erupted in exultant joy or passionate rejection. What there was not was indifference. For several weeks the tapes were viewed by students and teachers. Word spread and students from other universities appeared on campus, eager to see the films. The local newspapers, aware of the audience reaction, sent reporters to get me the real story. They all wanted to meet the actress who had played the role of EYKIS. No one believed in the veracity of my absurd publicity stunt, in my claim that EYKIS was nowhere on Earth. Years ago, on my return from Uranus, I had taken out several copies of the Uranate formulas and put them safely in different places, along with my travel report. And I was glad I did, because shortly after the copies of the EYKIS tapes were made and shown in every university in the country, my lab and my home were searched. Someone took interplanetary travel very seriously. The police told me that my visitors had not found what they were looking for, whatever it was, so it was very possible that next time they would come looking for me. Most people, including the scientific community, considered those tapes science fiction when it came to the role of EYKIS. I did not try to make them change their minds, due to my fear of a kidnapping. In spite of this, I continued teaching my classes and wrote more articles on the formulas, adding fragments to the puzzle, to encourage physicists around the world to investigate in the correct address. In a very short period of time great changes took place. First in college, and then wherever I went, I saw people wearing badges that read EYKIS Lives? Or I like EYKIS. Some showed an eye surrounded by the slogan, "Look at the reality." On cars, the stickers said, "Happiness is the way," and "Simplify things." A landscaping company advertised itself with a drawing depicting EYKIS carrying a bouquet of flowers and with the caption, "Do you grow your garden? Come see us and we'll give you some ideas." I was afraid EYKIS's message was being taken too lightly. The students played with imaginary lasers, disgusts, and rewind triggers, holding up their fingers like pistols. Had they gotten the real message? We were in serious trouble on Earth, and EYKIS had been sincere. Was that lightness, that profusion of slogans, the best way to receive his message? The answer was affirmative. In a matter of a few months, the tapes became the subject of extensive discussion. In universities, students of psychology, sociology, medicine, religion, philosophy, political science, and business administration talked about them. Politicians at all levels were seen adopting EYKIS badges and voting laws pertaining to healthcare, defense budgets, education, and all the important issues my friend had addressed. Those politicians became more aware of public affairs, and their voters took notice. Clinics that developed holistic health programs were born overnight. The companies held seminars to discuss how EYKIS ideas could be applied to the business world. Theatrical works inspired by the tapes were presented on stages across the country by top companies. International congresses issued statements in support of the EYKIS philosophy. Although I reveled in the great impact of EYKIS's message on the emotional, spiritual, and physical health of my fellow citizens, I did not really realize how quickly that message would spread. The films were subtitled in 40 languages, and distributed throughout the world. Even in the countries where they were censored, full copies were smuggled in, causing a commotion that was impossible to suppress. And then the telegram came to me. I had been awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics for my research on molecular transport. After much thought, I decided that the Uranate formulas were a gift to the Earth and not to me, and that, as a teacher, I must now deliver all the contents of the formulas, as well as the gifts from EYKIS. In the beginning, my friend had wanted a worldwide audience, and then I had not been able to provide it. Now, due to the search of my house, I did not dare to attract the attention of the world by any sensationalist means. But once I had communicated the formulas to the whole world, all danger to them as well as to me would cease, and the solemn Nobel Prize ceremony would provide the distinguished audience that EYKIS had desired. With great joy and haste, I asked for and received a week's leave from the university to attend the awarding of the award. My friends believed that I was heading directly to Sweden. The truth, however, is that I went much further. But I arrived in Stockholm on time, thrilled at the prospect of meeting the greats of Earth in the civilized friendliness of that glittering capital. The introductions were made that night, amid the predictable splendor. The understated elegance of the act did not diminish the general excitement. The atmosphere was a pleasant combination of pride and the deepest respect for the other laureates. When it was my turn to receive the award, my heart was racing. The intense glare of the lamps and the flash of the cameras dazzled me, and at the same time illuminated my way to the dais. Before speaking, I took a deep breath. The reward that I accept for my work in the field of physics is the pleasure of being before you today, the greats of all nations, the fact of being among you as a friend. But the award that you have granted me cannot be mine alone, in fairness, because my work was based on information from teachers from another world. At the international level, there are already prestigious physicists and scientists who have approached the solution of the problem of molecular transport, for which I feel safe filling in the spaces that were left blank. I have brought the Uranate formulas with me to distribute to all of you. And the proof of its validity will be the presence of Mrs. EYKIS, of whom many of you have heard. EYKIS has left Uranus very recently, and now I am going to make room for him so that he can materialize comfortably on this stage. Ah! I already feel his energy by my side. EYKIS, come with us. Welcome to a planet that is better today than when you left it. The light points of the EYKIS molecules began to vibrate next to me. I heard the exclamations of astonishment from those present. And I saw those smiling eyes again, that sincere expression. And the gifts of EYKIS. Wayne Dyer.